Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Cheryl McCoy. Beautiful rendition of our national anthem. Well, thank you to the gentleman from Charles J. Post, number 382, for that.
You're live whenever you're ready.
Okay, folks, we're going to get going here today. First thing you're going to see is going to say we have all the classes off.
Hopefully you got that. Your mic's on whenever you're ready to jump.
Four races today. We got a full schedule today. Very, very busy. We've got our race to the fastest results in the country here today.
All righty. All right, good evening, everybody, or afternoon, I should say, and welcome to the 27th annual St. Clair River Classic here in somewhat sunny St. Clair, Michigan. With me today, I've got Allie Pep and Nick Smith. We're going to be coming to you live all day long. We've got a lot of fun stuff going on today, guys.
Including what's going on right now, Brian. We got the Clash of the Titans out here that just ushered in the national anthem, and some of these boats here have been racing on this river for 30-plus years.
Long time. You know, there's a lot of boats out there that people recognize from back in the 70s and 80s and back in the Don Johnson era.
Yeah, in fact, the one that's on screen, or was just on screen there, that's endangered species. That's a cougar that was built by Steve Curtis that he raced last time back in 1986, and his current crew chief, Gary Stray with Geico, helped rig that boat when he was like 15.
I heard that one's an all-aluminum boat that was hand-built.
All aluminum, man, and those cougars were dominant back in their day.
Yeah, they're a strong, strong boat. They were a great competitor back in their day, that's for sure. All right, good afternoon. I'm Brian. How are you? Welcome.
I'm Allie.
And Nick Smith.
Folks, we're going to have a lot of fun today. There's a lot of boats. We've actually got 61 boats in town today, including the Titan boats that you're seeing out there right now. They're going to go out there and do a little exhibition run for us to get us all warmed up. A lot of horsepower out there, Nick.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of horsepower, man. And that's what's so cool about this is to see the history in the sport. It's the most attractive part of what we do. Everywhere we go, the questions aren't what's going on today, it's what went on, you know, the old war stories. You know, this sport is where it is because of these guys right here. They paved the way for all the racers today, like Allie and myself. And it's just great to see them out here and respected and cherished as the trophies that they are.
Yeah, you know, and it's fantastic. You know, when you come to town for the race and you have the opportunity to meet and talk to some of these guys, you know, these gentlemen are a little more experienced, let's say, than us in terms of their age. And it's a challenge sometimes because the technology that they had back then versus the technology today, don't you think, Allie?
Yeah, I think back then they definitely had to I think nowadays it's a little more easier to get ahead
Sure.
with technology-wise.
Oh yeah, everything. If you look at it, it's kind of like wristwatches, right? These were the mechanical days when you had to wind the watch.
Yes,
Today's,
exactly.
Today's ones, they're the shake it and you never have to put a battery in them watches.
Right. And some of these boats competed in races in, excess of 200 miles at a clip. Whereas you look at what we do today, it there just doesn't compare. I mean, these boats were built for war.
Oh, literally. I think one of them is actually named Warpath.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh. I just can't imagine going 200 miles an hour in an open canopy boat.
Well, 200 miles.
Oh,
So,
there we go. Right.
and the thing is, I think the boats of today, truthfully, we couldn't run 200 miles if we wanted to. We don't have the fuel tanks for it. We don't have the stamina for it. We're a little spoiled today.
Yeah, a lot of these boats, fuel tanks are built specifically for the amount of miles that we normally do at all these races.
Yeah, that's right. You do a lot of work with your dad, right? A lot of rigging on a lot of boats?
Yes, I do. My dad and I, we did the cockpit in our old boat, the first roll cage in the Super V Light class. And right now we're building a brand new boat together to race next year.
Oh, how cool is that? Like a father and daughter thing. I mean, everybody's
Yes, exactly.
gotta like that. Well, looks like they're heading down to what we would normally have our mill circle. I believe they're going to do a nice couple of easy laps and then let her eat.
I believe this is going to be somewhat of a gentleman's agreement today. The boys are going down there to mill, and they're going to head up and do a couple of laps together and just kind of a show of force, so to speak. And after the second lap, from what I understand, there's a couple of side bets. I think a few of them are going to let them eat.
Ah, there we go. They'll be at war water to settle up, I'm sure.
That's it, man. I would put my money on Dave Whistledyke and Steve Curtis in that endangered species today, but you never know. There's a lot of fast boats out there right now.
There is. While we got a couple minutes, we mentioned War Water. They're one of our local sponsors. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for all of our sponsors. Our title presenter this year is Magna. They're going to be doing some of the electrical battery chassis system work. They just moved into town. They're building I think it's a 350,000 square foot facility. And they're looking for help. So if somebody's looking for work, they're there.
And that's right here locally in St. Clair?
Yeah, they're locally here in St. Clair. They just, they're in construction on the building right now. That's phase one. And they're from Canada. It's a Canadian company, but they're going to be doing a lot of the work for the new electric Hummer.
That's awesome, and we appreciate them bringing all those jobs here.
All day long, all day long. And the other sponsors we have, we've got Cargill Salt. They're sponsoring our safety group. Buer Lumber, the Chamber of Commerce. They're the ones responsible for bringing all the vendors into town and the entertainment for us. They really helped us out there. Tow Book, another phenomenal company, new to town. DTE Foundation, Waste Management, Anderson, Eichenstein, and Westrup. Don Skip Murray, he jumped in this year. The Voyager Restaurant right here next to us. Coughlin Jewelers, they chipped in and they're helping us out taking care of the trophies this year. Thorpe Printing, they do all our printing and graphic work that we need. West Haven Builders, they just built this new beautiful race control for our race control and all our staff up there. Plains LPG, Foster Oil, Murphy's Inn, Rivers Bend, Sensation Powerboats, War Water. There's a little bit of everybody out there, but it looks like they're coming up the river.
Yeah, the pace boats are going to go ahead up the course now and make sure it's clear. And I don't believe there's parade laps today, as we're going to shave the parade laps to give a little way for some freighters. So I would look for a start here in the next 2-3 minutes.
Perfect day out today. Temperature-wise, it's what I call fat guy friendly. Nice 78 degrees.
It's beautiful.
Nice little breeze. I'm hoping it blows some of that rain they were predicting out of the way for us.
Me too.
This town, I've seen some weird stuff. I mean, you've been around when it's going to rain.
Yep.
We look off to our west, and we think we're going to get pounded.
And it goes around us.
Yeah, either side. I think there's a UFO buried under St. Clair somewhere that it just doesn't want to go over.
Oh, man. I'm just praying we get all these guys in today. We got a really action-packed day for you guys today. How many of those super stock entries do you have on the paper there, Brian?
Oh, Superstar. We have Excuse me. Da-da-da.
In Super Stock, we have 8 boats.
There we go.
And so we're coming out of the last race for OPA was East Lake, Ohio, but for Superstock would have been Sarasota. And that was a rough race. A lot of guys got busted up there. A lot of guys got them back together for this one. And they're really going to go at it here. I mean, this is a fast course, and it's built for those boats.
I think this is one of the most competitive classes that's out there right now. It has really taken off in the last, I'd say, 2-3 years, really.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
It's been around for a long time. I'm sure you've done work on that kind of stuff out there, Allie.
Not that class, but the Stock V class, which is another really very competitive class, is the class that I normally work with. And today they have 4 boats. I think more of them are going to be coming in next weekend at Michigan City.
Oh, fantastic. That's another great site. That's the next stop on the OPA tour, right, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And shout out to all the guys in Michigan City. We just signed a contract with them. We'll be there for 5 more years. And they're just a phenomenal staff to work with. The whole gamut there is top notch.
Excellent. Yeah, I think is it the Blue Chip that's involved in that?
The Blue
over there?
Chip Casino, yeah.
Yes. The
Beautiful
fans-
establishment.
Yes, very.
That'd be a great place to broadcast from. You know, pull a slot machine, watch a race. Pull a slot machine, watch a race.
But Allie, as you started to say about the fans there in Michigan City,
Oh yeah. Last year was 2019 was my first year ever in Michigan City, and I was just astonished by the support and the fans at the block party. In the parade. I've never seen so many fans cheering on for boat racers in one place.
they had signs.
Yeah,
I've never seen signs before.
they were
I've never.
die-hard fans, and I
it-
loved it.
It's a lot like St. Clair, and that's why we love
Very
running up
much
here in the
so.
Great Lakes. The fans are just amazing. They're so educated. They know these boats. They follow these boats. They followed them for years. It makes our job so much better. You know, to come in and really put on a show for people that appreciate it like that is amazing.
The streets all weekend have been packed full of fans and families, and it's really amazing to talk and meet everybody from around here.
Yeah, the local fans here and then just the community in general, the support for this event. This is the 27th year. I don't think anybody ever thought that it would go this long in terms of the board. But the community outreach this year has been phenomenal. And comes one of our pace boats, I believe.
Just a couple more minutes here as the sweep boats are just finishing up sweeping the course, and we should be going hot shortly.
Excellent. So, Allie, did you get a chance to check out the vendors down there? I know we had the pretzel guy was awesome.
The mozzarella pretzel was phenomenal, and I highly recommend that. And I also tried out the walking taco. That was really good too, from the taco truck.
Oh, yeah. You know, I when they were setting up the vendors, I told them, I said, I don't care which vendor you have, just get the pretzel guy.
I look
glad
for
you
that
said
pretzel
that.
guy every year.
Because that was really good.
Yeah. They're awesome. And then the entertainment's been really good, too. You know, we've had maybe not quite all the big headliner bands that we've had in the past. We've had a lot of great local bands, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last night we set up some chairs, and we were listening to the music last night. It was great.
What's the gentleman's name that was playing in Murphy's and then on the stage yesterday? Ryan
Beaudry.
He is amazing, man. Shout out to he's a local talent, right?
Yeah, he's a local guy.
And what a talent he is, man. We sat and jammed out to him for hours yesterday, man.
Yeah, he's really good, you know. I'm really impressed with the caliber of entertainment that they had this year. They had the Gobies played on Friday night. They're actually playing again tonight, but they're playing in one of our county commissioners' tents during the day. We had Los Gringos last night. A lot of, you know, all local bands, but they're good. I mean, they're top ranked in the state, actually.
So I can't tell if we actually have a start coming up here, if this is the last of our sweep boats.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
I think it's just the last of our sweep boats, but we're getting close. But while we're getting close to the green flag here for the Clash of the Titans, we'll run through these boats real quick. So we've got some pretty cool entries here, starting with boat number 13, Team Pantera. I believe that's hull number 1.
I believe so. That one's actually driven by Josh Jones. He's also the throttleman on that one. That's kind of neat. Ryan Gebbins are the navigator on that one, or Alex Neckkirk. It's a fantastic boat, and it's drawn a lot of attention.
It's gorgeous. And for a lot of us, from where I come from, back on the Jersey Shore, we're very familiar with Pantera. And it's just great to see one of those out here. It's a real war horse from back in the day. And after that, you have the Alley V, which is a Apache that is struck fear in the hearts of the competition for years, man. It is so cool to see that on the street, and it just blows me away.
Yeah, that one's great. That one's actually driven by Rob Craig. He's also the throttleman on that one. Anthony Volius is in there as a navigator. That's going to be a fun boat to watch, too.
Yeah, and one of my personal favorites, the 421 Old School SIG that you see perform in Class 4, that you'll see again later in the day in Class 4, is doing battle with 444 Predator, which we've seen over the course of this year has shaped up to be quite the war.
Yeah, you watch Matt. Matt is the driver for the Old School, and Dean is the driver for the Predator. I've had the chance over the last couple of days to talk to these guys. They're pitted side by side in the dry pits.
Yeah.
They're sharing stuff, but they had that little agreement this morning that says, okay, give me my wrench back. It's time to go racing.
Yep. Yeah, and what's great about those guys, too, is all that camaraderie there is in the spirit of competition. They really want to race.
Oh, yeah. They want to race. They want to pit together. They didn't want to be split up. When they were coming into town, they're like Brian putting with all the Old School guys.
Yep. And another cool one there is the 454 Kicking Sticks. That's a 30 Panther, Scarab Panther, a 1988. And they came here for the Clash of the Titans race. And on Friday, they were talking to a couple people and found out that it was more of a demonstration than a hardcore boat race. And they weren't having that. So they came into registration and signed up, and now they're running Class 4 against Predator and Old School. So there's a guy that's really going to give it a shake, and I'm rooting for him today.
Look at you guys go, using this as a recruiting tool. This is crazy.
Well, you know how this goes, man. You can't just do one.
No. Once I think once these guys get in the water and
You're
they get,
hooked.
yeah, right? It's
The
just,
adrenaline's going to go, and you're going to see it here right now as you got the Clash of the Titans getting up to take their green flag.
yeah, here they come.
It looks like, from what I can tell, you have Cigarette Hawk on the inside. On the outside of him Was Up in the 32 Viper. It looks like Was Up starting to lead the way here, leading the field up the front stretch.
Well, so much for that gentleman's agreement.
Yep. I would have, if I was a betting man, I would have bet on that happening today.
Yeah, I think you got a personal connection with that one, I believe, too, don't you?
I do, man. That is Smitty and Anthony. That's my father and my brother with Sam DeMarco in there navigating my girlfriend. But followed quickly by the 28 skater, Superfly, and Endangered Species in third. You got Warpath and Predator tied up tight for fourth. And I can't quite tell who the white boat is there in fifth. Bringing up sixth is the Cigarette Hawk and 454 Kicking Sticks. Kind of bringing up the second group of the field here is the Team Pantera, followed by 421 Old School. Running side by side with a 36 flat deck Silver Cigarette. That boat is absolutely gorgeous, by the way.
Oh, it is.
And bringing up the rear, last but most definitely not least, is Alley V. What an amazing sight to see that boat back on the water.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what they do here after the first couple laps, how this all shakes out. I think these guys are getting the feel for it again. They probably haven't been on a race course in a little while, and it's taken them a little time to just kind of get back in the swing of things, nudging each other around,
Well,
talking to each other,
You know who's not taking any time to get used to this is that 28 skater. Right here in our monitor, you got that skater chewing on the transom of the 32 Viper, Was Up. And that's a boat that Class 3, 2 has been chasing for 20 years.
right. He says that with a big smile. That is a pretty boat. So tell me, Nick, how'd you guys come up with the name Was Up?
Was Up? All right. You remember about 20 years ago, Budweiser had a run of commercials with the frogs?
Yep.
That's where it came from, my man.
That's so cool.
The old Was Up frogs. Was
Right.
Up.
believe that's the Predator boat that we're seeing right now.
That is 444, and that is, I believe if he's not first, he's second in the national running for Class 4, followed real closely by Old School. And GNS Motorsports, who unfortunately didn't make it here this weekend, the 40-foot velocity that runs in that class is another barnstormer.
Excellent, excellent.
But as Predator's making his way down the backstretch, running right behind Warpath, you have Endangered Species bringing up the outside. It looks like Steve Curtis found the legs.
Yep.
And he's starting to run down the leaders.
Yeah, I think he's not having the I'm going to finish behind somebody syndrome going on.
I don't think finish behind anybody is in Steve Curtis's DNA.
I don't
Me
think
neither.
So. Steve's been racing for a long time. You know, he races with Geico. He's raced with a little bit.
I think he's been in just about every Supercat there's ever been.
I think so.
And there you have a shot there. The Was Up Viper coming up the front stretch, still in first place, because I think that gentleman's agreement's gone out the window, guys.
Yeah, I think so. Get across the course, right? Looks like they're bouncing around a little bit in the neck.
Yeah, it's starting to chop the water up a little bit.
You know, just the sound of these boats, Allie, it just really gets going, don't it?
Yeah.
And if just as our camera loses the leaders, here's Endangered Species. And that boat is really starting to come to life. I don't know if you can hear it in the microphones, but what a boatload of power that thing's got, man.
Oh.
That's Dave Whistledyke, and he builds one hell of an engine.
I shudder to think how much horsepower is in that thing, but I'd love to have it in my car.
You get a lot of tickets, Brian.
Oh, well, you know, that's the price you pay.
And coming in the screen here, here's one of the coolest boats in the whole field, man. This is Ali V. That's a 41 Apache or 41 Apache, and it is just unbelievable to see this running on a race course.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And as the Clash boats make their way up to turn one, we have a little time here to thank our sponsor one more time, Magna. The St. Clair River Classic 2021 is brought to you by Magna. Thanks a lot, guys. This is one of our favorite events, and it means the world to us.
Yeah, we got to thank Cargill, Salt, Buer Lumber, the Chamber of Commerce, Toba, DTE Foundation, Waste Management, Anderson, Atkinson, Stein & Westrick, Don Murray, The Voyager, Coghlan Jewelers, Thorpe Printing, West Haven Builders, Plains LPG, Foster Oil, Murphy's Inn, Rivers Bend Marina, which we'll talk a little bit about later. They've got a pretty big involvement in this sport. Sensation Powerboats and War Router Brewing.
Rivers Bend Marina is owned by Ed Smith, who you'll see compete later on today in Knuckleheads, the 40 Fountain, and Be Extreme. And Ed's been around the sport for a very long time. I believe there's a few murals painted around town of him. He's in a couple of Hall of Fames around here, and Ed's just an amazing guy. Over the winter, he won his best race, which was beating cancer. And it is just so good to see him come full circle over the winter and get back in his boat, not miss a beat, and he's undefeated.
You know, and he is so much more friendly now. It's unbelievable. But he owns Rivers Bend Marina. Him and Julie are out there, and you know, they do winter storage, inside, outside, summer storage, all kinds of insurance work, engine work, outdrive work.
You name it, he could do it. He's a jack of all trades.
Yeah, he's actually working on a 1940 wooden boat that he owns
Cafe
himself.
Racer.
Yeah.
And he was trying to get it done for this race here this weekend. So when I say he does it all, that man does it all. We showed up and he was putting the boat in the water and getting them all the planks to seal up. And he really is a jack of all trades. If you're here local in the St. Clair area and you need some work done on your boat, definitely stop by Rivers Bend Marina. But if we can get a shot here of the front stretch, you have Endangered Species running down the 32 Viper. And we officially have a leader change, ladies and gentlemen. Endangered Species has taken over Was Up for first, followed closely by the 28 Skater entry, which is another gorgeous original piece. And not too far behind, one mistake away, is Warpath. And if you haven't seen that Chief up close in person, I mean, that Chief has raced all over the world. It's defeated the likes of all manufacturers that have been thrown to it. And it is definitely one of the most unique pieces you'll see with the Arneson drives and the step bottoms. That is an unmistakable boat.
Yeah, we were looking at that last night when we were out on the street. There are so many graphics on that boat of world championships from different organizations, sanctioning bodies, and locations around the world. All that noise that you're hearing in the air, Predator.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Nate and them.
There is nothing like Y pipes, man.
Telling you, big old rooster tail looks fantastic.
And you'll see here in your screen now is 421 Old School running with their buddies in their 36 flat deck. And that boat is just an unbelievable, immaculate time capsule of a boat, that cigarette, man. That is too cool. And if you notice that the 4 boats are a little off the pace right now, they're saving their equipment for later on in the day. And Old School, Predator, and Kick and Sticks are really going to go to war later. They're tight in points.
How close are they? I heard it was really tight. It was going to be, like this weekend could be some leader changes and point standings. Next weekend, you guys are going to Michigan City. It's so interesting to see how you guys, as racers, take a look at this. You work so hard one weekend, then you got to go back to work, your regular jobs, then you're racing again. I don't know how you guys do it in terms of maintaining everything. I know it's got to be long hours, don't you think?
Long hours is an understatement, and Allie can tell you all about that.
It's a marathon. Being from Connecticut, especially traveling to the Florida races, you're on the road for 2 days, at the race for 3, back on the road, and then you have like a week and a half off, and then you got to leave again to go to the next race. And every night after work, we're in the garage working on the boat, making fixes, changes, just trying to get ahead and a better start on the next race.
Right.
It's an experience for sure.
That's awesome. Now, so Ellie, there's not many ladies that are in the sport, or are there?
So when we first started racing about 5 years ago, I would say there was close to none. But throughout the years, there's been a few more, but it's definitely a more male sport. But I think within the next couple of years, a lot of actually, I think there's a few people, father-daughter teams coming out in the next couple of years. My dad and myself being one of them. And actually another person in the class has talked about putting their daughter in the boat, which I just think it's a really awesome experience that it's opening the doors for the girls to start getting into it and giving the boys a run for their money.
Well, in perfect timing, on screen you have the Was Up Viper there, and currently in second behind Endangered Species. And in the navigator seat, a little close to home, is my girlfriend, Sam DeMarco, today.
Exactly.
So we've got some ladies involved.
Perfect
and
example.
There's some very notorious ladies that have been in this sport, like, Betty Cook and, Lisa Matthews. There's been a lot of women that competed in this sport at a very high level. Betty Cook has been I believe it's a world or circuit champion in the 70s and 80s, and we're no stranger to women in this sport. So watch out for Allie when she gets in that done deal. She'll be kicking my butt come next year. Been on screen now, going into what I believe is turn 3 and 4. You have 421 Old School, followed by, as far as I can see, Team Pantera, who had kind of a hard entry into that turn, and this is cool to see, and it's cool to see, Allie, and you can attest to this. Like Old School, there's a guy that competes throughout the series at every event, and you know how hard it is when something happens at a race site and you lose some equipment or something and you miss a couple of races. There is rust. It's hard to get right back into it, right?
Yeah, it's you're like a well-oiled machine with your team and everything, and taking one race off, you go to the next one, it's like, oh gosh, you got to get back into your routine and all that kind of stuff.
Right. It's very hard to get back into the swing. So as you're seeing some of these boats here that have competed at extremely high levels, they're just kind of getting their foot back in the door. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of them follow us to some of the other races on the circuit.
Sure. It looks like they're...
And I think I see a checkered flag on the start-finish boat. It just passed there in the screen, and that's why you could hear and see the boats slowing down coming off the plane. They'll head back to the docks and the crane, and then we'll get our first race underway. You can see the checkered flag right now.
And that checkered flag is proudly displayed by our chief scorer, Dee Younggarten, who is a real iron woman for us here at OPA. And the media chopper coming by the fans here. If anybody sees them, go ahead and give them a wave. That's Pete Bowden and Doug Vance, the Adventure Collector. You can follow them on Instagram and Facebook and everywhere you get your media for all your high-level offshore racing photos.
Yeah, they do a great job. They produce some fantastic photos. I know they were flying a drone over the dry pits and the concerts last night. That was
That had
kind
to
of
be
cool.
wild, man. It was sardines at the concert last night.
It was packed.
A little more people than we really anticipated, but it's all good.
That's always a good thing, my friend.
Always more is better, right?
Well, they estimated the crowd last night. We were thinking,
Oh, wow.
1,500.
Not to cut you off, Brian, but right here on screen right now, that's one of the coolest pictures we're going to see all day. That's Dave Whistledyke and Steve Curtis, and it looks like Scott Colton there from Geico in the back seat went for a ride with them, and what an unbelievable shot. I mean, that is as iconic gets in this sport. It is just amazing to have them here with us today.
Yeah, it's a cool boat. This is, to me, this is part of the highlight of the day. Yeah, we have some great racing, but to bring this kind of vibe back for the fans, so to speak, to give them a taste of the history of what the sport, how it got started. I mean, offshore racing, kind of like NASCAR. NASCAR got started by rum runners. Offshore, I don't know if they were running rum or not, but maybe they were. I don't know, from the Jamaican area. Here's a great shot of Predator, if we can get that. They're coming right up in front of us here.
Yeah, right here in front of us here at the live stream is 444 Predator, and that's one of the most impressive boats in the field.
Oh, it's loud, that's for sure.
Well, and if you notice, I mean, for those of you listening at home that don't understand when we say Y pipes, if you're looking at the back of that boat right now, you'll only see 2 tailpipes, which is usually indicative of 1 engine. But that's not the case with this. There's 2 engines where they actually tee the exhaust together. And there's a lot of performance to be found in exhaust tuning and getting all that stuff to coincide with each other. But what it produces mostly is a really cool high-pitched sound. And coming by the wall here is our 28 Skater entry in the Clash of Titans. I mean, I hope you can tell on camera just how gorgeous that boat is.
So it looks like our one of our producers, Paul Dingeman, he's the Channel 6 guru, so to speak. He's going to do a little interview out here on the boardwalk for us. So let's listen in to see what he's got to say.
St. Clair, Paul Dingeman, along with Dan Casey from the Economic Development Alliance. What a day. Yeah, this is a great day. The weather's held up so far. We got a good turnout and a great race. Lots of things happening for economic development in St. Clair County. Give me a Reader's Digest version. So obviously we're welcoming Magna to the community. They're building a great plant. They're one of the lead sponsors here today. They got a tent with a lot of people here. So they're going to be opening up a big plant, a lot of jobs, and more to come in the future. So we couldn't be more excited about that. But a lot of great things are happening. We've got a lot of residential development that's in the works, and some other projects on the industrial side. It's really a great time to be in St. Clair County. This broadcast is going over literally all over the country. So obviously it's a great place to live. We're 14% below the national average for cost of living. And right now, with a lot of people being able to work remotely, this is a great place to move. They can have a river life here. The river, the lakes, we got Lake Huron, we got obviously Lake St. Clair. So you've got a lot to do. You've got great, quaint downtowns, right? And more than one. So you have multiple experiences going up and down the coastline. And then we've got a lot of walking trails and a lot of other things for people to do here. But beyond that, this is really an industrial, especially automotive manufacturing place. We have a lot of power, we have a lot of natural gas, a lot of all the things that manufacturers need. So we have that here. And it creates a great economic environment that sustains the community and sustains jobs and creates more jobs in the future. So it's a great place to be. Sarah Palin used to say she could see. What are we looking at behind here, which is so close to us? Yeah, so that's one of the secrets of St. Clair County is we have, the largest rail crossing on the northern border, and we have the top 3 bridge crossing with Canada. So when you talk about economic or international commerce, this is the place to be. We have Detroit, and we have Port Huron, two of the largest crossings in North America are right here. So, the commerce happens daily. We have, many trucks and many people crossing the border going both ways. And I think it's beneficial for both Canada and the United States. And it's one of the things that makes our area really unique.
Dan Casey's the man from St. Clair County Economic Development Alliance. We thank you for stopping by. Back to you guys.
Hey, thanks, Paul. We appreciate it. One of the things, guys, that I was hearing Paul talk about was, the river life. You see all these signs that say salt life and that sort of thing. In Michigan, it's lake life. I grew up about 100 miles north of here, 80 miles north of here or so, inland. All we had was a pond with some bluegill in it. I moved here in 2000, and I'm going to tell you, living down here on the river, it is the most peaceful thing. If you ever get frustrated, you can just go down to the park and just sit there and just listen to the water and the trees, and it's amazing. And then he was also talking about Canada right across the way. I believe that this is the only race in the United States where you race in two countries at one time.
Absolutely. And just while we're on that topic of Canada, big shout out to our Canadian fans who are unable to come across the border for this weekend. I promise we can hear you over there, and so do the guys out there in the boats. We miss you, and we can't wait to have you back.
Yeah, I told the guys, I said, just don't, if you break down, don't make landfall because they're going to quarantine you for 14 days.
I'll tell you what, though, I wouldn't want to quarantine with a lesser group. I mean, the Canadian fans over there are just phenomenal. Every year they come over here and they just support the hell out of this event. They do.
I think there's just as many people across there watching as there is over here, to be quite honest with you. I know they have a festival over there, Race Boat Weekend every year. I used to travel over there every once in a while, and you just see, they rename it a little bit over there.
Right.
It's amazing. You were talking a minute ago, about not being able to get across the border and that sort of thing. Let's be a little bit serious for a couple minutes. We're just coming out of this pandemic, or at least I feel we are. With the vaccination rates going up and that sort of thing. How has the pandemic itself affected you guys, not only from a racing side of it, because I know that was pretty shortened up, but how has it affected you guys in your family businesses?
Personally, our family business has been doing very well. For me, personally, I missed out on my first year of in-person college. I went online fully, and so I think it really just changed the dynamic of life in general for.
Right.
And I think it won't just be the past year. I think it'll stick around for a little while for how much our lives have changed. But for me, I honestly have had so many more opportunities in the past year to gain knowledge, especially in the boating world, that it's just, personally, it's been a great experience, as weird as that sounds.
Right. I get it. A lot of people are working from home. Their employers, their businesses have allowed them to start working from home, so they've been at home for 14, 15 months, and now they're starting to transition, going back into an actual work environment, back to the cubicles, the offices, the factories, that sort of thing. Nick, from your side of things, you guys own a marina, so how's that been over there? Has there been an influx in people wanting to go out really quick now? Were they going out before?
Well, the pandemic is it's a complicated thing to discuss, right?
Sure.
Because there's a flip side to the coin. And I know a lot of people went through some of the worst times of their life during this pandemic,
Sure.
and our hearts go out to everyone. But the financial end in the business sector during the pandemic, certain industries exploded. And the marine industry literally tripled in size. And, when they started to implement the social distancing and the lockdowns and et cetera, the one thing you could always go do was go boating. And so for us, not much changed other than working around the clock.
Right.
And I'll tell you, to Allie's point, some people were seriously impacted by the pandemic, financially, in life, the whole 9 yards. But some people had an opportunity to maybe try things they always wanted to.
Yeah, I the whole journey of my dad and I building a boat together started because we were able to be home more together, and I think it's brought a lot of closeness also to families.
Yeah, I mean, and you hear the news is so often harping on all the negatives, but there is a lot of positive to that. You know, like you spending so much time with your father there building that boat. I mean, that's a irreplaceable experience.
It's been amazing. You could actually check out our experience.
Hey, it looks like Paul's got another guest for us out there, so let's take it over to Paul and see what's
Okay,
going on.
we've got another fine guest. One of the sponsors for our live stream broadcast, Miles Laparo from Foster Blue Water Oil.
Correct.
Thank you for supporting us and for
Absolutely.
supporting the race. Tell me about.
Blue Water Oil was founded in January 2003 between a merger of two successful Michigan companies, and that's Foster Oil Company and Blue Water come together. We Michigan-based, family-owned and operated, doing business for 75 plus years experience in the
Just
petroleum.
a couple.
Just a couple years,
Yeah.
yeah. 75 plus years in the petroleum industry.
And what kind of products do you supply? Just gasoline for gas stations?
Well, not just gasoline for at the C stores, but between Foster Blue Water Oil and all of our affiliates, that's Blue Flame Propane, Sunrise Convenience Stores, Blue Water Oil Transport. We got Blue Water Fuel Management and My Choice Energy. We can accommodate all your energy needs. So we provide everything from residential to commercial, wholesale diesel, gasoline, propane, lubricants, and natural gas.
So in the oil industry, the prices go up, the prices go down. It's a
lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun. yeah. And you still got a smile on your face.
Yeah.
But how wide of an area does Foster Blue Water cover? I mean, do you cover just St. Clair County?
No, not just St. Clair County. We cover. We're servicing throughout the whole state of Michigan.
Wow.
Yeah. So we have 12 bulk plant locations in Michigan, 13 Pacific Pride locations, and then 37 Sunrise convenience stores.
I think that statistic right there is one that many people in St. Clair County don't realize, that how the size of the company.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Okay. Well, thanks for your support on this race and what you do for the people of St. Clair County throughout the rest of the year. So.
Yeah, this is it's a great event. We're glad to be a part of it, and thank you very much for having us.
Okay. Back to you.
All right.
There we go. I think we're back now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Paul. You know, Paul does a great job for us doing all these side interviews. It gives us the opportunity just to kind of relax for a couple of seconds, regain our train of thought on where we want to go and what we want to talk about.
Yeah, and this CTV staff that puts on this stream is really top notch. I mean, these guys are consummate professionals, and from what I understand, they're operating with a whole staff of amateur cameramen that they bring up in the industry and teach them how to use this equipment, and it's just a phenomenal thing that they do.
Yeah, these are our camera operators today, and some of our board operators in the control room are students that are learning this field, so to say. So that they can move on to greater things. I know they brought in a new director from local Channel 4 out of Detroit. So we've got Paul here. We've got our directors here. I can't remember his first name. and then we've got the crew, monitoring the cameras. We're looking at doing some things next year that are going to take this probably to the next level. I won't spoil it, but we want you all to tune in again next year, obviously, after today. But we got to give a big shout out to the staff that's doing our live stream today.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we're sitting here, Allie, if you want to run through some of these classes that are coming out on the water, we have class 6 and 7.
Yes. So this first race is going to be 2 bracket classes. There's going to be the class 6 boats, which are going to be the slightly larger boats, which don't have motors off the back, if that can help you tell the difference. And so these classes actually have bracketed speeds. Nick, if you want to go into how the GPS works on those boats?
Yeah, absolutely. All these boats are running telemetry units. We run a V-Box Sport that's supplied to us by Race Logic, and we have full-time data on all of these boats. So at any point in time, we can go in and see how fast they were going and where. And they're all bracketed to a speed bracket. So today you're going to have, well, right now you're going to have class 7 and 6 on the course. 7 stops at 60 miles an hour. Class 6 stops at 70 miles an hour. And some of you at home are wondering, why so slow? It's not slow when you're in competition with a group of boats. And it's also not slow when you're not in dead flat water. Right. So today you're going to get to see a pretty interesting battle. In this water, at those speeds, there's not many mistakes being made. And these drivers in these particular classes are some of the most talented we have in the entire sport. So I think you're in for a really good one today. You want to go through the class list? We have a lot of Class 6 boats and a lot of Class 7s.
Yes, so in Class 6, we have 601 Rum Runner, 602 Rendell Powerboats, 609 Team Moderation, 611 Smith Brothers CRC, 616 Punch and Holes, 621 Money Monster, 633 Wicked, and 651 Deception.
And real quick there, the 611 entry is Smith Brothers. Big shout out to Trish and Dwight Cooney. They just had their baby, and Rich Smith became a grandpa. And congratulations to them. That's why we missed them in East Lake, but they're here now, ready to do battle. And I think everybody in that class is trying to knock the champ off the pedestal. Rum Runners has been running really flawless for the last couple of years.
Yes.
And OPA President Ed Smith went on Facebook and put a little bit of a bounty on Rum Runner's head, and he's offering $1,000 to any team that can knock him off the podium.
That's nice. That's real nice. You know, you were talking about these boats and the differences between the two in the classes. There's also differences within the class. Like if you look at the 602 Rendell boat, that's a Aki Manafort design, I believe. It's one of the most unique designed boats I've ever seen in my life. It's like almost like you can't roll it. I mean, it can, but it's built where it has like side wings on it. You wanna? It's
a pretty wild attempt at stability. And there's a lot of argument there that it works. Those bat boats is Chris Rindle. That's a Rindle 1 design. Mm-hmm. And Rindle travels the country, travels the race circuit, and rents that seat. And as much as that kind of sounds silly, he produces a lot of offshore racers. Mm-hmm. A lot of people get their feet wet there. Like today, you're going to see Tim Vandenberg, the driver of Money Monster, is a world champion down in Key West a number of years ago, running one of those bat boats. So it's a really interesting way to get your foot in the door here in offshore power boats. And, you know, Chris is a consummate professional. He runs the boat well. I raced against him for a number of years, and he's a respectable competitor.
You know, I had a chance earlier to talk to Chris. He come in late last night because they had some things that they were working on. And I was pleasantly surprised this morning when I pulled in to see the prototype that he brought with him. Did you get a chance to check out the electric prototype?
Yeah.
He has a fully electric race boat that they're actually hoping to have out on the water here pretty soon.
Yeah, they've been full steam ahead on that project for a number of months now. And I'm interested to see where that culminates to.
Yeah, I'm thinking the low-end torque on that is just going to help them tremendously on the water because we all know what it's like out there in the water and the power that it takes.
They're going to face their battles just trying to adapt it. Anytime you come out with something new like that, it's a year or two before you really nail it, you know. So it'll be interesting to see the innovation of that and where it goes. But also out on the water today, we have Class 7. Allie, do you want to run through those entries?
Yes. Class 7, we have 700 The Punisher, 711 Naughty Boys, 744 Jackhammer, 755 Hangin' and Bangin', 765 Goofing Around, 766 Chug It, and 797 Ella's Nightmare.
So a little bit about Class 7 there. In East Lake, Ohio, we had an issue with weather. We had so much rain that it washed a lot of debris down the Chagrin River, which is the river that we had to use to get out to East Lake. And so we had to move the race course out a considerable amount. And you couldn't see the live stream. You couldn't see from land. It was really a struggle that day. And I got the chance to see some of the onboard footage on the OPA Facebook of the Class 7 guys running. And, man, if you thought that those little boats were easy, you were wrong. I mean, Ken Bird, Jackhammer, Bird and On a Mission, Jackhammer, Punisher, those guys really gave it everything they had, hanging and banging, Naughty Boys, and they're all back here a week later to do battle.
Now, a lot of amazing racers that started in Class 7 have moved up in the classes. Class 7 really gives people the chance to get into the sport, and they put on a heck of a show every time they're out there. There's always battles, and they're truly heart of the sport.
They're the heart and soul of the sport. And what's amazing about Class 7 is it cost effective remotely? But the cool thing is it's a great entry point. It's a great starting point. And then from there, you get to race with some of the best in the world. The guys in those boats, and I can attest to this, are the real deal. John Hughes and Hanging and Banging is another dangerous threat in that class. You got Naughty Boys, which actually has the driver from Team Progression, Shadow Pirate, that's now throttling Joe Riley for James in Naughty Boys. So there's a lot of experience there. You got Ella's Nightmare with Michael Stancombe running with Dominic Stancombe, offshore's youngest powerboat racer. Right. He's 14 years old, and he's in there with a wealth of knowledge. Michael Stancombe has competed in Abu Dhabi, Dubai. He's been a Supercat legend for years, and now here he is in little old Class 7. And it's just interesting that a class that was looked at as a beginner class has evolved into one of the most exciting classes in offshore.
You know, and you're absolutely right. I think it's I think of it like as a developmental class, because if you look at the Mullers, Chase and Jacks, right, their dad, we all know Jay, races with some of the top names in the industry, brought them in, bought them, you know, got them going in the smaller boat here. They have, over the last 3 years, had made so much development, so much progression within their sport, within their bracket. It's absolutely amazing.
It is. It's incredible. And from what I understand, Allie, aren't you guys building a Class 7 boat?
Yeah, we actually do have a Class 7 boat. We're thinking maybe when my sister gets old enough that we might race together.
And your sister just started quarter midgets?
Yes, so I have two younger sisters, and they both just got into quarter midget racing, and they're obsessed.
It's in the blood for sure.
Yeah.
Speed is the need.
Class 7 is also where my dad started, and our close, their team isn't here today, but Whoa Mama Speed Marine, they also started in Class 7, and it just truly has had such an impact on all of our racing experience and getting us into the sport that it holds a special place in our heart, Class 7.
And one we oftentimes forget about, Allie, is Mike Bocchino in You Gun Learn. I believe he ran 7 for a little while with a 21 Superboat before stepping up to Class 6. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of the big names that you see out there later on in the day, they started here. So it's very important to highlight these guys. And I'm telling you, this is going to be deck-to-deck racing today.
You know, I was...
Actually, Brian, not to cut you off, but right here on the monitor, we're getting a start here in Class 6.
So on that boat, to the inside of the course, you'll see a yellow flag, and then once the race starts, you'll see a green flag, and that's when the boats will take up and get on to their top speed, chasing that number.
And it looks like the lineup there is Wicked on pole, Punch and Hulls in second, Rum Runners in third, Deception in fourth, and I can't see who's on the outside here in the angle, but Smith Brothers is out there somewhere.
Yes, Smith Brothers is in the sixth boat out, and then you have Team Moderation outside of them, and Money Monster all the way to the outside.
And it looks like we got a green flag here in Class 6, and immediately to the front is Rum Runners, followed closely by Deception. And you have Smith Brothers CRC looking like they're just edging out third, but it's too close to call as they head down to turn 1.
Now, they maintain their lane to the first and second turn.
Yes, sir. So the first turn, which comprises of both the turn 1 pillow and 2 pillow, creates the first turn, and they have to hold their lane through there. It's just a safety measure to make sure it's not a dog pile on the way into the first buoy. But I don't know if you guys could hear that home on your computers or your phones, but when those boats go by, these bracket boats are running more horsepower than some of the boats you'll see later on in the day. And coming up the front stretch now is the start in Class 7, and they are green flag. And that's another one that is way too close to call. There's a straight line. You could throw a blanket over first, second, third, and fourth. But it looks like to me that Jackhammer is out to the lead with Naughty Boys right up on their transom. You got the Punisher coming up the outside with Hanging and Banging there in the middle. I'm telling you guys, this is going to shape up to be one hell of a race. It's going to be deck-to-deck action. And there in screen, you have the 21 velocity or 22 velocity of Chugget. That's Jackson Chase Muller, sons of Jay Muller that we were just talking about. And now on screen, coming out of turn 1, we have a little bit of a better picture here. And it looks like Rum Runners is out in front, Punch and Hulls on the inside in second. Deception giving them a run for their money. It looks like that might even be a tie for second there, Brian.
Yeah, it looks pretty close there. On screen now, you can actually see we were talking about the bat boat, the Anki Manafort design. They're just getting dialed in. They've got a new gentleman in the cockpit with them. But there's another great shot of our Class 6 boats coming down.
We're back to the battle here. Allie, you've watched these guys run for a long time, and you're pretty familiar with Pantera Mike that's in there wheeling for Fran.
Yes, definitely. They're a great team.
And they really have that Scarab dialed up. I mean, it's a really, really tough boat to beat. But right there on screen, you have Punch and Hulls and Deception. It's a 26 Joker and a 24 Jaws. That's a match there that has been racing for 20 plus years, or 15 years at least. I raced against Deception when it was maxed out, and I raced against Punch and Hulls when it was repeat offender. And there in screen, you have the 26 Sutphin of Moderation. That's Mike Lang and Johnny Saris. They're up from Lake George and joining us for the St. Clair River Classic, brought to you by Magna.
Some great water conditions out there today. It doesn't look terribly too choppy. I think there's about a 7.5 mile an hour current.
This is what I've been waiting to see, Brian. I'm sorry, but this is Class 7 coming out of Turn 1, and this is going to be one of the most interesting races of the day. You got Jackhammer out to the lead now with Naughty Boys in second, and it's just a little too far for me to tell you who's in third and fourth, but I think that fourth place boat is hanging and banging. I could just make out the lime green.
Oh, look at them bouncing around.
Oh, we got a lot of action there in the south turn, man. This race course is tough to navigate with this current. You want to tell us a little bit about that, Brian?
Yeah, it's actually a 7.5 mile an hour southbound current. So the guys, we talked earlier, they're all bracketed in speed. They have to take that into consideration when they're coming south, that they're going to be utilizing that current as well.
Well, and it really changes the game when it comes to throttling in these bracket classes. Like here on screen, you see Deception pulling up on the transom of Punch and Hulls. And this is really hard, guys. These guys are in the boats, and they're staring at their GPS, and they're trying to get as close to 70 as possible. 70.0 is technically a breakout. They want to be running 69.99 on the number, and it is so hard to do when you're neck and neck racing. And there's a shot of your leader there in Class 6. That's Fran Vell, and who will be known as Pantera Mike, who might be joining us here at the desk after the race. And
oh, fantastic.
And there you have wicked performance in Class 6.
We got some great interviews coming up. We did some taping yesterday. We talked about that. But we've got guys that are going to stop in and see us here at the booth. And I'm looking forward to hearing what they can say.
I love getting the immediate reaction from these guys when they get out of their boat. It's probably the most charged up you'll see anybody all week.
Sure.
The adrenaline is still rushing from the race.
Yeah, and they will give it to you straight. I mean, they'll tell you what it was like out there, and they'll be in here to tell all of you at home how it's been out there. But right now, as far as I can see, there is not much of a chop. But the river is high, Brian, so it looks like the current's running a bit harder than usual.
Yeah. Usually we deal with about a 7.5 mile an hour current. I know yesterday and the day before it was up somewhere around 9. We've had a lot of rain here over the past month, many more inches than we normally do. The river is actually down a little bit now from where it was a couple weeks ago. We had some pretty good flooding down in the southern area, south of town here. So
wow, and not to cut you off, Brian,
sure.
But back on screen is a battle for third place in Class 7. That's Hanging and Banging and Ella's Nightmare. That's 14-year-old Dominic Stancombe in there, giving Hanging and Banging, a true veteran in Class 7, a real run for his money.
Yeah, coming up close behind them is Punisher. And
out in the lead is Jackhammer, followed closely by Naughty Boys. But on screen, we have Deception and Punch and Hulls, Allie.
yeah, it looks like Deception has gotten the lead on Punch and Holes.
And that's an interesting battle there, because in the boat is Jesse Schmig and Rob Bryant in Deception. And Rob Bryant is very good friends with Throttleman Andy Miller in the Punch and Hulls boat, and nice. Nick Hulbert driving. And they're going to have fun today running neck and neck like that. Those guys know each other and they trust each other, so you're going to see very tight racing.
That's one thing about offshore racing is that everybody, it's like a one big family. Everybody's best friends, helping each other, sharing parts, just going out to dinner. And then when you get on the race course, It's go time.
My saying is always no friends. When the green flag goes up, there's no friends. When the
Nobody's
checkered
friends
flag comes out,
Right.
then we can be buddies again.
Right. Yeah, it's, you know, you talk
That
about
40,
that.
the 35, 40 minutes. It's like, no,
Yep.
not right now.
Not today, buddy.
Call me tomorrow.
And you'll see quite a bit of that as the day goes on. I mean, the battle of Predator and Old School has been pretty notorious in the offshore world this year. And as you said earlier, Brian, those guys are best friends, pit next to each other, help each other work on the boats. And that's the nature of this sport.
Yeah, I seen it yesterday. Some guys went out testing, and they ended up breaking down. And they were just by themselves. It was just the throttlman and driver. I went by there one time. There was like 8 guys working on the boats. Funniest thing, 7 of the 8 guys, all different race team shirts. But they were pitching in to help each other out. They got done. It was hilarious. We went down there. They had a barbecue going.
And there, you just saw leaving screen was Rum Runners out in front still. And there's the gap there. So you could see really well in this shot the distance between Deception and Punch and Hulls looks to me to be about a 5-boat length. And that's not an insurmountable lead. I mean, that's one mess up from Deception, and Punch and Hulls is on them. And entering the fold now, which is no surprise to us, is Smith Brothers CRC. Those guys are some of the most winningest driver and throttlemen in this class. They're 2-time Hall of Champion winners in APBA. They've won countless national championships here in OPA, and it's great to see them back and putting a charge on the leaders.
You know, those guys are hilarious. They remind me of ZZ Top when I see them pull in. Just, you know, some really classy guys, but they've been around for a long time, and they've got that look like, hey, don't mess with me on or off the course.
Yep.
But they're the sweetest guys in the world.
Yep, they are. But I've raced against them for almost a decade, and I promise they're not nice when they put the helmet on.
Probably not.
In our shot right now, we have Class 7 hanging and banging. The Punisher is the boat in the 3rd boat, and then I can't quite make out the boat in the middle there.
I think that's
Is
Ella's Nightmare.
Ella's Nightmare.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's Ella's Nightmare leading the way for Punisher, who was our Class 7 winner in East Lake, Ohio. And that's going to be an interesting battle. I'm telling you, Class 7 is a amazing class in offshore. These guys run hard-nosed. In East Lake, Ohio, we made the mistake of telling these guys we were going to race on a lake. It was about 6-footers there with the occasional 20-foot hole, to quote Smitty. And these Class 7 boys went out there, and like John Hughes there with Hanging and Banging, he lived up to his name. They were hanging and banging. I was standing there in the marina when the guys brought the engine hatch back to the Punisher boys.
Oh, I know. I was talking to a team yesterday. They said the same thing. They didn't notice the cracks they had from that race till this race.
Right. And here you go on screen is Jackhammer, followed closely by Naughty Boys. This is going to shape up to be a real battle. And interesting enough, the 300R for Mercury has been put into the rule book for Class 7 as an experimental motor, and it seems to be living up to everything it was supposed to be. And you have Naughty Boys there chasing down Jackhammer, and the throttleman in that boat, Joe Riley, just put that 300R in the back of his 22 progression. So it's interesting. Joe might be thinking to himself he wasted his time as he goes by Jackhammer with the old 2-stroke.
We still have Rum Runners out in front for Class 6. And back to our battle between Punisher and Ella's Nightmare.
And now we can see that shot was a little far away earlier, but Ella's Nightmare and Punisher have a really tight battle going on, just maybe 4 boat lengths behind your third place boat, Hanging and Banging.
So Class 6 is going to be running 7 laps, and Class 7 is going to be running 5 laps.
And it's hard to see in the shot we have now exactly where they're shaping up, but you'll be able to see as they come out of the turn here down into South Turn. Oh, here we go. That's exactly what I was talking about. You got Rum Runners still out in front, but Deception and Punch and Hulls are really pushing hard. You see Smith Brothers skate way out wide there trying to keep the speed, and that's the game in bracket class racing. For those of you that are at home wondering how this really works, there's kind of 2 styles of thought there. You either kind of sweep the turn and keep your speed, or you make that tight turn and use your acceleration, because in this class you're allowed to build a lot of horsepower. So it kind of offers 2 different styles, and it's interesting to see how they match up on courses like this.
Great shot of Rum Runners there coming up. That's the old maxed out boat, isn't it?
No, that's a 26 Larry Smith Scarab, but followed by Rum Runners is the old maxed out boat. That's Deception. And
Deception is gaining little by little every lap on rum runners.
yeah, absolutely, Allie. I think Deception is really putting a push on, and what they have to be careful of here is that breakout speed.
Yes, that so what happens when you break out of your speed for a certain amount of time is you get bumped down to last place.
Yeah, it's the only technical rule in bracket class. So a breakout is a complete disqualification. So you will receive last place points. In the event that multiple boats break out, it goes to who broke out worse.
Yes.
And some people wear that as a badge of honor. There's actually a boat here in the pits with a sticker on it, world's longest breakout. And for those of you at home that are fans of Money Monster, I can see here in the south end of the course, they are under tow on their way back in, and I feel so bad for those guys. They've been working tirelessly on that boat, and they just can't catch a break. And on screen there is Hanging and Banging. And that's an interesting boat there. I believe that's a Shadow or a Red Line. I'm not 100% sure. It might say it on our sheet. But that boat has competed with OPA here for a long, long time. I want to say going all the way back to 2011.
Yeah, it's a red line.
It's a
to
red
go back
line.
to that.
Yeah, so it's interesting. They've run in some of the roughest races we've ever run. And to see that boat compete time and time again is a real testament to the hard work that these Class 7 teams put in. Because they are, like in Point Pleasant this year, they were running in 6 to 8s.
Yeah, Point Pleasant put up some big water for the small boats.
Yeah, and that was fun to call.
It was a show.
It's so cool when those boats are soaring through the air like that, because it's something you're really not supposed to ever see.
Yeah, but it's definitely interesting to see how they handle in that type of water.
Yeah, and there on screen is Deception. I'd love to see the gap in front of them to Rum Runners. And see maybe how they're shaking out in these turns. Who's doing better in the north turn or the south turn? And there on screen is Naughty Boys. They're coming out of the south turn, and as far as I can see, there's no Jackhammer in sight, guys.
He looks excited in the boat.
Here they are now. They just came around the corner. So there's Jackhammer about 7 boat lengths behind Naughty Boys. I have to imagine that something happened in order for them to gain that much ground, as
Yes.
Jackhammer was leading.
Something in that turn.
Yeah, in the north turn. Yeah, that's a considerable lead there. I mean, if you look at the logistics of how this race is playing out, both of those boats are running very close to 60 miles an hour. For someone to gain that much distance, something significant had to happen.
Yes, definitely. Right now, Class 7, our standings look like it is Naughty Boys, Jackhammer, Hanging and Banging, followed by Punisher, and then Ella's Nightmare, and Chug It.
And I would, I have a mind to stay fixed on the leaders there. I mean, Jackhammer's no slouch. I mean, that's Julian and his partner run that boat tirelessly. They tested home, they tested the sites, they put in the time, they put in the work. They've been to every event this year.
And they're all the way down from Florida. They
Yep.
traveled all the way from Florida to come up here to St. Clair, Michigan this weekend.
Yep, absolutely. And here on screen is Rum Runners. I'm telling you guys at home, I don't know if you can tell here in this camera shot, but Deception's only 2 or 3 boat lengths off of Fran and Mike, and they are really gaining ground. And it looks like as the race goes on, they're finding faster and faster lines in these turns.
We might see that bounty come into effect in this race. You never know.
Yeah. And there on screen is Moderation, just a beautiful old Sutphin. That should have been in the Clash of the Titans race, if you ask me.
Sure.
And then on screen you have Wicked, which is Chris and Jay. And we were just talking about Jay Mueller and his son. They're actually sharing the race course today, just in different classes.
Yep. That's got to be interesting when Dad passes them.
Mm-hmm.
They got to act natural. Dad's watching.
A little wave, right?
And there, I think we just caught a little blip of the Class 7 boats coming out of turns 1 and 2, or going into turns 1 and 2.
These are
And there's the Rindle 1 design entry there, running a bit behind the pack. Not sure what happened to them today, but they're pretty out of touch with the rest of the pack.
We probably want to do them, a couple times.
yeah, definitely.
We see our 3rd and 4th place boat in Class 7.
Yeah, and they're on screens, Punisher. And, you know, I have to think that Punisher at this point in the race is looking around thinking, well, I'm too far away from the next boat, and I'm too far in front of the boat behind me. So a lot of that, being conservative in this river not to break out must be coming into effect for them.
Yeah.
You know, you start to just settle into your position and make sure that you don't take yourself out.
And we have to remember that the ending positions on the river right now are not official until their GPS data is read. So there's always a chance for 3rd to move up to 2nd or vice versa, things like that to happen.
Yeah, you never know until really all the data's in. On the backstretch here, I'm looking at Rum Runners and Deception, and there's a perfect example. It is so hard for Jesse Smig and Rob Bryant in that Deception boat to not just go get them. These boats are capable of 90, 95 miles an hour, but they're propped back to 70. And that's just a serious discipline.
Patience is key. Oh, we have a battle between CRC, Smith Brothers, and Punch and Holes. Smith Brothers has gained a great amount on Punch and Holes since the beginning of the race.
You know, I think, Allie, what I'm noticing is a lot of these boats are making up ground coming from the northbound side of the course. I think that turn up there might be getting a little choppy and throwing some guys off.
Definitely.
Because Smith Brothers made up a considerable amount of ground there on Punch and Holes as they go into the south turn. And if we can get that back on screen, that's the lime green entry of Punch and Holes in Class 6, followed closely by Smith Brothers CRC.
You know, I just want to know how many chiropractors you guys visit a year bouncing around up there.
After the rough races, probably a lot.
And unfortunately, there on screen, we did just see the Goofing Around Class 7 entry also on a hook on their way in.
In Class 7, we still have Naughty Boys in the lead, followed by Jackhammer. Naughty Boys still has a considerable lead on Jackhammer.
And don't quote me on this, but I do believe Class 7 is on their last lap.
Yes, I do believe so.
So this is shaping up to be this is where you put all the chips on the table, guys, especially here in this battle with Rum Runners and Deception. That distance hasn't changed from last lap to this lap, but now's when you pull all the tricks out of your sleeve.
We have a lead change with Smith Brothers CRC and Punch and Holes. They gained the lead in the turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, Smith Brothers has overtaken them to take 3rd, and this is going to be interesting to see how Andy and Nick handle this in Punch and Holes. They're pretty much a brand new team. They ran Lake of the Ozarks with us as well as East Lake, Ohio, and they're just kind of getting their foot in the door, and they're doing beautifully. I mean, they've competed like banshees in the last few races. They're just ready to go.
It's definitely when it comes down to that, these last few laps, and not trying to just catch that person in front of you, you really have to be patient and just not try and push ahead.
You know what the key is? The key is to run your race. Like, as you're looking at this shot right now on screen, look how congested that race course is going into that turn. A lot of this is going to be keeping your head and staying level and not panicking. And whoever manages this lap traffic coming up here better is probably going to come out on top. As you see the first and second place entry go through the turn, you see the Class 7 boats start to go into the turn. And now it's going to be tough for Smith Brothers and Punch and Holes to navigate which line they want to take. Because these boats, they react harshly to boat wakes in the turns. So it's not like it's not like a car where you can just kind of pick a spot and stay there. You have to avoid all the obstacles in your way, and the guys in front of you are trying to place them strategically to keep you off their transom. And there we have the shot coming out of the northbound turn, so that's coming out of turn 2. And it looks like Smith Brothers went through that turn pretty clean, and Punch and Holes is settling into 4th place there. Oh, man, but on screen, here we go. Deception's really putting it on Franvell and Mike.
They are right on the tail of Team Rum Runners.
And it is so good to see. This is the class we were talking about earlier where Rum Runners has really been the dominant boat in Class 6, but you can't really say that anymore as Deception put it on them in Lotto.
Oh, yeah.
And here they are back again in St. Clair. Looks like they're putting a press on them coming down to the end here.
So coming up after this race is over, we've got some fantastic interviews that we recorded for everybody. We'll get into those in a little bit, but we're going to talk about capsule testing and Sensation Power Boats, Foster Oil. So got a lot of good stuff coming up. So don't go anywhere in between the races.
And if I'm correct on this, Brian, we're not shutting down this live stream between races. So you're here for the day with us, folks. So get comfy, and
We'll have nonstop content for you guys all day.
and let us know what you think of the 2021 St. Clair River Classic, brought to you by Magna.
Yeah, and if the Coney Islands listen, they could probably bring us lunch.
Yeah, that would be okay. I think I would accept that.
Me too.
And here we go. We got a shot coming out of the south turn now, running up to the start-finish line. It looks like Rum Runners has maintained their lead over Deception coming down to the wire here, as long as nothing changes. If you see that spray coming out the side of the boat of Deception, I believe that's a ballast tank. I'd be curious to talk to Rob and Jesse and see if that's a ballast tank or an exhaust dump. And curious if they needed that ballast tank on the backstretch. What a ballast tank is, folks, for you guys listening at home, is quite simply just a tank in the front that you fill with ballast. Just that to help balance the boat in the rough water races. And here's another battle. This battle's shaping up for fourth place as they come down to the start-finish boat. It's Punch and Hulls in Moderation really going at it. Moderation is really getting the hang of running that boat. Mike Lang and Johnny Saris have done an amazing job getting that boat set up. And actually, they get them by a nose coming to the start-finish line this lap. And that's one we're going to really want to pay attention to. That's a good race going on there. As the conclusion of Class 7's race.
Yes, I just saw the checkered flag get waved in.
Yeah, so it looks like Naughty Boys and Jackhammer have come in unofficially first and second, with it looks like the Punisher coming in third. I don't know if something happened to Hangin' and Bangin'.
Yeah, it looks like Hangin' and Bangin' is not in the fourth place spot
What
either,
a bummer.
which moves Ella's Nightmare up to that fourth place spot.
Oh, and there's your silver lining. And yeah, it looks like Punisher comes in unofficially third, and Ella's Nightmare comes in unofficially fourth.
Followed by Chug It for the unofficial fifth.
And it looks like we got Hangin' and Bangin' coming up in sixth. They might just be down on power. Something must have happened there.
Just to repeat that's all these are unofficial results, but we have Naughty Boys first, Jackhammer second, and Punisher third. And on the screen right now, we still have Deception running down Rum Runners as they're coming into turn 3 and 4 on the south end of the course.
And this is when it's really for all the marbles, right? I mean, they're coming down the backstretch with the current at their back, and these guys are trying to get as close to their breakout speed as possible. Deception is still 100% within striking distance. If Rum Runners goes into that south turn and wiggles even the littlest bit, these guys are good enough to really capitalize.
Yes, that could give Deception a great advantage to gain some ground.
And here's Smith Brothers, now comfortably in third place. It looks like they got about a 7 or 8 boat length lead on Moderation, which has firmly taken fourth over Punch and Hulls. And that's just a bummer, as Andy and Nick ran so good in Punch and Hulls all day.
Yes, they've been having battles on the race course all day.
Which is good. You get, a guy like Nick in there who's new to the sport, new to driving, and is really showing his worth. I mean, he's battled with some of the class's best, and that's a great learning opportunity for him.
Yes, definitely.
And here we go in this shot. You got Moderation and Punch and Hulls making their way into the turn. I believe this is Rum Runners and Deception coming out of the turn, and I do believe this is for the win, right? I do believe this is the last lap. And it looks like it's still the same distance. I think Rum Runners is still holding that 4-boat lead. 4-boat lead over Deception.
I do see the checkered flag waving on the start-finish boat.
How do you see that so far out there? My eyes just aren't as good as yours.
That's why we brought Allie.
Right.
A nice close-up shot of our unofficial first place, Rum Runners, followed very closely by Deception. They really put on a show for us today.
Yeah, that was a 3-second distance between both of those boats. I mean, when you think about racing for in excess of 35 to 45 minutes to have it decided by 3 seconds, that's how good these guys are.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then we have Team CRC Smith Brothers coming in our unofficial third place spot, followed by Team Moderation and Punch and Holes.
And that's a good day for Mike Lang and Johnny Saris. That's another team that's, you know, Saris has been in the sport for a very long time, but Mike Lang's new, and he's running like a veteran today. I mean, overtaking positions and running in a crowd like that, and this race course is very difficult.
It's great to see these new teams, and especially the veterans, really teaching and leading the newer teams through the races this year. And you've seen a lot of that this year. Several teams have been being led by veterans.
And I think you're going to see it too later on in the day, like even in Pro Stock with Steve Papp running with
Travis.
With Travis, sorry about that. And where Travis is, he's got a bunch of races under his belt now. They've been to every event this season.
Yeah, they have made every single event on the calendar, which is a very large commitment. It's almost every weekend it seems like they're racing.
And Travis is sharing the cockpit with Steve and sometimes Charlie McCarthy, right, who ran
Yes.
together in the Done Deal boat
before
Travis bought it.
That boat last year was our world champion in that class, and 2018 as well. His throttleman, Steve Papp, speaking of veterans, is also part of the APBA Hall of Champions. So he's definitely got a good teacher teaching him and learning the ropes of the class, which some would say is one of the most difficult classes to get the hang of.
I'd have to agree with you. I think you'd be hard-pressed.
Well, you should know, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I've unfortunately been a bit busy this season. I haven't been in my own boat. You'll see it later on today with Ed Smitty Smith and Anthony Smith, my father and my brother running. But I gave it a shake there in Morehead City last year, and I was really impressed with the difficulty of that boat. I enjoy that. I enjoy driving. And that's a boat that you have to drive at every point in time on the race course. It's
Yes,
a nimble, thin, very fast V-bottom.
Hopefully next year we get to share the race course together.
Yeah, I think it's coming. But just real quick to congratulate our unofficial winners here, you have Rum Runners with the checkered flag and Naughty Boys just over the moon. I could see them out there just radiating excitement with their checkered flag, and I'm so proud of those boys. The Class 7 guys as a whole have represented this sport phenomenally, and so has Rum Runners. Rum Runners, Franvel and Pantera Mike, man, you're going to see Pantera in the booth here with us shortly. They are just awesome, awesome guys.
We see hanging and banging under tow, so that must be some explanation for as to why they dropped out of that unofficial third place spot.
Guys, we're getting all thumbs up from the crew here. They're really liking what we're doing. I guess we're getting some great feedback. We're inviting everybody to go to our Facebook page. I know OPA has a Facebook page.
Yes.
Blue Water Offshore Racing has a Facebook page. Go there, like us on Facebook, put some comments up there. We're going to kind of roll into a couple interviews for a couple minutes. It'll give the crew in time to reset, give us an opportunity to a little chit-chat offline. And we talked to Kevin Thomas about capsule testing, so they're going to go ahead and cue that up for us, but we'll let them take it away for a little bit here, and we'll be back shortly with the 2021 St. Clair River Classic presented by Magna.
See you guys.
Did you know all racers are required to participate in a safety test? Yesterday morning at the St. Clair High School, rescue diver Kevin Thomas explains what the test is all about.
What I'm looking for in a successful test is actually once the capsule is rolled over, that we see bubbles, so that means the person's breathing through the rig, nice and easy, and that they've counted to 10 before they drop the wheel, undo the buckles, and slide out the cell, whether it comes out the side for offshore or forward somersault through the front of the boat for the hydroplanes. And when they come to the surface, turning with the rig still in the mouth and giving me a big okay sign so that we know that everything is all right.
These tests not only ensure that racers are safe, but rescue divers as well.
So St. Clair is strange water in St. Clair. We know it's going to be flat. We're racing on a river. So the boat's going to be set up to run higher speeds. You know, we expect to see speeds around 160 miles an hour down the straights. But The one thing that's very difficult in St. Clair is the currents on the river. So they run very, very fast. And when you get to the turns at the end, at one end, it assists you in turning, and the other end, it resists the turning. So the driver will have to get very used to different inputs at different ends of the racetrack. Britt's going to be driving the boat in St. Clair, which is Britt's first time for this season that he's been in the boat. Got no problem knowing that Britt will be able to handle the situation. And I know he's excited about getting back in there, as we are getting him back in the boat and getting some time in. Nice thing about St. Clair, very, very enthusiastic crowds there, and a very knowledgeable crowd again, that we've been going back many, many years. We love going to St. Clair, love the people there. The nice thing about St. Clair is everything is all in one area. Many of the race sites that we go to have a craning area that's many miles away from where the boats are pitted and where the race course is from where the boat is pitted. But the real nice thing about St. Clair is it's all under one umbrella. The trip to the crane is just down the road. The pits are there. You can walk from the pits to the waterfront and watch the race. So it's very crowd friendly. It's very crew friendly for us, setting everything up. We're not having to go miles apart from each other, and it's nice being able to get into some flat water and stretch the boat's legs for the upcoming race. So we're very much looking forward to it.
Specials every day, rooms upstairs if you want to stay. If you love music, hit play at the good old Murphy Inn. At the good old Murphy Inn.
Looking for a great spot to enjoy lunch or dinner with fantastic daily food and happy hour specials? Look no further than the Murphy Inn in St. Clair. This is Paul, owner of the Murphy Inn. Our charming Irish pub features different food and drink specials every day of the week, plus live entertainment every Wednesday through Saturday. The inn even offers 7 unique hotel rooms complete with modern amenities, perfect for overnight stays or a weekend getaway.
There ain't no doubt we're going out to the good old Murphy Inn. To the good old Murphy Inn.
Here at Sensation, we are proud to offer a 3-model line. The 32 CCX, 34 CCX, and 40 CCX. Our 32 CCX is packed with features found on the larger model, in addition to its best-in-class performance. The handling is unlike anything you've driven at this size. Our 34 CCX has proven to be a showstopper at any time. This CCX has an expanded cabin, 3rd engine option, and a foot wider beam than the 32. Our largest CCX to date, the 40, comes standard with 2nd row seating, dive door, bow thruster, and an optional 4th engine. Follow our Facebook and Instagram pages to see all the boats coming out of Algonac, Michigan. Trust me.
Reese and Sarah, and it's pretty simple to find out where they're from. They're from Jackhammer Offshore Racing. And what's the number on your boat, Reese?
We're S42. We actually have two boats here at this race. We're bringing S42 and we're doing the 700 class.
And tell us what kind of boats, what size they are.
We got a 32 Victory with 300 XSs, and we got a
Velocity.
We got a Velocity Class 7 boat.
So do you race for a living?
No. We work hard. We like to, but yeah, we want to. But no, we don't. We own a construction company, concrete company. So that helps us provide what we do, and we own a boat shop in Florida that our mechanics, our crews, our guys all work there. Yep. So that's kind of what we do.
So is the name of your business Jackhammer Construction?
Yeah, no, it was from we're a concrete company, so we're trying to come up with something clever and something neat, you know what I mean, so we came up with,
Jackhammer stuck.
And so we got the big cheerleader here is Callie.
Correct.
And what does Callie do on the weekends?
What do you like to do? Cheer on Daddy racing. Yep. That's right.
So,
that's about right.
So the orange tennis shoes are one of the sponsor colors or the team colors, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. If you see an orange tennis shoe around, that's our guys. That's our team.
We all wear them. So.
So home port again is where?
Home port for us would be, Palmetto, Florida is where our shop is, but we also have a shop at Lake of the Ozarks and one in Springfield. So we just Springfield, Illinois. So we just travel back and forth wherever we got to go, whatever we got to do. But our biggest part of all our boats get worked on at Palmetto, Florida. They do all the motors, the riggings, the fixing. They're at Manatee Marine. They do everything for us.
And you are the driver?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, I'm the driver, and super stock cock, and then I got Ricky Molinado is my throttle guy. He's in the boat all the time, and that's what we do.
Okay. And do you ever race with him?
I have not. I've gone on. I've taken test runs, joy rides, but nope, not yet.
Now, how fast is your boat typically?
We'll probably go in the 115, 120 range in that area. So.
Have you been here before?
Yes, we did. We have been. We were here 2 years ago.
Yeah,
19. We did. We did 2 years ago. So it's a great site, great venue, great place, beautiful. The water is amazing here. It's about the prettiest water you can see, for this area.
And the currents give you havoc.
The currents are heck. So when you go around, your first curve,
north turn.
The north turn, holy cow! It could be rough or it could be slick as ice. But I'm going to tell you right now, I got a feeling it'll be rough with the wind out there. Just looking at the water today.
Right.
So
it's Friday afternoon. When do you expect to drop the boat in the water for a little testing?
We'll definitely have it in tomorrow. Our crews are flying in right now from Florida, so they should be here within 2 to 3 hours. And then we'll start finishing doing some fine tuning, some other stuff on the boat that we like to do, and we'll be ready to go.
Okay. A couple interviews ago, I asked how many props they had. Two guys, one looked at the other, he says he's got a lot of them. I don't know. How many props would you guess you've got?
We definitely have 9 sets.
Okay.
So we got 9 sets to figure out what we want. And usually we need like another one. We need a 10 set, you know what I mean? But it all depends on what you want to do, and how you are.
Now, what's the cost of a set of props on average?
Well, since we're in a stock class, we can't exceed $5,000.
Okay.
So we have to stay at $5,000.
That's good for you, the owner.
That's good for us as owners, but that's in our class. You have to be all stock. You got to have 300 excesses. You can't change absolutely nothing in the motors. You don't rebuild. You don't do that. Everything's got to be stock. The compression's got to be. You got to run them as is.
Do they get teched for compression before or after?
Oh yeah, they tech us every time. They tech us before the race and then after the race. They always do the top 3. They always do like the top 3, and they usually tech the rest of us as well.
Okay. Now I'll ask another silly question that may be silly, may not. I'm assuming that both motors have the same prop on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, they do. They have the same prop on them. Now, in our class, the computers come from. The computers will come from the OPA will give them our P1, or anybody will give us our computers, and then we can do everything else ourselves. And so basically that's all they offer to us. The rest of it we have to do and make it work.
Are you down to a couple sets of props? You're pretty much thinking what you're going to use?
Yeah. Okay. I knew since we raced this water before, we kind of knew how it's going to be, but I'm going to tell you, a racetrack can change within seconds, within minutes, seconds. So we can be racing 4-footers, and we can go 8-footers, like that.
Well, another good indicator, yesterday, the day before, it was like 90 degrees and humid. Today's 68 and not humid.
Exactly.
So humidity's probably in the 40%. So there's a lot of changes.
Yeah. And it changes. Every race site changes, though. I mean, we've raced where we raced one not too long ago, and it was halfway smooth when we went out there, and then right in the middle of the race, you go 4 laps down, all of a sudden you're getting 2 to 3 foot taller than what you were used to. So it makes a big difference.
A lot of times with props, they test with a set of props, and weather can change overnight, and I'm learning, and we're making last minute decisions on what we're going to run, basically.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, we'll look forward to seeing Jackhammer Offshore Racing at the front, and
And that's what it's all about. We're here to support you guys. We're here for fun. But guess what? We're here to win too, so it's going to be a great time.
You want to win, and you want to go home in one piece where the boat's big bill coming Monday.
Yeah, we do. We got another race coming up next week, so we can't tear it up. We got to go to Michigan. We got to go to Michigan City. So don't get me wrong. If we tear it up, we'll fix it. But we will be at Michigan City.
Okay.
Cargill.
All right.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you.
Hey, and welcome back to the 2021 St. Clair River Classic presented by Magna. I'm here with Allie Pep and Nick Smith. My name's Brian Kowalski. Our format's a little different this year, guys. We're going to spend some time with our online viewers in between races. Traditionally, they've sat there and looked at an APBA, OPA logo for a couple minutes between races. We've got about 20, 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes or so before our next race. And in this downtime, it gives me the opportunity to kind of talk to you guys one-on-one and just ask you some things so our fans get to know you guys. I mean, not that they don't already know you, but like Nick, I've known you since you were real small, and about 20 years now. And all I remember for 18 years was calling you Boomer. How did you get the nickname Boomer?
It's actually not a fascinating story. My mom, who's watching at home, shout out to Mama, what's up? She used to call me Boomer because I kicked so much. And one day my old man said, "Why the hell you call him Boomer?" It was a Boomer Esiason, the kicker. So obviously Boomer Esiason was a quarterback, and there was the name. Ever since then, it's been like a funny stick on my mom that she didn't know who Boomer Esiason was, and that was my nickname. So, and it carried through the rest of my life as I continued to blow up motors and crash golf carts and wreck scooters, and so Boomer kind of became synonymous with Nick Smith.
Nice. Now, Allie, you're from Connecticut, right? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, let's see. I've been in the sport of offshore racing. This would be my 6th year. When I'm not here, I'm very into my schoolwork. That's definitely one thing. I'm building the boat with my dad, working on the boat, traveling, and I was also a gymnast since 4th grade. I was a competitive gymnast, so I've kind of done quite a bit over the years.
So what's life like in Connecticut? I mean, I hear it's a beautiful state, and the tourism up there is pretty cool.
Yeah, where I live, it's great scenery, and it's actually well known for the what's when the leaves change colors?
Fall.
Fall.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, right.
Well known for that. It's on a scenic trail route that people travel just to look at the foliage. There we go. Sorry. Couldn't get that off on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, it's definitely beautiful up there. It's a change of pace from like these race sites that we go to, but it's a good change of pace.
All right, so we're going to go to Paul, I guess.
The town, and that is Chris Hinman from Magna. Welcome to St. Clair, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Glad to be a part of the community now, building our new plant out on Yankee and Range. And glad to be a part of this race and be a major sponsor.
It's so welcoming and so warm, really, that you jumped into this race as a new resident of the community and the support. Magna's a pretty large corporation. You're all over the world. Talk to me. Give me a Reader's Digest version of who Magna is.
Yeah, so we're auto parts manufacturer. We're the largest in North America, 3rd largest in the world. We build everything on a car except for rubber and tires somewhere throughout the globe. So yeah, it's an awesome company. It gives us the flexibility to be more in tune with the communities, and it's just a great company.
The company originally started in Canada. I remember numbers of years ago, and now you're, as I said, you're worldwide. How many, round figures, how many employees you got?
Worldwide, wow.
100,000?
It's upwards of 40,000+ worldwide.
Oh,
it's several. Here local, we should land about 300.
Okay.
At this site, we're gonna hit about 120 by the end of this year. So, looking for a lot of good people still.
So, are you having career days or job fairs, that kind of thing?
No, not yet, but we do have a tent here down by the stage. anybody's interested, we've got people in there that you can talk to. We've got QR codes all around the facility so you can scan and apply. Once we get closer to opening the plant, we'll probably do some more activity, but we're trying to capitalize on this event here this
What
week.
kind of people are you looking for?
Everything, administrative, engineering, maintenance, production, material handling. We have an e-coat line, so people that know paint systems, all kinds of positions.
So the plant on Range Road in Yankee, what will you be producing there?
So we're going to make the battery tray for the electric Hummer at Factory Zero. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it really is awesome. I understand all those Hummers are already pre-sold.
That's what we understand for next year. Yeah, it's going to be hard to get one.
You've got 398,000 square feet out there that popped out of the ground quickly.
Yeah, since I believe November last year was our ground breaking, and yeah, we got power on 2 weeks ago, so it's going up really quick. And the local, teams that are supporting that build are doing a fantastic job.
Well, we welcome you to the community, and if there's anything we can do as a channel to help you find some people, we're happy to do that. But thanks very much for coming, and nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's great to be a part of this event, and safe to say we'll be here going forward. So
Very good.
For your time.
Back to you.
Well, thanks, Paul. It's great that we have the opportunity to hear from our folks at Magna. Being the presenting sponsor this year is a huge plus to us as an organization, and we just want to give them proper credit for jumping on board with us this year. A brand new company that is just got a shell of the building up right now, but they're jumping in to be the presenting sponsor. We've got a lot of other sponsors out there that have helped us this year: Cargill Salt, Buer Lumber, the Chamber of Commerce, Towbook, the DTE Foundation and Waste Management, Anderson, Eckenstein and Westrick, Don Murray, Voyager Inn, Coghlan Jewelers, Thorpe Printing, West Haven Builders, Plan LPG, and then our live stream sponsors. We can't thank them enough as well, and that's Foster Oil, Murphy Inn, Rivers Bend Marina, Sensation Powerboats, and Warwater Brewery. We had a chance earlier, we were just talking amongst ourselves, the three of us, about different things and about our personal lives and that sort of thing. I got to ask the two of you, why offshore racing? Why not stock car racing or professional tennis or fencing or something?
So this one is actually kind of interesting for my family. Where we live in Connecticut, we're actually an hour and a half away from anywhere where we could even test a race boat. So we're in the woods of a small town where I like to make a joke that there's more of like farm animals than people is where I'm from. So getting into offshore racing was my dad started in freestyle jet skis, and then he met somebody through there where their dad used to race, and they were like, hey, let's get into class 7, let's try it out, and here we are 6 years later, and it's become our lives. It's made such an impact on us.
That's awesome to have a story like that. Now, Nick, I know from your guys' standpoint, it's a little different. Tell us about that.
I didn't have a choice, Brian.
That's what I thought. Right.
I was born into this. My father came into the sport in the 80s, actually doing some safety boat volunteering and stuff like that throughout the years. Went down to Key West for, several years in a row volunteering down there, and that's where he got the bug. Always wanted to do it. He had a triple engine Scarab 34 Scarab Super Sport that after the race was over, he tried to get some of the race boats to race them and whatnot. And so the long short of it is that 32 Viper that you saw earlier in the Clash of Titans was built in Bricktown, New Jersey by a company called Futura Marine, Paul and Felix Mumolo. And they were good friends with my father, and he had watched kind of that whole project come and go, right? Mm-hmm. Well, a number of years passed, and we had the marina in Bricktown, and we found what was then called the Mary Kay, which is the 32 Viper that you saw today. And it ran on 280s and TRSs, and it was a 70, 71 mile an hour boat, but he knew where it came from. It was one of those Futura Vipers, and he had to have it. So he restored the whole boat. It was beautiful. It was white, and, it was a pleasure boat. And my brother, one day we came into the shop and my brother had stickers on it and numbers on it and some explaining to do. And a few days later, we were in the Point Pleasant Grand Prix at the time under OPA. The president at the time was Kurt Berger. And it just took off from there. We had a lot of help along the way. People like Augie Pensa and Ed Smith, who's Rivers Bend Marina, one of our sponsors of the live stream. And it's too many to name. I mean, between, the Johnny Stanch and Val and all the guys over the years that have really pushed OPA to where it is now. For me, why offshore? Why not?
Right.
It's you can't find a downside to this. Most of the negatives are created out of boredom.
Right.
It's just a unique thing. I don't know of any other motorsport that is this tight knit in camaraderie. I don't know any other motorsport that generates the type of feel that you feel when you walk around one of these events. I think if you walk down the road and you asked any fan here if they were having a great time or not, you would have a unanimous yes. There's just something magical about an offshore powerboat race, and that goes for every single club, entity, organization, sanctioning body. This is just a unique thing. It's not just here. It's everywhere. And you're watching the fourth installment of the APBA Championship Series here in St. Clair, and we have a great corroboration, and we work tightly to continue and ensure the success of offshore. And for me, that's exactly why I'm here. I enjoy this sport. I think the fans enjoy this sport. There's nothing like actually doing it. So why not cars? Why not dirt bikes? Why not quads? It's just not a boat.
Right.
There's just something different about a boat and an ever-changing race course.
Well, that's awesome. Not that you guys have too much downtime, because you don't, because you got businesses at home that you run. And Ellie, you're building the boat with your dad. Outside of offshore, outside of building the boat, outside of working at the Marina Neck, what do you guys do for hobbies? What sparks Allie's interest?
Well, like I was saying before, I competed competitively in gymnastics up until this past May, and now I'm running the recreational program at my gym. I'm the director there, and
Nice.
I coach the little kids from ages 2 all the way up to like 13, 14 years old, and I teach them the foundations of gymnastics and watch them move up through the levels, and that really it's great. It's special. Like here we were talking about the veterans teaching the new guys in the classes, and it's kind of like me. I've been through it all in gymnastics, and now I'm teaching the little kids. So
That's pretty cool. I shudder to think, trying to do a cartwheel. I'd end up on the ground. Getting up would be such a pain.
Don't worry, Brian. We're not far from the crane, my friend. We can stand us back up.
So Nick, how about you? Aside from offshore and the work that you do, what are you passionate about besides your podcast? Because we're going to talk about that in a little bit.
Well, and Allie and I have that in common. She has a YouTube channel, The Outer Paps, which you can go to and watch Allie lay up all the carbon fiber and help Steve cut that boat apart and make it the rocket ship that it's going to be. And yeah, I mean, you touched on my podcast. Some of the things I do, it all involves boating. Basically, my life is wrapped around it. In the wintertime, I'm down in Florida fishing and back in Jersey working, trying to keep the money flowing so I can go fishing. and basically, my main hobby is trying to save enough money to make sure I can go to all these boat races.
That's awesome. It seems like to me, not only are everybody here a family, out on the street, teams and that sort of thing, but families, individual families, Ellie's like yours and Nick like yours. When you look at family dynamics, Ellie, like your dad's out there racing today, so you got to be, you're rooting for the old man there, obviously, right?
Yeah, it's I like to get shirts from all the teams, and I always say that it's so hard to pick which ones, because there's only so many days in a race weekend. It's so hard to not get to wear every single shirt and support every single team and family during the weekends. It's just truly, you get to meet so many great people and make so many great friends that there's really nothing else like it.
It's funny you talk about collecting shirts. As guys are coming into town, I'm showing them where they can park and that sort of thing on the road. Do you realize once they found out I was going to work the live stream with you guys, how much money they would offer me to wear one of their shirts during this live stream? And, for me being, I say like an outsider, because I'm not with you guys every weekend when you guys are going around. It's so cool to understand, or it's cool for me. I think it's hard to understand for some of our fans how involved we get from our side and how passionate we can get from our side. I look forward to this all year long, just to see you guys when you guys come into town, or occasionally I'll go to another site with you guys. And when guys roll into town or they call me ahead of time, they're like, "Hey, Brian, how's it going?" I never thought they would ever remember my name, and I got guys that have my phone number saved in their phone from 5-6 years ago. So it really goes to show how close everybody is together. We talked about hobbies and that sort of thing and things that you're doing away from the racing. What is it like to be a racer? How would you sum that up, being a racer? Other than, I love to go fast and I love the boats. What's it like to be a racer, Ellie?
Well, I think Nick has raced, and I've never raced yet. I plan to. But I don't know, Nick, what do you think? You've been on the race course a lot.
I think for most of us, and I don't speak for all of us, but it's a personal achievement. What we do out there for a lot of us is a test of strength within ourselves. You watch some of those rough water events and you think to yourself, how are they still doing that? And it's just the want to do it, the passion for it. It's to be a racer is to be married to this. Every day, day in, day out, it's all we think about. It's all we do. You'll be sitting at home at 3 o'clock in the morning and a thought pops in your head about how I could maybe, change the bottom, move this around, sharpen a strake, move some weight around, maybe pick up some speed. And these are thoughts that you have constantly. It never leaves you. Every day it consumes you. And that's why you see the passion that you see for this sport.
I know a lot of, I even just being so close around my dad all the time and racing, sometimes it's not even about if you get the first or the second or the third place trophy. A lot of these guys, they strive for their personal goals. Like, oh, did this change I made in between races work? Did it not work? And going back and improving. And then, of course, when you get that first or second or third and get on the podium, it's like, wow, you really see your accomplishments pay off. And I remember when my dad ran his first race, we were ecstatic. It was the greatest thing ever. It's
that was here, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, it actually was. So this holds a special place in our heart. But it's you put in all this hard work in. You get on the race course, you just show everybody what you got and how you're doing.
Well, that's awesome. You guys are talking about technical stuff. And before we get into that, I know the booth's going to queue up an interview that we did with Tyler Miller from MCon, Nate from Predator, and George from Bulletproof. So while we're waiting on them to queue those up for us, let's talk about the technical side. All the boats go through a tech inspection. Can you guys kind of take me through what they're looking at there?
Yeah, so for instance here coming up, you're going to see the Pro Stocks take the course. Mm-hmm. Now, there's going to be two very, very similar styles of these boats. You're going to see Boat Floater, which is Steve Kildall, and is he running with his daughter? Or
he is running with his son, Stephen Kildall.
Okay, so it's Stephen Kildall, and that's a modified V. So the only difference between that and Pro Stock is they're basically the same power plant, except for the intake and the carburetor, whereas in the 525 we're running fuel injection. And they're very similar. The carbureted motors get a little more air. They're a little faster, 2 or 3 miles an hour, but they are separate classes. So then you're going to see the Pro Stocks. Now, starting with Pro Stocks, tech inspection is more about making sure you have the right internals in the engines, making sure you're running the right RPMs, making sure the boat weighs the right weight. It doesn't have any extra plumbing in it to hide any weight, or, because all of these boats are going in somewhere around 4,850, 4,850 pounds, and the minimum in the class is 4,750.
Yes.
So they calculate the fuel that they're going to burn, and they go in with just enough fuel to come out at just the right weight. And now there's a lot of tricks to get around that. Storage compartments for water and things that, you can't really see with the naked eye. And that's what tech inspection's for. And it's to, ensure competitive likeness, make sure that those boats that are going out there are stock, or,
Okay.
That's why it's Pro Stock V.
Right. So it's kind of keeping them on the same playing field.
Absolutely.
Just kind of double checking the good guys, so we say, right?
Yeah, so in Super Stock coming up later on in the day, you'll see those boats all run with the Mercury 300 XS.
And the interview with Jackhammer was a great example of how OPA hands out the computers so that it's randomized every race, so there's no tricks or anything in those computers, and talking about taking a selection from 10 different sets of props.
Yeah, And that's another thing too, Brian, when you say keeping everybody on the same playing field. Propellers really make a difference in these boats. We do bolt the computers on them, so we know that they're on a stock tune, so that really no matter what you do to the engine, as long as it's on a stock tune, you can't get too far. And the competitive advantage in that class, and most spec classes, is the propellers. So we don't mandate any type of selection of propellers other than some outruled equipment that goes universally across the class, not for any particular boat.
Sure.
But they can put any propeller on it that they want. So in this case, today, I don't know specifically what super stock will be picking and pitch, but like the pro stocks, your choice today is between like a 28, a 29, and a 30 pitch propeller. And it depends on what you've done with them, how you've had them worked, what the rakes are, what the number of blades are. It all affects the way the boat runs. And you'll see in this race coming up, the pro stocks will look pretty uniform at the start of the race, but you'll quickly see who hit the setup right. And it's the most crucial part of this race, is that setup.
And you're talking about the propellers and stuff, and in the dry pits, when guys are coming into town, most of them don't have props on. It's a safety thing for us, obviously, if they have props on, to have prop covers on them, because I have literally seen a guy throw a tomato just nice and easy like a Ginsu knife on a prop. They're so sharp to cut through the water. I guess these props I've heard props are like upwards of 10 grand.
Yes, you could spend a lot of money on propellers over the years.
Well, and that's what's known as retail.
Right.
So you could spend $10,000 on a set of propellers and then put 10 more into them, trying to get them to work the way you want them to.
Yeah, so the different race teams, they send them back to the propeller guys, and then they do some work on them. They send them back if that doesn't work, and so on and so forth.
It sounds pretty awesome. One of the other things, I believe the booth's going to be buzzing me here pretty soon for these 2 interviews coming up. But while we're waiting on that podcast, so you guys are both doing podcasting. It's something that I'm looking at doing myself here in the near future for a project that's coming for me. Allie, you're doing a podcast about your boat
building the boat, yes.
And then Nick, you're doing one on offshore in general. What I'd like to do is, let's go to the interview, because the booth's telling me they got that loaded up. When we get back, let's share with our fans your guys' thoughts on your podcast. So we're going to head off to a couple interviews here and let you guys take a look at those. Our first one's with Tyler Miller from MCON.
Hey, we're here with Tyler Miller, and we got it figured out. He's the man of MCON Racing. And tell us, Tyler, where MCON Racing is out of.
MCON Racing is out of Wathena, Kansas. We do all of our testing and setup at Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri.
Okay. Now, I've never been to Lake of the Ozarks, but I've heard a lot about it, a lot of boating going on there. Are there races that you have there?
Yeah, so they race a shootout every year, which is 3/4 of a mile straight line, fastest speed wins. And then also they do lake race in the first part of June, which is the same as what you'll see out here in St. Clair. So there's usually 8 to 10 laps between the 1 and the 6 mile marker at the Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri.
Okay. And how long you been doing this?
This is our 6th year racing in the Super Cat class. We started with a 40 skater back in 2015-ish and 2016, and have worked our way up in the class to a 388 skater, and looking forward to a good race.
Now, from the standpoint of a 388 skater, a lot of the people won't know what that is. How is that in the skater hierarchy? Is that the biggest boat that they make?
No, skater makes up to a 50-footer, but in the racing industry, their 388 to their 40 is about as big as what races in the Super Cat class right now. Okay. Then all the way down to the stock boats, I think there's a 30-footer running in the Super Stocks.
Okay. Have you been here before?
Yes, we have. We were here. We raced here in 2019 and didn't fare so well. I think lap 5 or 6 we ended up on our lid upside down, but lived to race another day, and we're excited to be back.
Now, so you went upside down on your boat. What caused that?
A little bit of everything. There's 3 or 4 things came into play. They were racing us with the Class 1 boats, a little bit faster boats. We got in some aerated water, got a little slick on us, and along with the current that's out here in the river. So a lot of things led into the accident. But again, we practice our safety. We go through our Dunkers test to do everything to come out safe. We did, and we were in Michigan City the next weekend racing again. So all good.
Now, is that the first and only time that's happened to you?
That's the first and only, and hopefully the last.
Exactly.
Yes. For
now, I've never talked to anybody that flipped over in a boat like that. That's got to be a crazy experience. How did you fare the next weekend?
The next weekend we ended up 4th. We actually had a different boat being built at that point in time, so the boat sustained moderate damage and engine failure. Obviously, when they're 220 degrees, you go upside down, they get in 60-degree water. So, so we had a different boat that we raced the following week in Michigan City, and we went out and ended up 4th. But little sketchy back in the cockpit, you know, getting used to everything again after you go upside down.
Now, do you do this for a living?
I do not. We're an underground utilities business based in the Midwest, Wathena, Kansas. We're an hour north of Kansas City. And we've got around 100 employees that work hard every day, and we work in a 4 or 5 state area back home doing underground utility work.
Now, is that MCON?
That is MCON.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you're a businessman that supports your fun on the weekend.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So when something breaks, you're a little different than the guy that is piloting for somebody else.
Yes, very much so. We like to not break, which, as we all know in racing, doesn't happen very often. You're always breaking something, but absolutely, you know, it's an actor tradition. You know, you just try to keep the boats running the best you can, and put a package together. Try to budget for the year and hope for the best. You know, some years it works out and some years it doesn't. When you go upside, obviously the budget is out the door at that point.
Now, how big a crew do you have?
We bring 6 people with us to the races, and then we have a decent fan base, some very good family friends, some friends at the lake that usually show up and help out and pitch in, which makes it a lot nicer. You know, there's a lot of work going on, setup, takedown, and then just throughout the racing itself. So it takes a lot of people.
Got another guy from MCON.
Yes,
I'm late. I'm Myrick.
And what do you do there with MCON?
I drive.
You drive, okay.
Yeah.
So we got the driver and the throttle man. Where's the mechanic at? Does he working on the boat?
He's probably working on the boat, yeah, exactly.
That's Jake and Craig.
Now, when was the last time that you raced your boat?
Cocoa Beach. Yeah, Cocoa Beach.
How long ago?
That was the end of May.
Okay,
end of May.
So you've been 6 weeks off, and in the 6 weeks that you've been, say, not racing, have you been doing a lot of work to the boat?
Not really.
Okay.
We replaced windshields recently, and just a few minor touch-ups. Like I say, Cocoa Beach, we raced 4 laps at Cocoa Beach, didn't get all the race in, and then Sarasota, it got canceled due to weather. The boat went back to Myrick, is also the main mechanic,
caretaker.
Yeah. So I'm a shop foreman for Performance Boat Center, and therefore we have Jake Licklider that works on the boat all the time. So when he has a question or something like that, I point him in the right direction. But we actually went to Sarasota to race, tested. So we have been in the boat since Cocoa Beach because we were testing on Saturday before that race, but it happens to be weather came in right at the beginning of the race, and we were out there actually ready to go on the course, and they canceled the race. So
now you've been here before, you've raced here before, so I'm guessing you've got a good computer program of how to set the boat up.
Mm-hmm.
So when you drop that in this afternoon, how much time will you spend out there getting it ready for the race?
You know, I mean, honestly, with this boat, we'll run a couple laps. You know, the big thing is you think you have your setup figured out, and the wind changes direction a little bit, and then of course the current with the river here. So, you know, even though a person would think it's flat water out here, the wind gets picked up, it gets a little choppy. So the setup might change an hour before the race. You know, so we'll run a couple laps just to kind of feel the boat out and do a little bit of testing. But it's kind of usually a race day decision, what the wind's doing and what the water conditions are at that point.
There is a slight advantage to our team with that setup, is I race a boat usually earlier than him. So he can stand beside my crew chief on that boat and say, hey, what's he think? And, you know, I can tell him the speeds that we're running in that boat, and then he can do the math and figure out what setup we need in that one.
Does the weather play a factor from the standpoint of fuel injection at all?
Well, we're carbureted.
Yeah. Oh, you are carbureted.
Yes.
Okay.
In that
So that
particular boat,
does
yes.
then.
Yes. So you might. We do more stuff with like flow bowl levels and things like that for rough water. We don't, due to the fact that the engines are actually dynoed just about an hour from here in Milford. Okay. So they see this altitude, they see all that. So it's a pretty good setup for that. As far as they don't do a whole lot of jet changing and things like that at the race because they set the boat up or the engines up for safe. More than just every last horsepower, sure. And just so we can make it those 5 races with the boat, with that engine package.
Okay, our interviews are basically to let people know what goes on with the teams and things. So I'll ask a nosy question, but give us the idea of what it costs if you cook a motor this weekend. What a motor costs in a boat like that?
Well, brand new, $55,000.
$55,000
yeah.
for the motor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Rebuilds, of course, because a lot of those parts would be, if we were to hurt something, can be reused. You know, carburetor, intake, valve covers, headers, things like that aren't going to be replaced. But oil pumps, cranks, rods, pistons, you know, things like that, heads, sure. Block potentially. An average rebuild for one of these engines is anywhere from $18,000 to $25,000. Okay.
And how long will they last you under normal conditions where you don't scorch anything?
15 hours.
That's not very long.
That's not very long at all.
You figure a race takes about 30 to 45 minutes, so
okay.
But then there's a certain amount of testing you put in as well throughout the season, throughout the off season. So, yeah, I mean they're 5 to 7 race engines is what we hope for.
Okay. And you're running twin motors, so you got twin props. How many props on board do you carry?
He's got so many. He's got so many propellers. I would hate to know. I mean,
I think we've got about 23 or 4 sets of propellers with us.
And coming in, you've got a pretty good idea what you're going to run already.
Yeah, got to narrow down to 3 probably.
3 props probably. Yeah,
3
sets.
Will you run it out and see how it runs with the one you're thinking of?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will you change them in practice?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just a big math problem.
Right.
It is all it is. It's a big. If my teachers would have told me how much I was going to use math in boat racing, I'd have probably paid a little attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. May not have got any better grade, but he would have paid attention a little more.
Exactly. Well, thanks for your time. Good luck for you guys this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you in the winner's circle.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
All right, and welcome back to the St. Clair River Classic 2021 presented by Magna. I'm here with Allie Papp and Nick Smith. My name's Brian Kowalski. We're going to chit-chat a little bit here. We talked before that interview about podcasts, and you guys each have individual podcasts that you do. Why don't you guys tell me about that?
We actually have a YouTube channel, The Outer Paps, and we've been documenting every step of the way on our new boat build. And everything is out there. It's a great learning experience if you've never watched anything about like fiberglassing and everything like that. But we've been documenting everything on there, and it's definitely something cool to check out. Watching me and my dad and my sisters make some appearances.
Uh-oh, did we lose you?
No, I got nothing in the headset.
Nope, me neither. Just us. Well, if you're still out there hanging with us, we might be experiencing some technical difficulties. I'm not quite sure if we're still broadcasting or not. I hope we are.
On screen, we got
here comes
our technical difficulty fixer.
We can hear each other, but we're not sure if we're still broadcasting because it sounds different. Yeah. Yeah, we can hear.
Oh,
we're
okay.
live.
Sorry about that.
Well, everybody, say hi to our technical staff. There he is.
Okay, sorry.
We got a great shot of our start-finish boat out there.
Yes.
So you guys are documenting your build,
yes.
right? So you guys are building this thing kind of from scratch, from what I heard. Top side, bottom side, gluing them together.
Well, and Allie, why don't you tell them what kind of boat it is?
Okay, so we started off with a Phantom 30, the new style, and then with all the changes that we've made, we're creating what we're going to call the Maverick. And so it's going to be a one-of-one. As of now, we never know what's going to happen in the future. But it's going to be the first of its kind, put it that way.
Right. So you could see what that boat started life as here in the next couple minutes as
Yes.
my boat comes out on the course. And that's how it started life. And since then, you and your old man have done extensive work. I mean, I've seen multiple inches cut out of the deck to drop the deck down. I mean, I've seen some really interesting stuff.
So most of our work was inspired by visibility. So just our personal preferences that it was hard to see. So we modified the top deck and the bottom deck as well to get better visibility in the boat. So it looks completely different. It looks nothing like a Phantom.
Right.
That's awesome. So Nick, so you're doing podcasts too. You've got is it a weekly podcast, a bi-weekly, kind of whenever podcast? But I know there's a bunch of them out there.
I wish I could come up with some kind of schedule for it, Brian, but just I'm a little busy, so I get them in when I can.
Sure.
But what I do is basically just a broad stroke of offshore. I cover every kind of aspect of it, you know, the ins and outs, kind of behind the scenes, some war stories. I just had Charlie McCarthy and Billy Martin on from Top Banana and Bounty Hunter, which are pretty historic and legendary boats, and Lindsay Peary from Indigo, and you get to hear some of these stories like today where you see the Clash of the Titans out there. I have guys come in and do podcasts with me that raced against those boats you saw out there earlier today, and it's really a fun deal. And where it started is I'm what I call a bracket class guy, and I started in bracket class. I love bracket class, and as a bracket class guy, I was always subject to kind of being the redheaded stepchild sometimes.
Sure.
And I had kind of a distaste for that. So I thought that with my platform, I could provide something for the smaller teams.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm getting spotty. Now I got you.
There
we go.
Now I can hear you again.
Yeah, it's a little windy out here, folks. We might be in and out a little bit. I'm not quite sure. I do have another interview that we did with Scotty Begovich from Miss Geico. So if we could get the booth to cue that up for us, that would be great. And while they're doing that, I'm just going to let you know, it looks like looks like a freighter is going to be transiting the course. So we've probably got a 20-minute window here before our next race or so. So let's take a listen to our interview with Scotty, and then we'll come back to you and see where we're at and go from there.
Craig Zimmerman, Cable Channel 6, bringing you probably the #1 boat here. Everybody knows about Miss Geico. And we got Scotty, the owner, here. So tell us about your boat, Scotty.
Well, our boat's a 47-foot Victory hull. It's all carbon fiber. It's part of the Class 1 class, which is all the boats are twin 1,100 horsepower Mercuries, same weight, spec weight, you know, certain amount of props, stuff like that, capable of speeds over 160 miles an hour.
And you've been a throttle man in the past. You're the owner of the team, but you've been a throttle man, so you've been in the cockpit for a lot of years.
I've raced this race. I've experienced the highest of highs and the lowest of lows here.
Okay.
St. Clair's a great place to race.
Okay. And you were telling me earlier, home port is Jupiter, Florida.
Yes, I'm from Jupiter. The boat's Captain Stewart. Our whole crew is from right around that area.
Okay. Now, most people know that Travis Pastrana is the pilot or captain of the boat. Is that what you call it?
He's our part-time. He does about 60% of the races.
Okay.
And Britt Lilly from LSB Motorsports does the other 40% of the races. So Britt will be in the boat this weekend.
Okay.
Great driver, both great drivers. We wouldn't have them in the boat if they weren't.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm guessing that with a big name like Miss Geico, you're a favorite here in St. Clair this weekend.
Well, we work hard at it. We do it for a living. We've been at it for a number of years. So, you know, we come with our A game every time. So, yes, we definitely want the boat to be.
Now, how many boats are in your class?
I'm not sure who's showing up. I see one here so far. Most of our boats are out of Europe.
Okay.
So with the whole COVID situation, they're still stuck there.
Is it tough to compete in this, I'll call it a super boat like yours,
Yeah.
with somebody from Dubai who, you hear of things about Dubai where money just comes.
Yes, it's very, very difficult to beat the pocketbook.
Right.
It's extremely difficult.
Right.
Yes, but we've been successful at it. We've won some, we lost some, but I think we've won more than we lost.
Okay.
So we do it on much less of a budget. But, you know, my opinion, I've got the best crew in the world.
Okay.
And that makes all the difference.
Now, tell us from your perspective of what's the difference of racing this river as compared to the ocean racing you do a lot of the times.
Well, this is a lot harder on the motors because we're flat out the entire time. So it's a calm water race. In the ocean, you're in and out of the water. It's tougher on the actual hull, but it's not as tough on the motor because you're not running those RPMs so high. Here, you're just flat out down, turn, flat out back. So it's all about setting the boat up and picking the right prop for the right acceleration. So it's more of a technical. The driver does more work in calm water. So it's more of a team effort when it comes to the guys in the cockpit and when it comes to our crew chief, you know, making the right calls.
Now the throttle man would have to let off going into the turns,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes. Yep.
So, and with a current like we've got here, that's got to be a big deal, right?
Yeah, well, generally when I was throttling the boat, when Mark, my driver, you know, screamed, whoa, 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 then I'd slow down. That was my cue. But you coming into the, I don't know if we're going, what is that, north turn?
Yep.
The north turn into the current, the bow tends to grab when you're making the turn, so you can't turn like you'd normally turn on just regular ocean water. And then down here, you have to turn a little bit more because you're fighting the current the other way. So it takes a little bit getting used to, but everybody that's in our boat has been here and raced here many times before, so they kind of know the program.
Okay. So now, when you drop the boat in the water here to test, how much time will you spend setting it up for the race?
We won't spend a lot of time because we know the boat, we know our gear ratios, we know what works here.
Sure.
So we're just going to go out and do a shakedown, get the guys a good feel in the boat, make sure what we think is going to work, maybe try a couple sets of props, a couple sets of gears, and then call it a day.
And check your temperatures, just make sure.
Yeah, just make sure everything. Last thing you want to do is not go out and run and then have a $5 part bite you in the butt, and you don't make a start of a race on race day.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Well, thanks for your time, and we'll see you on the water, Miss Geico.
Come on out,
Thank you.
guys. This is a great event. Fans are awesome. The venue is awesome. The music is awesome. The food is awesome. We love coming.
There you go.
And the weather.
There you go. Exactly. Thank you. I'm here with Nate and Dean from Apache Motorsports. And what part of the country is Apache Motorsports from?
We're actually from Naples, Florida, Stallman Motorsports,
Okay.
and that's our base is Naples, Florida.
Okay. And have you been to St. Clair before?
I have. Didn't race, but just came up, visited, but this is our first time to ever have the Predator here.
Okay.
This is my first race here, my first season racing the Apache with Nate and Team Apache, and we're looking forward to a good race, a safe race. We'll probably be testing tomorrow and looking at the waters and doing things like that.
Now, this is our fourth interview, and you're our first interview of first-timers here in St. Clair running the river. So I'm guessing that you're going to probably want to get a fair amount of boat time in the water.
Yeah, we're gonna check it out, take it up to speed, see how it handles in the water and the fresh water and stuff. We're normally racing the big waters, and and that's what that boat's designed for. It's a wave crusher.
So how big a boat is it?
It's a 41-foot Apache.
Okay. Right. And explain what that is. Is that a two motor boat? Or?
Yeah, it's a twin engine, full stagger with 6 drives, Mercury number 6s. We have 3 people on the boat. We have the driver, which is Dean, the throttles I handle, and then we have a navigator that actually handles the fuel system and checks for boats and stuff and clears the course for us as we're racing.
So have you seen who your competitors are this weekend yet? Have you been up and down to see yet?
I think they're still coming in from different parts of the country, so we're looking for a good fleet this year. This race, probably 4 or 5 boats. What I want to look at in testing also is the currents and the turns. They're real important. I heard they're real tricky. We got 6-mile-an-hour currents going one way and then following the other. So Nate's got to be real good at keeping we're in a bracket class, so we got to stay at 85. So it's going to be real critical to do that. That's why testing is important tomorrow for us.
Okay. So you'll drop it. Will you drop it in this afternoon on Friday or wait till tomorrow on Saturday?
We're going to go Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll test on Saturday.
And if it runs good, how long do you expect to be out there testing, would you guess?
Probably 2 or 3 laps.
Okay.
But we're also going to do the nostalgia run on Sunday with all the old race boats because it's 1987 and totally restored, a legendary Apache that's had many, many wins under its belt. And so Dean and I have already won 2 races this year. We won in Cocoa. We won in Sarasota, the last race we were just in. We went to the Lake of the Ozarks and had a little bit of trouble with a brand new engine, had a little gremlins in it, but we did good. We still got some good seat time in the boat, so we're feeling really good. We've been together almost all our lives, and Dean has a world championship in 1990 in Key West. So we're pretty good and seasoned with racing. We've been racing a lot of years.
Nate's been a really good. He's got a lot of history of throttling boats over the last 20 years. So I trust him, and he's been a great manager and getting the boats here and team, getting everything organized. It's a lot of work to get to these races, and we enjoy it. We enjoy the fans that come out and see us race. It's exciting to see how the town of St. Clair's come together and put something on like this magnitude. It's impressive and well laid out.
And it's different too that you can see so much here for the fans, because typically if you're going to Key West or somewhere, you see them take off and you don't see them.
I mean, look at the view that the spectators have. I mean, we're not going to be far offshore. I mean, maybe 200 or 300 yards.
Yeah. You're going to get to hear them roar going down the straightaways, and you know, it's a great venue. I enjoy everything. We're staying at St. Clair Inn and just loving every day what we're doing, and all the people that are already starting to come out. We do know that Old School's coming, and he's one of our good competitors. Matt Soper, we really enjoy racing with him. He's been putting a good show on with us and racing side by side. He's in a 38 cigarette, which is close to what we are. Came from the same threads, you know, so it's a lot of fun to have that type of competition with us and enjoying it. OPA's done a great job putting us all together, Smitty and all the gang, and Boomer. We follow them, and we're having a lot of fun with them this season.
So it sounds like your veterans have been around a long time, and you got a lot of friends that tell you what's going to happen on the river with the currents.
Oh yeah, we've had a lot of advice, and it's good. It's been really good for us, and having all these seasoned guys that are all from up here.
Right.
They've opened their arms to us. Ed Smith with Rivers Bend Marina invited us to come over and work on the boat there. We had some stuff to do when we got here. Everybody else is from here. Big time fun. Come hang with us. Come, you know. So we've had a really good time already.
Now, how many on your crew?
It's actually a family team. So there's Dean and I, Wayne, Anthony. Bruce is our engine builder from Express Engines. He travels with us to every race, brings the hauler, takes care of everything logistically with the engines. He's very thorough. Then we have our wives and girlfriends that come with us. My wife gets in the boat, Connie, and races with us on some races. She raced Sarasota and Lake of the Ozarks with us. And then Wayne jumps in for other races. And then Dean's girlfriend, Kim, she's with us all the time helping, and Jody. So there's a whole good group of family members and friends that maintain with us.
Sure. So here's an obscure question. Do you bring your own fuel, or do you actually have fuel delivered here during the weekend you're here?
We buy here because we don't want to travel pulling all that weight. Okay. That's a lot of weight. We can hold 300 gallons on the boat if we wanted to, but that's too much weight. So we buy locally.
Okay. Now, does every boat here run the same fuel?
No.
Okay.
No. Some run race fuel. Some run 93 octane, you know, some run just regular pump gas. We run 93 octane pump gas that we try to always get non-ethanol because of the old systems on the boat. Tanks, we don't want the ethanol to do too much work to them, but yeah, we buy locally.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So look for Stallman Motorsports number 444 on the river this weekend, right?
Predator, yep. Predator 444. Yep, that's us.
Okay, we'll look for you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Inside.
Right.
Alrighty, welcome back to the 2021 St. Clair River Classic, brought to you today by Magna. I'm joined here with Allie Papp, Nick Smith, and we've got a special guest down on the end there. Nick, tell us who all popped in on us down there.
So in the first race of the day, folks, you saw Class 6 and Class 7 do battle, and we're here with the unofficial first place driver, Pantera Mike. What's up, buddy?
Hi, guys. How are you?
So out there today, you had a tight battle. Deception looked like they were creeping back up to your transom there in lap 6, lap 7.
Yeah, around lap 5 or so. Fortunately, this is the first race, actually, we were using onshore communications. We've had it for a couple years. Never really worked right. You got to have the right, reliable person doing it. If you got someone telling you the wrong info, you might as well not hear anything.
Or too much info.
Yeah, exactly. They get excited telling you about the birds and the trees and how many people are cheering for you. You know, you don't need to know that. But we were, they were giving us a 4-second, 5-second, 6-second gap, and So Fran was running, trying to run conservative, 68, 69, trying to not break out. It was a little tricky on the backside, and just all of a sudden it was less than 2 seconds, and so we just, ran a tight course. It's the biggest thing in bracket racing. If you can run a tight course, it's hard for someone to come around the outside on you. So
yeah. And we were talking as you guys were coming down to the start-finish line. I believe I counted a 3-second gap at the end of the day, man. That was a good run.
Yeah, it was a good run. A little bit of lap traffic. That's, kind of to be expected. We got a 10-mile-an-hour gap on Class 7, and those guys were battling, and we're trying to, get through. But I think Deception, maybe had a little bit on a couple turns and snuck up a few seconds on us. It's a game of inches in bracket racing.
And now
really
Deception, that's Jesse Schmig and Robert Bryant.
Correct.
And you know both of them boys really well. How much fun has it been this season having hard pushers on your trains?
It really is good for 10 years, as long as I can remember. Smith Brothers was always, the class of the field. Those guys are pretty unstoppable, and it's nice to see, a few more boats. Smith Brothers still running great, and I think they got third. And then it's, it's nice to have competition. It doesn't matter who it is. Any of these guys out here can go and win, and they all have different horsepower. They all have different boats. It's, all the guys are great. It's just deceiving, one bad turn and you look like you don't know what you're doing out there.
Right. And you do have a lot of good competition coming up in the ranks. We saw today the Punch and Hulls boat hung in third place almost the entire time.
Yep.
Smith Brothers tracked them down towards the end and got by them, and then it looked like maybe they got a little flustered, and Johnny Saris and Mike Lang took over the position in moderation, which is another new team. And later on in the day, we saw the Money Monster get pulled in with mechanical issues. So, you get a race like that today where some of those boats hang in for the rest of the race, and you might have some trouble on your hands.
Yeah, I agree. I got to give Nick and Andy Miller a lot of credit. They're running 500 horsepower in that thing.
Right.
They're running an HP 500, factory one type motor, and they were running third. They said the GPS wire got cut, and so they were restarting the GPS, and so they were kind of backing out, and then they went in the turn. They said the bottom fell out, and it just wanted to hook on them, and that's all it takes. One bad turn, third to fifth.
That's it. And we were calling your race as you were coming down to the end there. And that's one of the things Allie and I and Brian were talking about, that any mistake could regroup that gap. Like you're looking at Deception there with a 3-second lead over them. That's one skip in a turn and they're back on you.
Yep, absolutely. We a lot of the same thing. We got inside Deception last lap, last turn, and sometimes it works for you, sometimes it works against you.
Yeah.
But all those guys really ran good today, and it's funny. I raced with Rob in a Super V Light just 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, you're best buds, and now you're competitors.
And that's where you guys both did your first OPA swim test.
Yes, we did. Official OPA swim test. Got my water wings and everything.
There you go.
I remember coming out of the water, and first thing I see is your dad hanging out of the fountain, looking at me like, everything good? A little thumbs up, and got right back in the sixth boat.
Right, attaboy. Well, congratulations on your run today, Mike. That was a beautiful run. You and Fran, flawless as ever.
Trying to, man. He puts a lot of effort into it. Something you got to know about Fran is he is all passion.
Yeah.
He loves boat racing. He might tear up more than Bob sometimes, if that's possible.
Right.
But
well, Brian, what do you got over there? Back to you.
Awesome. So, we've been sitting here talking about the course conditions and technical issues and boaters and families and that sort of thing. And, one of the families that we don't talk about much is our connected families over in our race control, which is right next to us. If we could get a shot of the race control, and it's kind of a bee's nest right now, people running around. Our race control next door, it's an upper deck situation, built structure up there, and you will see up there people walking up and down right now, but all during the race we have police, fire, EMS, all our water resources, Coast Guard, representatives from just about every entity that it takes to put this together on the course, along with our race control director, Bob Courier. And I gotta say, my hat goes off to these guys because they come together in such a way that provides a safe environment for our racers and for our fans. We have patrol boats out on the water. We have turn boats. We have medical boats. We have a dive helicopter. When you guys are traveling from different sites, tell us, how do you feel about that, knowing how well protected you are? You know, you talked about popping out of the boat, Mike.
Yep.
You know, here, you know, just give me your opinion on how you feel when you guys come up here.
You know, I mean, St. Clair is about as professional as it gets. I always joke, you know, us racers might not be the most professional sometimes, especially in the boat in the heat of the battle. And every time I call into race control, it's professional. You know you're talking to Bob. You get an answer. You get a response. And I tell you, you guys run a tight ship. It really goes off pretty flawless. You know, I've been here. A few boats have been over. You always get them off the course fast. You always have a plan. And that's about all you can really ask for, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you know, we do everything we can, guys, to mitigate risk for not only for those who may be injured, but for the additional racers that are out on the course. And you guys can attest to this. And Allie, you were talking about one of the driving forces of building your new boat was visibility.
Yes.
Can you guys tell me about visibility out on the course? How does the visibility come into play for you guys in the different types of boats?
So I've had the luxury or the fortune, I suppose, to run a few different boats, from a Phantom and a Bandit, and I've been in a couple open boats. I own a Class 5 boat. The SVLs, you really are limited. You can see okay, and you can definitely see what's in front of you, and that is it.
Right.
You know, you can see the buoys, but I try and pride myself saying that when I come out of the turn, I know where I'm going. And I would be lying if I said it didn't take a race or two in the SVL when I came out of the corner to know where I was going.
Right.
You know?
One of the things, Brian, that we do as drivers is the more experience you get on the course, the more you kind of gain a feel. Like you can, when we line up, for instance, if Mike and I wind up in that class together, I trust him enough to know that he's watching me, and he trusts me to know enough that I'm watching him. So you kind of gain a trust with the guys around you and a feel for how they run and where they usually run. And believe it or not, you can kind of drive those boats with your eyes closed once you've spent enough time in them. But to Allie's point of visibility, see, I own the boat that she started with. And it is very difficult to see. Once you get aired out and trimmed out looking for the last few tenths of your top speed, you get trimmed up so high, you're really running watching the tops of other people's canopies.
Right.
And it is very hard to see.
Right, and that's where I was going with this. You know, you guys work, you're competitive on the course, but you're still working together during every race.
Oh, absolutely. You want I'll take the SVL class. I mean, even Class 6, any of the classes, you want to earn your win. You don't want to see someone go out on a technicality. If you got a part and they need it, you're going to give it to them.
Right.
You know, I mean, well, at least I am. I mean, I don't know about everyone else. I can't speak for them, but you know, I want to beat them fair and square. If I have a part, you need it, and I don't need it, it's yours. I mean, that's how I was brought into racing, and I guess that I'm trying to continue that tradition.
And that's so commendable. Sorry, I can't talk today, because the camaraderie, like you're talking about, it's hilarious. You know, I've been out on the road with the guys at night, and everybody's party on and just having a good time. And then race day, it's a little more, you know, technical and to yourselves. And then in the evening during the trophy presentation, whether win, lose, or draw, everybody shows up.
No, absolutely.
You know, it's you see sometimes when you look at trophy presentations in other sports, you know, the competitors don't show up. But here I've noticed in the offshore world, trophy presentation 7 o'clock, 61 teams in town, there's probably 59 there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it's a good time, you know. You really don't want to, it might sound cliche, you really don't want to leave a town that wants you there.
Yeah.
You know, and I will say we're lucky in boat racing. 95% of the towns we race in, they want us there.
Well,
and that's a good feeling, you know, especially up here St. Clair. We were just in East Lake a few weeks ago. They wanted us there. The people are happy to see you. The people want to talk to you. The people follow you, whether it's social media or they've met you in the years past, and it's, you know, it's kind of humbling in a way, to be honest with you.
And also, to your point, Mike, I think a lot of the competitors on the course are the biggest cheerleaders for their opponents. Like, for instance, whenever Knucklehead's Instigator goes out on the course and wins, we all cheer.
Sure.
Whenever Strictly Business goes out there and takes first or last, we all cheer.
Right.
And that goes for just about everybody in this sport. It's a humbling thing, this sport. It'll really put you in your place quick. And that's what we're all here for. We're here for the competition. We're here to run against each other as hard as we can. Stay safe. Don't get anybody hurt. Right. But at the end of the day, go out there and really show your mettle against the best in the world.
I can, the Stock V class,
Uh-huh.
there was one year in Englewood, the World Championships, that we got every single team in the class up on stage, and we shared awards together. We got
Right.
every team up on stage, took videos and pictures, and it was great.
How cool. Okay. Mike, another good one. In Nick and Al, you've been in town for a couple days, but Mike, I know Mike's been on the road for a couple days because I was out there with him when we come in. Mike, tell me, what are you hearing, and what kind of interactions have you had with the fans? Like last night, I know we had a huge block party.
Yep.
Great concert, a lot of fun food. What kind of interactions have you heard from the community?
So, it's pretty funny. The boat we run, it's a 94 Larry Smith Scarab. It was originally Rum Runners. Actually, it was originally Ale House back in 94, and then it turned into Rum Runners in the mid to late 90s. And Fran is kind of carrying that tradition on. And he likes the name. He likes the livery. He likes the decals and all that. And it still amazes me if we go anywhere. That boat was originally from Michigan and Ohio, so it raced the Great Lakes Series, probably 200 races, and it still amazes me to this day the amount of people that go, "Oh, I remember Gary Stewie. I used to race with him or party with him," or I remember Bobby Kyber. I raced and partied with him, and it's amazing the people that remember that boat from 20 plus years ago, and they want to just come up. They still want pictures of it, and it's really awesome.
In the words of Johnny Saris, that boat has soul.
Yeah. Oh, it has some soul. It's been it has a few laps up here. Put it that way.
So you're talking about boats and previous owners and that sort of thing. So tell me, guys, we see a lot of cool boats, right? They all, different styles and that sort of thing. But the names, they're all different. Nick, the What's Up name is synonymous with your family, right? I'm not sure, Allie, what you're planning on naming yours yet.
We've been running under Done Deal. So the boat Relentless, that's going to come out in the next race, was formerly Done Deal, and we're going to continue that name on.
All right, and then Mike, so how did you come up with the name for your boat?
So my boat is Tunnel Vision, boat number 507, and the reason I carried that name on, that was a former B-class boat name. And the reason I carried that on is that boat delaminated and sunk in 93. And my boat was the sister to that boat. It was built in the shop at Pantera. And when that boat delaminated, all of the rigging from that boat went into my boat. And so I have parts from 1992 and 3, engraved switch panels and really some cool stuff. And I just thought it would be cool. I mean, it has the same extension box that was on that boat. I mean, all these older bracket boats, I run a number 5 on my boat, which is kind of antiquated technology. And man, I have all that stuff from 1993 and 4 still on my boat.
How cool is that?
And so I figured I'd do them a solid. That was a good running boat. I tried to, keep that going too.
Sure. So you kind of got like a transplant.
Oh yeah. Oh man, that boat, suffered catastrophic hull failure, and I got it all. I got all the parts. And
So you guys talk about catastrophic failure. Obviously we never want to see anybody get hurt or anything like that. And equipment can always be replaced. In that particular case, that your sister boat sunk. I'm sure the conditions of water play a lot in that, as well as mechanical failures and that sort of things. And what I look at here is the south turn, 3 and 4 here. With the current being a downbound current, at 7.5 miles an hour usually, that south turn down here can get pretty, for lack of better terms, snotty. Tell us a little bit about how you guys look at that as on the course in terms of how to deal with that type of condition.
You're spot on there, to be honest with you. The top turn, flat as glass.
Right.
Come around, there's a big current there. You'll gain 3 miles an hour right off the top as soon as you straighten up and start heading south. And that bottom turn, every lap, I'm not going to lie, we lifted. Every lap we lifted, settled the boat because there was a 1 to 2 in there, and you wanted to get pointed north as fast as you can. So
sure.
Top turn, wide open, hold your line. The bottom turn, slow it down and get nice tight turn.
Right. And what you're dealing with there, Brian, too, so just to add to that a little bit, St. Clair is one of the more challenging courses we go to, and you would never think it looking at it. But the south turn, like Mike's point, it gets a little snotty in there, and it's tough to navigate. But also, you're trying to steer the bow into a current that's trying to push you away from the turn, and it creates like an over/under steer for car guys. It's almost like you got to bear the boat down so hard to get it to make that turn that once it does, you're kind of chasing it back out. And it's a real tricky one to navigate, especially when you're in a heated battle where maybe you're driving it into the turn a little harder than you usually would. And that's why this course, especially for like some of the catamaran classes that are coming up later in the day, you're going to see a lot of hot action down there in turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool that you brought it up. You talked about the catamarans versus the beat-up V-bottoms like yours, Mike. The catamarans have, I think it's called air pack to deal with, right? Today the winds doesn't look like it's up too much. The river, Mike, I'm assuming conditions out there, maybe you said 1 to 2 foot on the south end and flat up top.
Yeah, flat up top. Them guys will give it a lot of trim for sure.
Well, and also, Brian, not to cut you off, but look at the direction that the wind is blowing.
Yeah.
It is blowing north to south.
Right.
Now, here in St. Clair, the only way that could be better is if it was the opposite, because you'd be having the wind into your tunnel heading down the current. But here you're going to see an interesting day where these boats usually have to fight the current going north, and now they have the wind to help them. The wind will actually help the cats go faster. As they push the bow into the wind, they pack more air in the tunnel and get better lift.
Right.
So you're going to see a very fast race course today.
So speaking about lift, people look at these and they go, oh my gosh, that thing it's how long? It's 50 foot long. When you talk about some of the bigger super cats and unlimited guys, you look at these cats when they're leaned out there, or however you phrase it, when they're just hauling the mail, so to speak,
trimmed up.
There's only about a foot from the transom to the front that's really in the water, and it's probably only a couple inches deep. That's got to be like flying an airplane. I would think.
So unfortunately, we don't have any catamaran experts sitting at the table.
Yeah, no.
I've rode in a few fast ones. That's about it.
But from what I could tell you about that, Brian, is those boats are tracking basically off of the skegs and the bullet of that number 6 drive. And the number 6s give you a really good straight push. So essentially what those guys are doing when they come out of the turns, and you could see some really famous videos of like Bob Teague and Paul Whittier.
Sure.
Where Paul Whittier would come out of that turn 2 up there, get the boat straight, and take his hands off the wheel. And everybody thought he was kind of showboating, but he's not. Every little input you put into the wheel takes RPM out of whichever motor you turned in that direction. So if you turned a little right, the starboard motor loses a couple RPM. Now you're not achieving your maximum speed. So you have to keep the boat tracking as truly straight as possible, even if it's not putting you in the place you actually want to be. So the game in the catamarans is coming out of the turn, getting set up, and running in the direction you want to end up in. If you try to drive it, you'll lose speed. And one of the best in the world at this is Billy Moth. Right. And it's a shame he's not here to run with NCON today, but he's one of the guys I've watched for years and years that just understands how to find the speed.
Right. So, Mike, in your boat, you guys have a driver, a throttleman.
That is it.
And that's it.
Correct.
So there's 2 of you there. Generally the public, and Allie, you may be able to help me out on kind of where I'm going with this too. Generally the public thinks, you're the driver? Well, that's the guy I want to talk to. You're the throttleman. Well, where's the driver? From my understanding, in the way that it works in their boats, the throttleman's really the guy that's really in control of the boat. The driver is just kind of steering it. How's that? Any thoughts on that? Or?
Well, me and Nick are both drivers, so you're going to get a different opinion here, to be honest with you. But I always tell Fran, if I don't turn, we're not going to have a good race.
Well,
sure. But no, in our case, for example, Fran, I let him, he watches the speed, the trim, and the throttle, and that's all I want him to focus on. And I maintain all the gauges, I pull lap tape, and I navigate best I can.
Right. And to Mike's point there as well, it's I've always often thought how you describe the synergy in a boat. Right. And so I came into racing with my brother, and I ran with him for 10 straight years. I never ran with anybody else. So I built such a rapport with him that you're 100% right. He was setting the boat, and I was more or less just aiming it. And now the way that works hand in hand is the throttleman has to give the driver something to drive.
Right.
So you could be, you could get in one of these boats, and people at home might be thinking, well, I'm just going to brick it, right? I'll hold the throttle on the dashboard and see where we end up. Well, you'll be last. Because there's a lot more that goes into it. The trim, the setup of the boat, balancing the boat, when to pull so that the driver can set the boat into the turn and get back into it. It's a big science experiment every time you go into a turn. And the throttleman is equally as important as the driver is equally as important as the throttleman.
You could even take into example, if the throttleman puts the driver into the turn at too high of a speed, that could cause the boat to spin out, which can either put you out of the race entirely or drop you back multiple places. That's just one example of how they have to really work together.
Yeah.
And not to cut you off, and to add to that, another thing is driving style.
Right.
I like to drive the boat on the nose, which is, I'm not going to say rare, but more rare than most. Most people like to give the boat some trim, turn it on the transom. I don't want a lot of trim in a bracket boat, and I want to drive the boat on the nose, which is more like a car. Where you drive a car, you turn the front wheels, and the front turns.
Sure.
A lot of guys, Deception, for example, Jesse, great driver, equally as good, if not better than us, and he hates driving on the nose and wants him to trim it and turn it on the transom.
Sure.
We both get to the same point, you can see, within 3 seconds of each other after 30 miles. So there is no right or wrong, but Fran knows I want it on the nose, and Rob knows that Jesse wants it on the transom.
So we're talking about different driving styles, right? Ellie is as an upcoming new driver. I know your dad's a very seasoned racer. How are you going to be training with your dad, so to speak? Is your dad going to be training you, or are you going to maintain the father-daughter relationship and take training somewhere else so that it doesn't interfere?
No. Actually, throughout everything, my dad and I actually call it Speaking Steve. It's like he has his own language.
All right.
and I like to joke around that I am fluent in it. So Dad and I have like this like silent like communication thing. So I don't think training will be that hard. But to what Mike was saying, my dad is the same way. He likes when the boat is flat, the nose is down. Like that's how he likes the boat to run. So I have a feeling that my driving style is gonna become a lot like Mike's.
And it's similar here. When you look at some of the freighter traffic here, right? There are boats like you guys are talking that steer more from the front or more from the rear, depending on what they decide to do. We have an outbound freighter coming right in front of us here. You can see it on the screen, and it's transiting the course now. So we've probably got another 15 minutes or so before we get to this next race, before they start bringing them out anyway. But the commercial traffic up there, it's not something that you guys generally contend with in other sites that you go to, correct?
Correct. No sites.
That's what I thought. So the closest thing I think you guys have seen to this is a battleship over there somewhere on the East Coast that you guys got some cool pictures with. We obviously we cannot stop commercial traffic. We can regulate pleasure traffic and that sort of thing through our partners with the Coast Guard and also with our partners in Canada, because we use them as well for permitting. This particular freighter that's coming by here is an ore carrier. It's gotta be, for you guys, a challenge when we're in the middle of a race, you're doing a 20-lap race or whatever the case may be, and a freighter sneaks up on us and we gotta hold you back till it gets through and then restart. How does that affect you guys, not only from where you were placed and with your leads and that sort of thing, but how does that affect you mentally? And you mean mid-race? Yeah, mid-race.
So an interesting thing in the middle of the race, when you have a caution of any type, and a spin out, a guy leaves the boat or a flip or anything like that where we have to stop, it's always kind of a breath of fresh air for a second. You get to regroup. But for the guy that was in the lead, it's torture.
Sure.
Because you worked really hard to establish that lead, and it was just taken away from you. Now, it's funny the way we talk about that versus the way every other motorsport talks about it, where cautions are frequent and often, whereas in offshore, they're not. So we don't deal with it often, so we're a little prima donna-y when it comes to that. But, yeah, cautions happen. And one of the things that comes from it, you rarely see the guy that was leading lead from the restart.
Right.
Because it's given the other teams a chance to figure out, again, the driving style, the lines, how they're going to negotiate. Usually by lap 6 or 7, you've shown all your cards. And it creates kind of a really cool situation where you get some of the mid-pack boats that have had some time to figure out the setup and figure out what their boat wants today, and they go track down that leader.
So Mike, as a driver, when you're out there, you know, kind of like in NASCAR, right? You see the race starting and things are getting, I want to say, worn in, right?
Yeah.
And the race course comes to them, the tracks come to them. Do you find that in offshore racing there's a particular line that improves over time, or that you guys just kind of shoot for from the hip?
To be honest, it's honestly a little different. The line might come to you, but what you'll find is there's a hole or a wave or a disturbance in the water that stays in the same place every lap.
Right.
And so maybe you're avoiding that, but especially in the ocean races in Point Pleasant or Ocean City, some of the other races this year, every year you'd hit the same wave and like clockwork. So
Right, I've seen that online. You know, you talk about, and people have a hard time, at least I did for a long time, wrapping my head around a hole in the water. You know, we talk about that. We hear that a lot. I know, like in Key West on that front straightaway coming out of the harbor there's literally, it's like the water has a dip in it. How do you guys contend with that all the time, other than trying to get around it?
to be honest, you just prepare your best for it. Communication, as cliche as that might sound. Hey, man, you know there's going to be a hole 100 feet after this turn, and maybe Fran will trim it down a little or tuck a trim tab down a little, and just repetition, especially in the bracket classes. Bracket racing is about repetition and consistency. So even in the big ocean races, we're not running 70 miles an hour. If it's a 70-mile-an-hour bracket, we'll be running 65, 67 maybe. But it's not a breakout fest where here, everyone was at or above 70 at some point out there today, I'm sure.
So Allie, with bracket racing, just for our fans out there that are new, let's talk about breaking out. Do you get like in golf, they call it a mulligan. Do you get one of those, or is it just your one and done, or how's that work?
I think Nick honestly might be able to answer this question a little better than me.
Okay.
So the way we do things is you get 3 seconds before you're actually disqualified.
Okay.
Now, that's not accumulative. You can break out as much as you'd like, as long as it's never for more than 3 seconds.
Okay.
So, in other words, what we've done there is given a little leeway for the guys to push the number hard, and really, like 3 seconds of breaking out is not really enough to change your race, but we don't want to give you enough to change a race.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just enough leeway for all the guys to run competitively on that number without worrying too much about breaking out, but it is a very short amount of time.
Right, so it gives them a little chance to correct an error, so to speak. Now, Mike, as we're sitting here, the wind's picking up, and I feel a kind of like a cool front coming through.
Yeah.
Do you feel that, Allie?
Oh, yeah.
So
A little
if
chilly.
I look out over the water, and we can get a shot of that, the watercolors change, the conditions on the water change. How does cooler air, cooler water affect offshore racing?
It's colder spray.
Right.
No, in a bracket class, it's not that much, to be honest with you. We have two propellers. We run one or the other, and that's it. Now, I did some spec racing, 525, Stock V and Mod V. I raced both of them, fortunately. And that's huge then. Like up here, you're going to have the most power you can make. Humidity's kind of down a little. You're going to be able to put your big wheel. I would imagine all the Super V lights today, or 525 Stock Vs, they're going to be in the 29 to 30 pitch range. And upstream, if they hit 89, they're cooking, and they'll probably be 92 on the backstretch. That's a pretty good setup. You can't ask for much more than that, and they're going to be trimmed out coming up the front stretch. It'll be something to look for sure.
So with that being said, we notice the water is getting a little more choppy, right?
Yep.
It's not like the ocean where when you guys are out in the ocean, you guys got those big rollers that are 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 foot high, and you're literally skipping from one to the other. How does the chop affect you guys as a whole, or is it not really affect you? I know in different types of bodies it does, but tell us about yours.
So I'm going to go bracket class racing again. We're running the boat tucked in. There's some side chop here, but these super stocks and these stock Vs and mod Vs, those guys are trimmed up, and they come here thinking it's going to be a flat water race, and they're all limping after the race.
Yep.
Because the seawall here will get a little chop off, and you get 10, 15 boats on the course. Water's bouncing off that wall, and those guys are landing on the windshield a few times and hurting their ribs a little bit, that's for sure.
Yeah, so, and you're right? So, from my understanding, like in the V-bottom boats, there's different setups in terms of the positioning of the guys. Let's just take, for example, a standard driver throttleman setup, right?
Yep.
You can be sitting, you can be half standing, you can be standing all together. What is it? Is it just driver preference, throttleman preference, or is there really a science behind whether you're sitting or standing?
I think in a lot of instances it's just how the boat was built.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these boats that you'll see out here today are secondhand, third hand.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And so you don't really have that option to change the overall build of the boat. Like if the boat was built to be a stand-up boat, it's pretty tough to convert it. And so it's really not preference. It's really just, the make of the boat you're in. Like, for instance, in Super V Light, it's encapsulated. It's not very easy to stand in them.
Right.
So, or Pro Stock V, sorry about that.
Right.
And, there's really no advantage to either. Like in the rough water, some guys like standing, take the suspension, in your knees. Some guys like to sit and be more controlled. There's no real science to it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can add a little to that. A lot of the V-Lights are converting over to suspension seating, really helping their back if they can. And then in the open boats, like Nick said, it's hull design, really. If you have a boat with a tall freeboard, you're going to have a 2-foot tall base that you're sitting on, and then your legs are swinging, and your center of gravity's higher. You have a boat with a low freeboard, for example, our boat, and even your old green boat that was, I think Jeff was on earlier.
Yep.
That boat has a low freeboard. Standing in that, your whole body would be hanging out the top. So, sitting down, I like it. A lot of old school guys, I'm probably going to get some hate on the internet for saying that, but you wouldn't sit down in your Corvette going 100, or you wouldn't stand up in your Corvette going 100.
Right.
So, sitting down and holding on and keeping your center of gravity low really, in my opinion, is an advantage.
So I'm looking at you while we're talking, and I'm noticing in the background behind you, from where I'm looking, Race Control's kind of covering up some stuff up there with some plastic. Maybe there might be a sprinkle or a shower coming.
It does look like our race boats for race 2 are heading out, though.
Right. So, and that's where I was going with this. NASCAR, as soon as it starts raining, wham, they're done. Is it the same in offshore, guys?
No, these teams will battle elements. Realistically, the only thing that'll shut down one of these races is lightning.
Okay.
And it's not so much about the boats in the water, though nobody wants to run in lightning.
Sure.
But it's more for the safety assets. So your Cargill Salt safety team, they're out there on the water today, and they're going to give us the best safety coverage that they can. But we have Angel One in the helicopter, and they're our most important asset. And if the lightning starts and the helicopter can't fly, our day's done.
Sure. I've noticed that I believe 99% of all sites have an Angel One of some sort.
Yes.
Whether that's privately owned or produced by the event themselves. We've seen some exhibitions where the divers are in the helicopter, dive out. Tell us about, should you become ejected from your boat, whether it's an open canopy boat or if it's a closed canopy and you get out. When you're in the water, tell us about kind of how the interaction goes. What are the safety signals, that sort of thing, for the divers and the med people?
Basically, your safety signal is "I'm okay" is tapping the top of your helmet.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Anything other than that is immediately treated as the worst case scenario.
Okay.
We rarely deploy from the helicopter. Most of the times, the water assets get there faster, believe it or not.
Sure.
And in most instances, these guys are trained to get out of their own boats. You actually don't want to have a situation where the diver has to come get you.
Right.
Usually in that situation, you're caught in the boat or caught under the boat or something like that, where it's a little bit more of a dire situation. Most times, these teams will wait for the the cockpit to equalize, so enough water to get into the canopy where you can actually open the escape hatch.
Right.
Whereas in catamarans, they actually have a hatch in the tunnel, so they go right out the top and they never even get wet. And in those situations, the divers will go underneath the boat, look through the windshields, and kind of get an idea. Is anybody panicking in there? Is anything bad happening? Sure. No commotion at all is also a bad sign. Maybe they could be unconscious or... But the trouble for them is in the catamarans, if they tail drop, they can't reach the tunnel hatch.
Right.
So sometimes it's kind of a flip of a coin whether you go right in or if you wait it out and see if they get themselves out. In the V-bottoms, you really want to give the teams time to get themselves out.
Sure.
Because if you open that bottom hatch, well, in that case it would be bottom. If it was right side up, it'd be top hatch. But if you open the hatch, you immediately fill the canopy with water, and it rushes in very fast. You can lose your air regulator. You can, we all have 20-foot leads on our air. We can breathe for about a half hour, 40 minutes underwater, and we can actually swim to the surface with those regulators in our mouths.
So, we had an interview up earlier with Kevin Thomas about cell and capsule testing. Tell me how you guys, I've actually seen that, and unfortunately, and a shout goes out to the family, and our thoughts are with them. A friend of ours, Andy Grismo, passed away here a couple weeks ago. Andy was a lead safety director, did a lot of cell testing. You guys go through how to get out of these capsules and kind of I want to say like a certification every year. Tell me about that and how that works for you.
Yeah, it's mainly just to try and get the teams familiar with your safety equipment. The procedure that we're practicing in the pool is pretty universal, but it's situational depending on what boat you're in.
Sure.
So it's not so much a step-by-step process on how to get out of one, but it's getting used to breathing on a regulator underwater and learning how to use your equipment, making sure your equipment works. Doing it with a safety team in the pool with you, that way there is no worries. It's a stress-free environment where you can really just learn and get comfortable with that situation.
So Mike, we're talking about capsules and cells. Your boat doesn't have a capsule or a cell. Centrifugal force, that has got to play a big factor in your style of racing, because your body, you're taking these turns pretty quick. You're putting some G's on here. How do you compensate for that? I mean, you guys must have leg muscles from hell.
Well, after the race, you definitely are walking, you're limping a little bit, your calves are cramped up, but it's honestly, the biggest thing about being in an open boat is being comfortable. I tell everyone, I try and, I'm not going to say be a mentor, but I am open 100%. Anyone has any questions, anyone looking to get in the class, any even racer or guy that's only been racing a year or two, get in our boat, see what you like and what you don't like. You don't know what you have is good or bad until you see other people's equipment. And so the biggest thing is being comfortable, being able to hold on. Your feet, your knees aren't locked. You're not reaching for the steering wheel. Anything like that might sound silly, but if you're comfortable, you will be able to run the boat as hard as you can. And yeah, there's some G-forces. We, sometimes at the bottom falls out of one, you'll get chucked around a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds like, like you hear astronauts the way they test and that sort of thing, and the rigors of like NASCAR racing. And even in your guys' positions in sport, you're tired on Monday, not just from traveling, but you're tired physically, because you're out there, literally, you're getting the crap beat out of you, going up and down and bouncing around side to side. But you're fighting, all the natural things like And not sure really what's going on. But that was... Ooh. So the guys in the booth, we've got a lot of noise here. A lot of static and a lot of pitch. Yeah, wow. Mike 4? Who's Mike 4? Me? Yep.
Turn it down up there.
Turn it down. Yeah, there we go. Way up. Almost. All right. Well,
it's off, but it's fine.
We had to lower Mike's volume, so he might have a hard time hearing us.
Perfect. I can make that work.
Good.
Thank you.
So now we found our squeal.
Yeah.
So the man, would you turn me down a little bit there, Al? Here, thanks.
Wind must change
That's
direction.
good.
Get us every time.
Something like that. So we're talking about, you guys are actually tired. How long does it take you to, when Allie, like, and you guys are going.
Hey,
from
we got to
site
start.
Yeah,
going.
we got
to
to
cut you off, Brian.
Yep. Well, we'll get back to it.
We got a green flag in
green
Pro
flag
Stock.
already in stock V, it looks like.
And right out of the gate, it looks like Was Up number 3 out to the lead, followed closely by Relentless and LSB. You could throw a blanket over all of them. So there in screen is Steven Kildall in the boat floater. That's your Mod V entry, the carbureted class, followed closely by the 3 front runners in Pro Stock, LSB, Relentless, and Was Up. And bringing up 4th place is Shocker.
So in race number 2, we're going to have 3 separate starts. So the one that was just on our screen was our first start. And our second start, we're going to have Class 4 and Class 3, which is underway right now.
They're green now.
You see Predator, and you're going to see 421 Old School and 454 Kick and Sticks. With 327 Team Woody.
And now Team Woody is a Class 3 entry, but they're at the same maximum speed. They're all going to run 85 today. That's just single engine versus twin engine. And followed closely here by Class 5, green flag. You got Shoreline Plumbing on the pole, Team Woody in second. It looks like Craig Belfado's entry with the 29 Warlock. And Are You Faster on the outside with Chris Rindle outside of him in the Rindle 1 design. A couple boat lengths back is May Marine and Wicked Motorsports.
On the back straightaway, it looks like we have quite a race going on in the Pro Stock class.
It looks out to the lead is Relentless.
Yeah, and close behind is Was Up, and then LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness. And on the screen right now, we have Team Shocker. They're fairly new to our class. And we have our leader, Relentless, number 47. That's Travis Petco and Steve Papp.
And as they're making their way into turn 3 there, Allie, we got a good gap, but again, anything can happen there. It's a wiggle and a turn, and everybody's back on each other.
Yeah, looks like we have a good battle in Class 4 here too. Old School and Predator, two of the heavy hitters, I would say, in Class 4.
This is a battle that'll stand the test of time, folks.
Deck to deck right there.
During the Clash of Titans race, we were talking a lot about how these 2 boats are going to put on a show for us.
The hardest part about those 2 boats there is staying under that 85 number. They both want to push the pace, and it looks like Predator's falling off of it right now. He might know something about Old School coming out of that turn. We're going to wait and see what happens on the front stretch.
We have Team Woody. They are running unopposed in Class 3 today. That's 327.
And coming up the front stretch, it looks like taking the lead is the number 3 Pro Stock Was Up entry, followed closely by Relentless and Lily Sport Boats.
Those 3 entries in the Pro Stock class are close.
Looks like you got a 2-boat gap on each, first to third.
One thing in the Pro Stock class to think about is there's veteran drivers, and in Relentless they have a fairly new driver. It's their first season, so it's interesting to see the difference in the boats.
And this will be interesting to see, Allie. This is what we talked about earlier about setup. These guys, These guys worked all weekend to find the right setup for today, and now with the weather conditions changing, we'll see who came out on the right one.
We have Old School on the screen right now, number 421. It looks like they are still ahead of Predator.
Yeah, looking
That's
like
class 4.
Yep, looking like a 3 or 4 boat lead here on Old School over Predator. And I believe 454 is running third in class 4. I'm not sure their entry name at the moment. I apologize.
That's Kickin' Sticks. Those are the guys that showed up for the Clash of the Titans and are out there running in class 4 now. And here's your class 5 leader. That is Shoreline Plumbing. That's Brent and Joe Riley. And Joe Riley, this is his first time throttling that boat, putting on a hell of a show so far.
On screen, we have Team Woody.
Your dad's pretty convincing with that. Guys show up for Clash of the Titans, and next thing you know, he convinced them to run class 4.
Hook, line, and sinker,
Yep,
my man.
Gets him every time.
We have Ruffster, number 518.
Good to see them back on the course.
Yes, definitely.
It's been a couple years.
And if we can get the cameras trained down on the south turn into turn number 3, you have the pro stocks going in there now. And this is going to be fun to watch because these guys are really flat out. There's nothing left to the imagination here. They're wide open going into turn 3.
In class 4, we still have Old School ahead of Predator.
A lot of feed. No. There's a lot of noise feedback.
Sorry, folks, we're trying to get some technical difficulties worked out, but there's your leader in pro stock. Number 3 was up, swinging an outside line, trying to keep the speed up. Followed closely by Relentless, who got through there pretty clean with LSB running around the outside. And Shocker's not out of this, guys. Shocker's hanging right in the mix. And on your screen there is your Class 4 leader, Old School.
Looks like they're keeping that 4 to 5 boat lead on Predator.
That's Team LSB. That is a brand new Extreme that Britt Lilly and his team got together and built this past winter.
And I think, is that the only other pro stock entry that's not a Phantom?
Yes. So Was Up, Relentless, and Team Shocker are all Phantoms. Shout out to Will Smith down in Sarasota, Florida.
And right here in front of us as we're talking, LSB has overtaken Relentless, but they're heading down to that north turn, which has been tricky all day. And it seems that the pro stocks are actually holding off the modified V entry of Stephen Kildall and Boat Floater.
Yeah, don't mess with it.
Which is interesting that the 525 boats are actually outrunning the carbureted boat.
I wonder if Kildalls are out there putting on a little bit of a show.
Oh, that would be cool.
You know?
Team Shocker still running strong.
Yeah, that boat's made some leaps and bounds over the last couple races. This is their first year racing. This is 4th or 5th race. And those guys are steady getting better. You know, that's all you can do.
And we are talking about veterans helping some of the new teams. But in that boat, it is 2 brand new people to the sport. So they have a learning curve over some of the other newer teams.
I tell you, that's jumping into the deep end, that's for sure.
Head first.
Yes.
You got yeah, no swimmies. But no, those guys really, you know, they want to learn. They're committed to doing, you know, making steps, and that's all you really can do. The boat they run is the old Tugget boat, which is actually a former multinational world champion boat. So the boat, you know.
The boat can do it.
The boat can do it, and
Yeah.
those guys are figuring it out. So that's all you can really ask for. They're staying right on the lead lap, and it looks like LSB is trying to come by Was Up on the inside.
I think that's actually Boat Floater. I see a big
Yep,
number 2 on the front of it.
And here we have.
And this is a battle that stems all the way back to Cocoa Beach at the beginning of the season. This is Shoreline Plumbing and Team Woody running for first place in Class 5. And folks, if you've been paying attention to 2021, this battle has been constant.
Yeah, those. I don't know if there's any love lost between those two. They've been deck to deck for probably 300 miles out here over the course of the season.
Yeah, we have. That is LSB, and it looks like they have moved into the 2nd place spot ahead of Relentless. Was Up in Pro Stock has a tremendous lead.
Yep.
We have Team Woody That is also a Phantom, an open cockpit Phantom.
Here's a boat bulletproof. Nick, I believe you won a world championship in that boat.
I did. Mike Wright and myself drove that one home to a world championship in Inglewood. It has a special place in my heart.
Good, always a good running boat.
And on screen there is the pro stock entry of What's Up. Smitty and Anthony are in that thing, and I don't even want to know what's going on in the cockpit of that right now.
Dancing around a little bit out there.
And there is Are You Faster? That's EJ Salamone. And it's good to see them back. They were a very, very competitive boat a few years ago. They took a little hiatus, but they're back and chasing down the Class 5 fleet.
Nice wide shot here, boat floater on the outside and Lily Sport boats on the inside. Looks like he's got it trimmed up pretty good.
We have May Marine, number 513 in our shot right now.
All the way from East Lake, Ohio, our last stop in the circuit. And that's a new team, and we're excited to have them.
Yeah, little story about those guys. First race, they went out and won in East Lake, and now they're hooked.
Yep.
Happens. Yeah, first-time winner is always a good feeling.
And here's Relentless with probably one of the more experienced teams in the field today. Well, not team, but Throttleman, Steve Papp, driving with Travis.
Yeah.
Right? And they're doing a hell of a job. The boat looks level. It looks good. It looks like maybe they just missed the setup a little bit today. But that doesn't mean they're out of it.
No, definitely not.
And here comes Shocker.
It looks to me like the pace boats are displaying a yellow flag there on the start-finish buoy.
Yes, I do see a yellow flag. Now, the boats will only come to a stop if they display a red flag, but as of right now, it's only yellow.
So we're waiting for word here in the booth as to why the yellow's out. The racing will continue. The yellow flags are just a preventative measure to make sure everybody knows that there's some sort of issue on the course. And there in screen is Bulletproof Glendale. And they're currently running in third. In the battle for first, in Class 5 for first is Shoreline Plumbing and Team Woody still going through the south turn and turn 3 and 4. They're getting it. I mean, that's the real deal racing right there, right, Mike?
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Well, I'm not saying that they're hanging back, hoping for a breakout, but I wouldn't be surprised to see either one of Woody or Shoreline maybe be a little hot out there. It's a little speculation, but there is some current. And
it's always possible.
Yep.
And right now in Pro Stock, it looks like number 3 Was Up has about a 15 to 20 boat lead on LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness in their brand new Extreme, and which is very not like LSB.
You know, I don't know. I know what propeller they run. I'm not going to put that out on the air, but I think they were going for it today, and we'll see if they can maybe come onto their setup a little bit out there.
It does look like they're starting to gain some legs as they get further into the straightaway.
Yes, I agree.
It looks like What's Up is really pushing the turn, too.
From the naked eye, it seems to me that LSB is on a decent-sized wheel. And as the race goes on, they'll burn fuel, and their CG will move back just the tiniest bit. The boat will get light, and they'll get those top-end numbers that they're looking for right now, whereas Was Up might be in on a little shorter of a setup to where they had the acceleration out of the gate. They look like a hero now, but we'll see in a couple of laps.
And that's actually a new boat, the Was Up boat. I know you don't talk about it much, Nick, but that's a boat you and your dad and brother built. And first, I guess, second season on it, right?
Yeah, technically second.
Yeah.
We ran Morehead City last year with it and had some fun. But
beautiful boat.
And shout out to Will Smith, man, who builds most of the boats in this class. And on screen there is Boat Floater. That's an Extreme, which is kind of an older version of what you're seeing on screen now in LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness.
Yep, that's a Gen 1, and the LSB is, they call it the Gen 2 Extreme.
Proudly displaying RevX Oil, great sponsor of LSB.
Yep, been a sponsor for a long time for those guys, 6-7 years.
And there on screen, you have a Levy Craft entry in Class 3. That's Team Living Right, Team Woody Living Right. And they're in Class 3 and used to be in Class 4. That Class 3 was created so that the single-engine boats didn't have to run against the twin-engine boats. And as you can see on screen today, it's very difficult for the single-engine boats to keep up with the likes of Old School and Predator.
Yeah, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight with that one a little
bit. And right now, if we can focus on this battle we have coming across the start-finish line, Predator is really putting it on Old School. they can't be more than 5 feet separated nose to tail.
Yeah, really
I think,
giving the fans a good show.
I think Nate Hunt has figured something out in that north turn. It looks like every time they come down the backstretch, Predator, driven by Dean Stallman, throttled by Nate Hunt, seems to just keep gaining on Old School. Now, Mike, you could talk about this a little bit, man. I think what you might be seeing there is Old School trying hard not to break out, staying off that number, being a little conservative.
Yeah, I would say if you're out front, you don't want to be pushing the number too hard and make them drive around you on the outside, which is going to be a pretty tough task.
And on screen here, you got the number 3 Pro Stock entry of Was Up, running with the number 2 entry of Stephen Kildall, boatfloater.com, and Modified V.
Yeah, it looks like there's still a 10 or 15 boat lead on LSB in second.
Yes, and we have right now on our screen, we have, I believe that's Shoreline Plumbing.
Who continues to lead in Class 5 over Team Woody Living Right.
That's the thing about Billy Shipley is hashtag living right. It's more than just a saying. That's a lifestyle.
And I think if owning half the boats in the field is living right, he's accomplishing his goal.
Yeah. If he could put a 7 and a 6 boat out there, he would try for sure.
Well, he kind of has with the addition of Ella's Nightmare into the camp, right?
That is true. That is true.
Team Woody has brought 3 boats to St. Clair, all the way from Texas.
Right.
They're from Texas.
It
That's
looks
quite a
like-
haul up here.
It looks like on screen you have Shoreline and Living Right. Team Woody still, whoa, deck to deck. We had a little wind action here.
Yeah.
Knocked our light down.
But the action doesn't stop.
Oh, the action never stops.
Now you got hashtag Living Right Team Woody. That's JJ Turk and Michael Stancomb.
Look at that. We have they're decked. They're one boat length separating them, coming right down.
It looks like Team Woody is going to get that lead.
And right now it's a game, right? Team Woody's thinking to themselves, the harder I push these guys, the closer to the number they're going to run.
And I'm sure Shoreline's thinking the same thing.
Absolutely. And this is a positioning game, folks. This is all about posturing. The white boat on the inside, Shoreline Plumbing, the yellow boat on the outside, Team Woody, is going to go into that turn trying to keep their respective lines or take the other away. And it's a chess game all the way up the straightaway to not give away what you're going to do.
Oh, I would fully expect Shoreline to bully them if they can in the turn.
Absolutely. They got to hog the inside and keep them off.
We could see the water picking up a bit, definitely compared to what we were seeing in between the races.
Yeah, I would say it picked up. It's a solid 1 to 2 foot, pretty tight, close chop here.
We still have LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Rev X Oil in second place in the Stock V class. It's a beautiful paint job done by Britt Lilly and his team down at Lilly Sport Boats.
And now, Mike, to your point, as the water has changed, you could see it on screen. There's not a huge chop, but it's definitely 1.5 to 2.5 feet out there. It's a solid chop. Now, that could not bode well for one of those Pro Stock entries.
Oh, especially if you got a big wheel on it and you're trimming it to win it. You're going to be in for a little bit of a ride, that's for sure.
In our Pro Stock, we could see Team Shocker is making ground on Team Relentless.
And on screen there is Predator, who now has a commanding lead over Old School. I'm not sure if something happened in one of the turns, but it seems like Old School's fallen off the pace.
Yeah, Old School's noticeably about 10 mile an hour off the pace. I don't know if they're
I can see there that
issues.
I could see there that the driver, Matt Soper's looking down at his dashboard, which is never good when the driver's not looking where he's going. So I'd imagine something's going on there.
Yeah, definitely the wind's picked up here. Camera crews are covering, and things are getting exciting out here, that's for sure.
It's a typical year in St. Clair, my friend.
Expect the rain. Maze Marine on screen here, looking good. That's an old 27 Magnum.
Not sure particularly which year that is, but the word on the street is that boat was Jimmy Hoffa's.
I heard that last night, to be honest with you.
And we'd have to consort with Val the Hitman Fiorillo and see if he knows
Uncle
anything
Val
about
knows
that.
a thing or two about Jimmy Hoffa's Magnum.
On screen, we just missed a really close battle between Relentless and Shocker in the turn. It looked like there was actually quite a few lane changes in just one short turn.
I think it has a lot to do with the weather changing here. Setups that you went in on in the beginning of the day might be coming out from under you right now.
Yeah.
And there on screen is the Class 4 entry 421 of Old School, which, you know, from here seems to be running okay, but Predator has taken a commanding lead. The 41 Apache, they've been multi-time national and world champion in racing circuits stretching all the way back to the late 80s. And that is a dominant boat, an awesome boat. I mean, just so cool to see out on a race course. But I got to think something's going on in that old school boat for them to be this far behind.
Yep, hoping to, maybe they're trying to nurse it to a finish. So, I mean, it could be something simple. I know earlier they were having some electrical issues, coil or a distributor. So they got it running, but gremlins happen, unfortunately.
And right now, Allie, take it away. You got a battle on Pro Stock.
Shocker and Relentless are putting on a show of what we mean that Pro Stock is tight racing, deck to deck, right there. 1 second, Relentless is in the lead, the next Shocker.
Looks like Shocker has an inside coming into the turn.
And now Shocker's going to benefit massively from this because he gets to learn from one of the masters, Steve Papp, how to competitively maneuver that boat.
Yes, definitely. And just for those of you who are fans of Are You Faster in the Class 3 Team Woody boat, we did get shots of them pulled into the center of the course, just so you know their whereabouts.
As well as the Class 5 Rindle entry is on a hook as well.
Got LSB coming down the front stretch. Looks like he's got it trimmed. Maybe one number too much. It bows up there, but he's trying.
And it goes back to our theory earlier, Mike, that maybe he's got a pretty tall setup there, and trying to get it to go over those waves isn't always easy. And on screen now is Predator, Dean Stallman, Wayne Corson, and Nate Hunt.
A nice shot of Team Shocker. You can't quite see what place they're in. Oh, they're in third place. So Pro Stock V right now is, I believe, still was up in first. LSB in second. Shocker third, and Team Relentless fourth.
Looks like Shocker pulled a 6 to 8 boat lead on Relentless in the bottom turn.
And now something I'm noticing, Mike, is the RPMs of these boats as they go by don't sound very high to me. And
I think everyone's big on the wheel.
And
that
would be indicative of a very big propeller selection and an unforeseen weather change.
Yeah, and it's steady getting choppier out here. There's not white caps, but it's very close to white capping.
Yes.
As Old School goes by, it seems that their bad luck is continuing today as they seem to be just kind of nursing that one around the race course now. But on screen is
that's Jay Muller in Wicked.
Wicked Motorsports.
I believe he's racing that with his son too.
I believe so. Yeah.
Jay Muller, longtime offshore boat racer, raced and won just about every class out here, I'd say.
Yep. And there's Predator again coming down the backstretch.
So for this race, we're going to have our Stock V and Mod V running 10 laps. Our Class 4 running 9, as well as our Class 3, which is Team Woody that we saw on the inside of the course. And our Class 5 boats are going to be running 8 laps.
I would say we're a little over halfway, maybe lap 6.
Yes.
So
about
2
there.
to 3 laps left.
A nice shot of boat floater number 2. That's the single entry in the Mod V class.
Stephen Kildall, another experienced team out there. I think the older Kildall has been to every Sarasota race.
And there was, 35 or 36
35
of them?
or 36 of them, exactly.
We have Team Was Up, who's still in a strong lead in the Pro Stock class.
Anthony and Ed Smith.
They look dialed in today.
Yeah, maybe he went one pitch small and nailed the setup here.
Well, I might have a little inside knowledge on that, and we don't exactly have a whole lot of propellers. So knowing what I know it's not on a big wheel.
Oh, there we go.
Well, sometimes that makes it easy, What prop we're running? The only one we got.
It's one of 2.
Yep.
50-50 shot.
And right there in screen is Shoreline Plumbing, still leading the dance just ahead of Living Right Team Woody by maybe 3 or 4 boat lengths. On screen now is LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil, just putting on a fantastic show. That boat is gorgeous.
Running in a solid second place. I don't know, they're back considerably, but they're still running good.
We see Predator coming out of the turn. There is a boat, and Relentless also coming out of that bottom turn, or bottom turn?
That would be the bottom turn.
Bottom turn.
And right there is your Clash of Titans entry that moved up to Class 4 to try a real race. I'm sure they're digging it. That's Kicking Sticks.
Another Eastlake story, and a little tidbit about them. His father runs the Hawk Pace Boat
Right.
That's out here. So
That's
father-son little legacy going out here.
And I think that pace boat has paced more races than I've been to.
Yeah, that pace boat has been around.
We have Team Relentless, number 47, running in 4th place behind Team Shocker, who is in 3rd.
And there you have Stephen Kildall again at boatfloater.com. One thing that I've always had in my mind about them is they're one of my favorite boats to watch for the simple reason of balance. That's always one of the most balanced boats on the course. Can you talk about, Mike, how important balancing one of those Pro Stocks or Mod Vs really is?
Oh, that's everything with those guys. You never see them trimmed up too much. You always see that thing running flat on the nose, and the Extreme likes that. It likes to be down on the front a little bit of stern lift. But Kildall knows what he's doing, and that's a beautiful boat. They take amazing care of it.
I think I seen him with a toothbrush this morning cleaning it.
That wouldn't surprise me.
We have Team Shoreline Plumbing, number 509 in Class 5. They're still having a strong lead.
And they have to be elated. That's Brent and Joe, and that's their first time in the boat together aside from just a couple test laps yesterday. So to have such a good performance throughout the first couple of laps of this race, they have to be happy with what they're achieving. It looks like maybe Team Woody's fallen back another 4 lengths or so from earlier, but they could be laying off the number just trying to make sure they get to the end without breaking out.
Yep, and again, one bad turn or one, you go outside of a boat you're lapping or being lapped, and that's the end of your race sometimes.
And there's boatfloater.com.
Again, perfectly balanced, running good.
We have May Marine, also in Class 5, number 513 on our screen. Not quite sure what place they're running in right now, but they're running strong.
It looks like the top hatch on that boat is open. That might be a ventilation trick.
Yeah, maybe that's your dad's secret for today.
That.
Or he's pretty tall. His head might not fit under that hatch.
Still looking good. Not too much trim in it. Keeping the bow planted pretty nice.
One thing you could see is that was up past the Class 5 boat on the outside. So that is one of the rules of the road here in racing, is that if you're in the larger boat and you're racing with a smaller class, that you pass on the outside.
Yeah, and to your point, Allie, not just larger in size, but faster.
Faster, yes.
Like the faster classes should always overtake the slower classes on the outside. It's just a good way to ensure everyone's safety on the course. And as we're watching your Class 5 leader, Shoreline Plumbing, we're going to flip back to your Class 4 leader. That's number 444, Predator. Dean Stallman, Nate Hunt, and Wayne Corson really running good today. I mean, that boat always looks amazing, but there's something special about it out here in the St. Clair River.
And I have a feeling they're coming up on their last lap. I see our start person starting to make her way to the back of the boat, which is usually a sign you're coming up on your last lap.
And on screen now is running second place, 421 Old School. Third place, 454 Kickin' Sticks. That's a 1988 30 Scarab Panther.
Guys look like they're having fun. I know they were super excited last night. He asked if he could borrow a life jacket, so I threw one over to him.
Team Shocker on the screen right now. That's our 3rd place boat in Stock V.
And those guys are out of Marine Unlimited in New Jersey. And they're a brand new team. They've really poured a lot of effort into that boat. It's gorgeous. I walked by the other day and I could shave in their trailer. They even got their trailer polished. I mean, those guys are really, really ready for this. They enjoy this, and obviously it looks like they're learning.
Definitely doing better. It's a process. A lot of these guys think you go buy a boat and you go win, and sometimes that's never the case.
Yeah.
Especially these classes highly competitive.
As we watch Predator come through turns 1 and 2, that's a boat now in this water that won't have too many upsetting moments. There's not much here that could happen to upset the attitude of that boat. So from here on out, that's on cruise control.
Yep, he's maintaining his gap. It looks like he has a significant lead, and he's just going to try and bring it home, not break out. That's for sure.
Yep.
We just saw Was Up skipping through that bottom turn.
And that shows a little bit of what Mike and Brian were talking about earlier about driving style. There you see the nose of the boat carried high in the air and running it off the transom, kind of skipping through that turn. Much harder to keep a hold of, but if you can pull it off successfully, you maintain a lot of speed.
Oh, yeah, you'll look like a superstar if you can hang on to it for a lap or two.
And you can see that What's Up has significant lead on Team LSB, so it must be working for them this time around. And there, speaking of, that's Team LSB coming around turn 3 and 4. You can see they're kind of using the same style a little bit.
And I think in this class, it's pretty important to keep that bow out of the water. Running minimal horsepower and steering from a singular center point, it's pretty important not to let the bow break the water in front of the drive in which directs the boat around the course. So it's the throttleman's job to kind of keep the right balance there and give the driver something to float.
How does your brother feel about running the single-engine boats? He's he's raced a lot with Instigator and Supercat, and he's been around the block. How does he like the single-engine V-bottom?
You know what? I think it's hard not to enjoy it. It's such a wild, out-of-control way to race a boat that it's hard not to fall in love with it.
Love it and hate it all at the same time,
That's
right?
it, my man.
Team Shoreline Plumbing in Class 5 in our shot right now.
I believe the checkered flag is out for Class 5.
The checkered flag is out.
So that looks like our unofficial Class 5 results will be Shoreline Plumbing with Team Woody.
And I believe Bulletproof is in third.
Yes.
They're getting ready to come up. They're off screen at the moment.
And now in screen is Shocker, again maintaining their third place position.
And they're coming up on their last lap.
As well as the 454 kick and sticks.
I believe Predator is turning in.
Yes,
checkered
our
flag.
unofficial winner in Class 4. Saw the checkered flag waving. And Shocker is Pro Stock. Looks like they have at least one more lap to go.
I believe they're on their last lap.
And there's third place in Class 4, kick and sticks. I believe they have one more lap to go. I think Predator came around and got them.
And I was talking to those guys. I think they're coming out to Michigan City too. So
yeah.
Awesome.
They're hooked.
We have Team Relentless in their fourth place spot in Stock V.
And I've got to think today for Relentless that they just had a setup issue as the day went on because they came out of the gate really strong.
Yes, definitely.
In third place, you have Bulletproof. They're getting the checkered flag, but see if they're turning in. Yep, they're turning in. Sometimes they like to do that victory parade lap.
I call it the reassurance lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see now in these shots all the white caps around the course. The wind has really driven this river up, and that in conjunction with the current here has really created a tough situation.
I wonder how many of those super stock guys that are coming up next are out there changing propellers.
I think there's a lot of trimmed up outboards over there by the crane, my friend.
Yeah, the button on the side's more than just for flushing, right?
Yep. And there's your second place in Class 4, 421 old school. Just a bummer for them today. Something went away in the boat.
Yeah,
they were running phenomenal.
Sounds like it has a little bit of a miss to it. They're down on RPM for sure.
We have Team Was Up. They're getting their checkered
I believe they're coming
flag.
out for the checker flag right here. Yep, unofficial first place. Was Up. I know Bob Courier said no donuts for your dad and brother. Is he going to listen?
If I was a betting man, I would bet there's going to be donuts.
That's what I'm getting. Look, they're heading right for it. Or maybe they're doing an assurance lap.
Now, that's something that you actually have to be careful with in that class. Because if you miscount your laps, a lot of us, we pull tape. So it's hard to keep track while you're in the heat of the moment. But the thought is always to just run an extra one, right? Well, in that class where you're measuring your fuel down to the last couple of pounds to make sure you're at your minimum weight, that extra lap could be detrimental to your day.
10 or 15 pounds go from hero to zero.
Absolutely.
We have Team LSB getting their checkered flag for unofficial second place in Stock V. And also getting their checkered flag is Team Wicked in Class 5.
Fourth place in Class 5. Solid run for those guys, too. It's, I believe that's Jackson J.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep. Muller family.
Team Relentless on the screen as they're working their last lap. I believe we're going to see them finish behind Team Shocker when they come around.
I'm sure it was a learning day. They got to run up front a little bit,
Yep.
you know, and then I'm sure they're getting it figured out. I know Travis isn't deterred from struggling a little, you know. It's that's how you learn.
Mm-hmm.
Got Maze Marine finished, unofficial 5th place. And here comes Predator. I believe they did a victory lap.
Yep.
But
Team Woody.
Yep.
I think they went around.
yeah, I
yep.
think they went around again, but they were done.
Yes.
And here comes Shocker
Team
in
Shocker.
3rd place.
It's great to see these guys up
Yep.
in 3rd place. Their
Yep.
first season out here
Yep.
in Stock V. What's Up is definitely doing their victory reassurance lap, whatever you want to call it.
I'm sure they're just thrilled. Anytime you can take a win in these classes, you're doing something because that's highly competitive.
Oh yes, and we have our unofficial 3rd place, 454 in Class 4.
Kicking sticks. Glad to see those guys finish. You know, anytime you're boat racing and you can finish a race, especially your first race out, it's a good day no matter where you finish.
Oh yeah, and we have Team Relentless crossing the finish line in our Stock V class for unofficial 4th place. It looks like they might be going around again too. Have some extra
Maybe
fun.
Travis wants to hit that top turn one more time.
Extra practice.
Yeah.
Half a victory lap.
Hey,
There we go.
me and Nick were just talking. What do you think the over/under is if Smitty's going to go out and do a donut? First win in the Pro Stock V class for him.
I'm telling you, I got a funny feeling it's coming up, right?
Better to
guys.
beg for forgiveness than ask for permission, right?
right. You know, you guys do a great job of calling the race and fantastic. We're going to spend a little time here coming up. I got Jim Black coming in.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm going to talk to him for a little bit. We're going to do a little sponsor stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to take a step out.
Yeah.
But thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it.
Mike, thanks for coming in. Allie, we're going to give you guys an opportunity to go get a bite to eat because I know we've been working on this for about 3-4 hours now. Take a little health break, do whatever you guys want to do. We'll get through our sponsor stuff and maybe a couple interviews, have you guys come back in, call our last race for us for today. Again, we'd like to welcome everybody to the 2021 St. Clair River Classic presented by Magna. Our title sponsor is Magna. We're also proud to have Buer Lumber as one of our sponsors this year. Cargill Salt, they're taking care of our safety. They're our safety sponsor, sponsoring some of our safety assets out on the water. Coughlin Jewelers, another phenomenal local sponsor. They decided to sponsor our trophies this year. Raymond Cranes, a big shout out to Dave Burgess and Raymond Cranes. They've been with us every year since day one, providing our crane for the wet pits, getting the guys in and out of the water. So thank you to Raymond Cranes. Rivers Bend Marina, we can never say enough about Rivers Bend Marina. Ed Smith and Julie Kimmel out there, they do a fantastic job. Not only does Ed race himself, but he provides support, storage, and his whole shop for the guys when they come into town. Sensation Powerboats is one of our live stream sponsors this year. We're glad to have them back with us. Local company right here in Algonac. Murphy Inn, another one of our live stream sponsors. Great place to get some good food. Warwater Brewery, another local craft brewery here in town. The Voyager, big shout out to Mike at the Voyager. He's one of our sponsors as well. He's also providing the control room for us today to bring in the event. So thanks, Mike. And of course, this is all under the APBA, American Powerboat Association umbrella. St. Clair Chamber of Commerce, fantastic job by those guys on getting us vendors on the street and entertainment in the area here. Excuse me. Some of the other sponsors that we need to acknowledge while we're here today is Tobuck, the DTE Foundation, Waste Management, Anderson Eckenstein in Westrick, Don Skip Murray, Thorpe Printing Services, West Haven Builders, Plains LPG, and Foster Oil. Again, welcome to the 2021 St. Clair River Classic presented by Magna in association with APBA, Powerboat One OPA, and of course, Blue Water Offshore Racing. You know, this is Brian Kowalski. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge another special person near and dear to my heart and have him with us today, and that's Reverend Jim Black. Jim, thanks for coming in. Tell us, I know you got a ministry service, RPM Ministries. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, Brian, what we've done for years is we've been involved with the racing community, and my great heart has been for the offshore boat racing.
Right.
I got involved in it years ago with car racing, a little bit of motorcycles, unlimited hydroplanes. But I think the unlimited had became kind of my niche, and I love the team. I love the spirit of what the racers do. It's a wonderful event. Places like this are just thrilling to come to and watch the guys as they work hard and run their boats as fast as they possibly can.
It's great to have you here, Jim. And we talked earlier today. You're one of the key highlights, if not the highest highlight that I have, aside from watching the guys race, is listening to you on Sunday. Because I know, and most people don't understand this. We always talk about, we're a close-knit family and yada, yada, yada. All the guys come together for a driver's meeting, but before that driver's meeting, 30 minutes before, you provide us a chapel service where you give us an inspirational message for the day and ask for blessings for everybody's safety. How is it to you? How do you, I guess I want to say, we're looking at, a couple hundred guys and gals in the meeting in the morning. All different denominations, Catholic, Methodist, whatever they are or not. How do you always seem to find that right message for us and relate it to something so personal? Like today, you gave us a story of David and Goliath, but you put it in a perspective that was related to boat racing. How do you do that?
Well, it's something that we pray about, and we look forward to getting involved with the chapel service. In the beginning days, it wasn't quite as attended as it is now.
Right.
But over the years, and it's been almost 21, 22 years we've been doing this, so it's hard to believe.
Right.
And so what we do is that we get involved in sharing a truth that is important in its perspective. I think sometimes we forget to realize the Bible has a purpose, and then that purpose has principles. And then we make those principles practical or applicable in our life. And so that's what I've done. I've tried to make the principles of the Bible very practical.
Right.
And make it practical to the men and women that are there in the driver's meeting and those that we meet. And so much of the ministry is, of course, that wonderful chapel time. And then we get the opportunity to pray with all of the teams that want to pray before the races and after the races, and then deal with people during the week and month that we're just common people.
Right.
And we have problems. They have problems. They have families that are sick. We have heartbreak and sadness. Today I've heard a number of stories with people that are just absolutely heartbreaking. And so it's a great opportunity for me as a believer to share the Bible and not push it down their throats or anyone's throat. And because, like you said, we have people from all walks of life, Muslims, Jewish people, Christians, non-Christians, believers and non-believers.
Right.
And yet we are there and have the freedom to hear the truth from my perspective from the Bible, and they know we care about them, and I believe they know that we love them and care about what they're doing.
Yeah, Jim, I can't thank you enough. And as I talk to the other drivers and throttlemen and crew members and wives even, I know you're a family man, got children and grandchildren, I believe. They all tell me all the time, Jim made it into town yet? And I'm like, well, yeah. All right, well, we got to get a hold of him.
Yeah.
I find it fitting that your ministry service is RPM, right?
Yes.
Racing Performance Ministries, I believe, right?
That's it.
People associate RPM with speed and delivery and excellence. And I believe that that's what you provide us, as well as, the message and goodwill and gesture and things like that, and blessings for safety. How did you come up with that name, RPM?
Well, years ago, believe it or not, I sat down with a group of racers in Miami. We were all out to dinner. A number of them were from Johnny Tomlinson's shop.
Sure.
And we got talking about different names. And from that evening, Johnny Tomlinson and his group said, we think Racing Performance Ministries should be the name.
Okay.
And I said, we got it, and so that's what we did.
That's fantastic. You know, so you travel. So you're traveling now at all the OPA sites.
All the OPA, P1, APPA.
Okay.
Any offshore races that are really done in the United States.
Great, and it sounds like your family's obviously well in check with you and
Yes.
supportive of you.
Yes.
Because I know it takes a toll being away from home so many
It does.
hours.
It sounds a lot of fun. Like it's a lot of fun, and it is a lot of fun, especially in the beginning. But it is a job. It's work. Traveling every week, as you know, is can take a toll. But what makes it fun is when you're with the people that you pray for and care about.
Sure. You know, Jim, again, I want to thank you for coming into town, being such a big part of our lives. I don't get a chance to travel as much as I used to with OPA and from site to site. And I look forward to you coming to town because it's a time that, like today, you know, we all make mistakes and make judgments in our life, good, bad, or indifferent. And sometimes those are on Saturday night. And it gives me the opportunity to put myself back in check and get right with myself.
Good.
Because 9 times out of 10, I'm going back to work on Monday, and I want to go back in a positive attitude. So, again, I can't thank you enough for
Brian,
being here today.
Thank you, Brian.
You're
an encouragement to
awesome.
me. I thank you for all you do and for what you mean to us, and always have been an encouragement to me. And you make what we do happen. Thank you so much.
Well, we try our very best. We're going to queue up another video coming up here. We did some interviews over the weekend here, so we're going to take a look at another interview, then we're going to come back. I'll talk a little bit more, but Jim, again, thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Brian.
Spending some time with us. I know you got people that are waiting to see you already. I'm
Good
sure
deal.
they're calling you.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, well, we're going to head off to a video here, folks. We will be back shortly right after this video. We'll talk about some more things and then get ready for our last race of the day. And we'll move on from there.
I'm Craig. I'm here with George Ivey from Bulletproof Offshore Racing. George, tell us about you and your boat.
Hey guys, we're in Class 5. We've got a 29 Warlock. We've got a team combined, Ivy Racing and Bulletproof Racing, and our major sponsor is Glendale Automotive out of St. Louis.
Okay. And how old a boat is your boat?
I believe it is a 92 model.
Okay. Twins?
No, it's a single.
Single?
Yeah.
Single, okay. So how fast will your boat go, roughly?
Well, we run in a bracket class, so it's a 75-mile-an-hour class.
Okay.
So that's as fast as we're allowed to run.
I just had a discussion about that, and I'm a novice to the issue of the bracket classes. Let's explain bracket classes. You have to keep it within a certain mile per hour during the whole race.
That's right.
Okay, so you start out the race, green flag goes, your bracket is what, 70 what?
75.
75 miles an hour.
Right.
So everybody in that class has to go 75.
Well, that's our max speed. So you can't go over that. The only little bit of leeway there is if you go over the speed limit for more than 3 seconds, then you get penalized. So you do have a quick chance to back off of that, but that's where you have to stay.
Is that sort of in order to keep costs down?
No, it's to keep it competitive. It makes it tight racing. The days are over where you can show up with more expensive equipment and newer equipment and go run circles around everybody. So that was no fun.
Right.
So we've made all the classes a lot tighter, and this is the best way to do it. It keeps you under that speed limit, and you'll see when we're out there. We're in the corners together and rubbing rails, so it's a lot of fun.
So yeah, there can't be much distance between the boats.
No. In most cases, we're pretty tight. Our teams got together. We raced separately for a number of years in a class called P1 Superstock. And the way that they kept it even was the boats were all the same, the equipment was all the same. So they would only go so fast.
It's like an IROC series was in cars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, when you're out there, you're running that thing as hard and as fast as it would run, and you were neck to neck because the boats were the same speed. So this is just another way of doing that.
Okay.
But the Belfados and our team, we met racing in that series, and we raced against each other, and then we teamed up and helped each other out. And then 2 years ago, we decided to switch over and do Class 5. So we teamed up on that, and so we're learning as well. This is
are you
new
a
to us.
driver or throttleman?
I drive, and Craig Belfado is throttling.
So that's got to be a difficult chore. How fast will the boat go?
Oh, we've got it propped down, and you do a number of things to keep it more under control at the speed you're trying to, but it's probably a 90 to 100 mile an hour boat.
So then you say propping it down. So if at full throttle, will it only go to 75?
Oh no, we can run faster than the speed limit.
Okay.
Which is good and bad. It makes it challenging.
Right.
You have the ability to go over. So you have to be tight on the numbers and keep it under control.
Now, how often would you say that a team gets penalized? Does it happen every weekend at some point?
Well, as hard as we try, it happens quite often.
Okay.
Actually. You're out there, you're battling it out, and the conditions play a big role. Here we've got a lot of current running. Yep. When you get in rough water, the boat will lunge as it comes out of the air and re-enters. So there's a lot of technique there to keep the boat under control and keeping the speed where it needs to be.
So then race control must have some sort of system keeping track of all the boats in that class, radar guns or what have you.
They do. We actually have a GPS unit on the boat. So each boat has a pack, a GPS pack. It has a chip in it. And it reads, every second of you being out there, including the parade laps. It's turned on as we leave the dock. So when we come in, we pull the chip and it's handed over to the officials, and they download the information, and that's how they score the race.
Oh, so technically you could come across the finish line in third, but you might end up winning the race because
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's what makes it interesting, And sometimes the fans don't see that right away, but it's good for them to know that because they see how the race finishes physically, but it's good to keep an eye on the boards and see who actually, where each boat actually placed.
So how many laps will your race be that you're in on Sunday?
We don't know yet. They haven't published that, and we've got drivers' meetings coming up, but chances are it'll be somewhere between probably a 5 and a 7 lap race.
So let's say it's a 7-lap race. What are the chances that you will go 7 laps and not get penalized at all? Is it?
Oh, excellent.
Okay. But I mean,
no, that's the goal. We're going to try not to get penalized. Again, it just depends on the race and the conditions.
Sure.
In flat, calm water, it's a lot easier to control that speed and keep things tight. And if it gets choppy out there and rough, you'll see probably some more. They call it breaking out when you go over the speed limit. So you might see a little more of that. It just depends.
Okay. How many people on your crew?
We've got a total of 8 people that really help out on a daily basis and are at the races helping out. Craig and Cynthia Belfato, they own the boat. And Cynthia used to race herself. She raced in the P1 Superstock, and she's been in this boat. So it's a good crew. We've got a really good team going here. Like I said, we're new to it, and we're learning every race, and we're making good progress. And then we've got a crew of six other folks that are our support team, and they help out a lot and get the boat here for us and help us in the pits. And it really is a team effort. You've got to have everybody there.
Is your whole crew from the same area?
No. Actually, my wife and I are from Jacksonville, Florida, which is in North Florida.
It's working out perfect. He said our viewership is around 700 or so, and it usually drops down to like 200-300, then comes back up. He said we are staying constant at the 700.
We got back in the early 2000s and have been at it ever since. So it's been a journey.
And what's the number on the boat?
517.
Oh, sorry.
Good luck this weekend. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry. What? Okay. No. Yep, no, that's fine. Just come out to us and we'll chit-chat because it's only going to be about 10 minutes till the race starts anyway. Yeah. All right, sounds good. everybody. Welcome back to the 2021 St. Clair River Classic. I'm joined today with Allie Papp and Nick Smith. My name's Brian Kowalski. We'd like to welcome you back. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We're not quite ESPN yet, but we're getting close. ESPN is so dated. I dated myself. I can't believe that. But we'd like to welcome you back. Viewership will be going back up here shortly. We're taking out, and I stand corrected, we've got our next race is our super stock race. Say that one 3 times fast. And then we'll have a little break in the action, and then our final race a little bit later on. So welcome back, guys. Hope you had a chance to visit the Midway and get a good bite to eat. I know the food here at the Voyager is pretty awesome.
It's off the chain, man.
It was great.
It was great, she said.
So, Allie, why don't we, while we got the boats coming out on the course, why don't we run through the super stock entries?
Yes, so our super stocks today are going to be running 10 laps. We have, so each of the numbers have the number S in front of them for their class. So we have S8, CR Racing, S17, Allen Lawn Care, S19, FJ Propeller, S21, Performance Boat Center, S27, LPC, S42, Jackhammer, S54, CMR, and S111, Canada Construction.
In Canada Construction, that's Ryan Beckley, Double Edge Motorsports usually, but today he's got a sponsor, Canada Construction.
Oh, I was thinking there was some kind of under-the-border crossing there or something.
If there was, we are not allowed to talk about it.
That's correct. So, looks like this one's going to be a good race, guys.
This is going to be good. How many laps are they running today, Allie?
10.
10 laps today.
Yep.
So you're going to see something pretty interesting here. Right now, we have a situation developing where the wind is now picking up out of the north, blowing straight down the river.
Yep.
Now, when Superstock takes the green flag today, they're going to be starting heading north. Okay, so they're going to be into the wind. Now, when you turn a catamaran into the wind, as we were describing earlier, it helps the tunnel pack air. And I think you're going to see a really fast race course today from these cat outboards.
Right. Now, from my understanding, these guys have no speed restrictions, right? It's kind of let her eat and go, huh?
It's a full-blown spec class race, man. It's wide open throttle from start to finish.
A lot of seasoned veterans in this class. I know I was speaking with Gary Ballou the other day, and Gary has raced all over the world. Dubai, you name it. He's
Class
pretty
1
much
X-Cat
been there.
Series champion. Yeah, Gary's about as seasoned as they come.
And so particular, the man, a speck of dust on his boat, he can't handle it.
Nope.
He'll wash the whole thing.
But I'll tell you, today's field is going to be full of just killers. Okay, you got Gary Ballou, who's been in this for a very long time, just like Ryan Beckley or any of these guys have been in these boats or around these boats for a very long time. But you have a newcomer last year in STR Racing, and that's Sean Torrente. And Sean Torrente comes from a background of F1, X-Cat, tunnel boats, stuff like that, where he's a bit different schooled than the offshore guys. Whereas, offshore is kind of like you have your world beaters. Like Gary Ballou was the guy for a very long time in that class. Whereas Torrente comes from a field that was, I don't want to say, night and day, but very, very, very competitive. I mean, beyond what the offshore series sees, because those little boats are so dialed in. The F1 tunnel boats that we saw in Lake of the Ozarks, he ran those over in Dubai, and those are extremely tight together. They all run very, very identical packages. There's very minimal room for advantages. So it really comes down to driver skill.
Yep. It's funny, you brought up Sean. MTI, fantastic company, great boat builder. I had the pleasure of watching them come into town on Thursday, and they rolled in with this beautiful semi with towing the boat, and then a brand new Featherlight NASCAR style hauler that 3/4 of the team members seen for the first time when they got in town, followed by a brand new Corvette and a little what are those little cars, Coopers?
Yeah, Mini Cooper.
All wrapped to look the same. Everything looks the same. They got matching shoes. I got to tell you, there's some serious cash into this sport.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think that that they're all sponsored and everything's paid for all the time. That's not the case.
No.
From my
Not
understanding.
necessarily, no.
No, and in that case there, that's a 450 ROS boat. That's a new class that we developed this year. It's a 39-foot MTI with twin 450Rs, and it's a developing class. There's a few more manufacturers that are getting their horse in the race with that. Doug Wright, skater. And I think you're going to see by year's end 3 or 4 of those boats running together against Taylor.
That's going to be great. And speaking of Taylor, another young lady in the sport, yes?
Uh-huh.
Tell us, have you had a chance to talk to Taylor?
I have actually not
I don't
met
want to cut
Taylor
you guys
yet.
off, but we're getting another really fast start here. We're trying to beat the weather, folks.
Yep.
And it looks like the pace boat is up on a yellow flag. The super stocks are moving into position. It looks like the Jackhammer entry got maybe caught off guard there. They're down just behind LPC and Allen's Lawn Care. I don't see them getting on plane. But right now you have a lineup: LPC, Billy Allen and Allen's Lawn Care. You got Canada Construction and CR Racing taking the green flag. I don't see the other boats yet in our frame, but I'm sure they're there. And here's what I was talking about, Brian. I believe we have a green flag, and look at these boats pack air. Look as they gain speed going up the front stretch. They're going to get really light and flighty.
Yeah, you look at that and you go, oh my gosh, there's like only a couple inches of that
and
30-foot boat in the water.
Yeah, and there's CMR Racing, and Sean Torrente's right out in the lead. His boat's going to be one to watch out for today. It's going to be lightning fast in this flat water, but he's not far ahead of Performance Boat Center with their Fast Fuels Superstock entry, pulling up in second place there on their way down to turn 1.
It looks like we only see 4 of the entries out, and we have...
Nope, there's more there, Allie.
Oh.
They would just
I see them.
See as they pan there. It's just I guess
so
the
many
angle we
of
were
them.
on.
You
There's a
can't
lot of
see
them.
all of them.
8 of them today, I believe.
8 of them.
Now we're going to have the cameras fixed on these turns here because they're the only class on the course right now. As we go into turn 1, it looks like CR Racing in first.
Yes, that is S8, CR Racing.
As they come through the turn, it looks pretty uncontested there. I don't see anyone in his rooster tail. Nope, and he's followed in second place by Sean Torrente. In third place, Performance Boat Center Fast Fuels.
Notice how that rooster tail starts to lay down as they pick up speed. That's them getting the boat trimmed out, I guess you'd say, right?
You actually trim back in, Brian. Yeah, so what happens is you trim up for acceleration to lift the boat and get it out of the water and help it gain its speed. And then as it gets to its speed, you want to reestablish the attitude. So right there, as you see CR Racing going down the backstretch with a perfect shot up against the land, you can see how the rooster tail is no higher than the canopy. And that's indicative of a boat that's trimmed and balanced correctly. That boat's probably running somewhere around 115 miles an hour right now, and it looks perfect doing it.
Well, I tell you, that's pretty impressive.
And now we have a position change. It looks like Sean Torrente had an issue on the backstretch, and LPC has taken over second place with Allen's Lawn Care in third. As we get to the lead pack here, coming out of turn 4.
On screen right now, we see FJ behind S11, Canada Construction.
There we go.
S111.
LPC and Performance are battling for second. I don't see Sean Torrente anymore, folks. He must have had an issue on the backstretch.
We still have CR Racing out in front in our Superstock class.
And as that boat comes by, the Star Finish boat, you can really see. Look at this shot here with Performance Boat Center and LPC. Those boats are pretty identical, and you can see it there in the setup. They're packing air perfect. They're perfectly trimmed. They're on their top number. And it's going to be good to see as this race unfolds who comes into their setup and who runs out of setup.
Canada Construction on our screen right now, followed closely behind by FJ Propeller.
So I misspoke earlier. We were talking about Taylor with MTI. They're actually coming up in our next race.
Yes, sir.
I was like, I got to think about that. I said, oh, that was the wrong team.
It's all right.
It's okay.
We'll give you that one, Brian.
All right.
But as we see FJ Propeller there in the back, that's not a lone victory entry, but the lone one running on the course right now is Jackhammer's down in the south end. And S8 CR Racing continuing to establish a lead in Superstock here coming onto the second lap. See how that rooster tail's up, Brian?
Yep.
And as it starts to drop, that's what we were talking about earlier. That boat is obviously set up perfect for the day.
Such a winning combination. You know, these guys, not only from a financial investment, the time and the training and the running, I would assume these guys are testing all the time when they're not racing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's nonstop work, and especially for Casey Boaz there in CR Racing. He's the new owner of Herring Propeller, I believe. And so he knows his stuff, man. He goes back to work and finds every bit of speed he can in that boat. And there's LPC, I believe, still running in second place. No, actually, he's running third place.
Performance took over second place.
Yeah, they got a pretty good stretch on LPC now going down the backstretch, but about the same between him and CR. So that might say that there's an issue in LPC.
You can see the water definitely calm down, more like our first race, and not as crazy as our second race was. So that's definitely a game changer for the boats out on the course.
As we watch Canada Construction making their way down the backstretch, heading into turn 3, we're going to shift over here and show you the leaders coming out of turn 4. And it's still S8 CR Racing, followed by Performance Fast Fuels Boat Center.
That's just an amazing shot there, looking at the S8 boat coming up through there. It's just walking right along.
Yeah, and you can see it here in Performance as well. These boats are now running straight into the wind. They're packing air. They're running against the current. But look how fast those boats are on just 600 horsepower. It's unbelievable.
It looks like Performance Boat Center has gained a very great lead over third place LPC with Canada Construction behind them. So we don't know. Maybe something happened down in that bottom turn. They've gained quite a lead.
From what we can see sitting here, the boat looks like it seems to be under full power.
Yeah.
But they might be having some sort of electrical issue or something of the sort that's taking them out intermittently.
FJ Propeller coming on the outside of Canada Construction.
Now the guys are making their way down into turn 1 here. And this is going to be interesting to see as the race goes on. You have a pretty tight group. They look spread out, but it's not when they're covering the amount of distance they are in the short amounts of time.
Sure.
And it'll be interesting to see who's on big propellers, who's on small propellers, who's losing weight and gaining speed. It's going to be interesting.
Now, you know, we talked earlier, some boats have ballast systems. And do these boats have that type of system in them, or is it not necessarily used?
I do believe they do, but I'm not 100% sure, Brian. It's possible.
Because it seems like the longer they race, the faster they get. And I know that's from shedding fuel as well, because that's
the lighter
serious
the
amount of
boat
weight.
gets.
And it's actually less about the weight that it's losing and more about where it's losing it from.
Right.
So in most situations, the gas tank is mounted pretty close to the center of gravity on the boat, which is basically, if you guys understand this at home, it's like balancing a pencil on your finger. We try to mount the gas tank on top of the balance point. That way, as the race goes on, the attitude of the boat doesn't change.
Right.
But oftentimes it does, and it actually moves the CG a little bit further back. And as the boat's lighter, it can carry itself in the water a bit more and achieve some higher speeds.
We have Canada Construction in our shot right now.
And that's S111. We were talking earlier about seasoned veterans. That's Ryan Beckley in that boat has been to just about every offshore powerboat race ever produced for the last 50 years. We were sitting in the registration room the other day, and he was telling us facts about the freighters on the wall. That's how much that guy knows about boats.
Now, he does a lot of the wraps for these guys, doesn't he? I
Yes.
believe that's his business.
Yeah, it's Kinetic Animations down in Sarasota, Florida, I believe. And Ryan does an amazing job wrapping 90% of these boats on the course. And if you notice, not many of them lose their wrap jobs.
That's a good thing when you're going 150 miles an hour.
Ryan is unbelievable.
Our Super Stocks just finished their third lap. They're now working their fourth lap.
So I see Allie's over here with a score sheet, just like our chief scorer uses out on the start finish, and she's checking off laps. How do you guys keep track of how many laps you're on the course? I heard it's it's a pretty simple process, but I'll let you explain it.
It's pretty simple, but when there's a lot of boats out on the course, it gets pretty challenging. This is not as bad because there's only one class, so it's not as confusing. But basically, every time a boat passes the start finish, you just write which position they're in each lap. And so, opposed to just doing the finishing order in case you need a restart, or when the GPS comes into effect, things like that. So we record places on every single lap, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, so that's from the land side of it. Nick, how about the water side? I mean, there's like, let's say on the days you and your dad are racing in the fountain, how do you...
Well, I can tell you right now from S8 CR Racing, as you watch them come down the backstretch, those guys right now are trying to push their feet through the footrests. They're pulling the steering wheel out of the dashboard, pushing the throttles down through the bottom of the boat. The last thing they're thinking about is what lap they're on. And all we have is a pretty antiquated system of a bunch of duct tape cut into strips on the dashboard that has 1 through 10 on it.
Holy cow.
And there ain't no way you're going to remember to pull those tapes. If they say they do, they're lying to you.
So it's just simple as that, pieces of duct tape.
That's it, man. And in a lot of instances here in this race today, a lot of these boats have ship-to-shore communications. So Casey and CR there right now on screen is probably having information relayed to him from his crew chief somewhere, telling him where everybody is in reference to him on the race course and what lap he's on and how many he has left.
Kind of like spotters in NASCAR.
Very, very similar. And right now, I think I'm seeing I haven't heard
Looks
anything
like
through my headset, but it looked like a boat upside down.
It almost is a pretty
just past the
colored boat there.
I don't know if the guys in the booth can get a shot of that. I think there's a boat upside down just past the south turn.
Yeah, into turn 3 and 4.
I'm looking out at the...
Yep, we saw Performance
finish.
Boat Center.
There we go. Oh, they had it.
Yep.
I don't see a caution out on the start-finish boat.
We see I see one of our teams pulling to the inside of the course, which is standard procedure.
There it is.
And there it is. It looks like...
If we can stay on that shot for a second.
Like Alan Lawn Care,
Team
maybe?
Alan Lawn Care.
It does look like Team Alan Lawn Care, and that's a real bummer. I hope to get more information as the situation unfolds. Now, we're in a unique situation here where our safety assets are deployed. They're down there working with the team, recovering the boat, making sure everybody is safe. But usually in this instance, the race would stop. In this instance, it's not, because we have a particular situation in St. Clair where the current carries these incidents past the race course, so it has no danger whatsoever to the boats competing. And it doesn't hinder our safety assets.
Yeah, we have to give a big shout out to our safety folks. You know, it's just amazing the job that they do and how well they do it.
I do believe I can see the participants standing in the medical boat there, and I believe they're trying to get it flipped back over upright to tow it back into the river here. I'm just waiting on an update. Can you find out if everyone else is okay? And they are coming into the picture is CR Racing, still completing hot laps.
I did see Team LPC off screen pull off the course. Performance coming through the bottom of that shot.
There's a shot there of our safety crews working to flip that boat back over. But we're going to get back to the action on the course as it's still underway. We have S8 CR Racing leading the dance, and Performance Boat Center Fast Fuel's chasing them down right now. It doesn't look like there's much of a difference there in the lead distance, which means to me that there's not much of the setup coming into play.
No, it seems that everybody's setups are staying pretty Consistent.
Yeah, and we did just get word that both participants in Allen's Lawn Care are safe and okay on the safety boats.
It's always great to hear.
Coming out of turn 2 there was CR Racing, and here's S111 Canada Construction.
They are coming up past the start-finish boat on the front stretch.
And that skater is just running absolutely beautifully. It carries such a nice attitude in the water, and when that boat really shines is in that 2 to 4 foot chop we see at some race sites we go to. Ryan just loves getting that water thrown at him.
Team FJ Propeller behind them. I believe that's for 4th place. Yep. So right now our standings are CR Racing, Performance Boat Center, Canada Construction, and FJ Propeller.
And again, there was a lot more entries here. We have Allen's Lawn Care upside down in turns 3 and 4. Again, all participants there are safe and okay. And we also had Sean Torrente drop off early. LPC have a mechanical issue and come off the course, as well as Jackhammer broke at the start, I believe. So it's dwindled down, but we still have a race on our hands, folks. My recoil in performance and Rusty, they really run hard, and I don't think they're going to give CR a break. If CR seems to trail off or fall asleep, they're going to have an issue.
The race is not over until they've completed all 10 laps.
So
you never know what could happen.
Attrition plays a toll in racing as well. The more the laps, the more they seem to dwindle down from time to time.
Yeah, now these Mercury outboards that they're running on these boats are pretty reliable packages. In a pleasure setting, they're 1,000-hour motors. Granted, what we do with them here is a bit more strenuous, but they're pretty reliable, and they push these boats really well. As you see Performance Fast Fuels come by here, they are just running flawlessly. The difference between them and CR Racing, which might look like a pretty sizable gap, is really probably only a mile an hour or two.
We see, I think, the Performance on our screen, and Canada Construction now.
Making his way through the south turn, which seems pretty flat from just a half hour ago. We had a squall come through, which really picked up the water in just a matter of 15, 20 minutes. It looks pretty flat now.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, how that turn down there can be affected so many different ways by weather.
Team CR Racing.
And there's a beautiful shot of them accelerating out of the turn with the rooster tail up. You know they're trimming, trying to find the speed. As they get to their speed, you see them tuck those motors back down a little bit and get the attitude right in the boat, and they're just running flawless. I mean, lap after lap, they are just putting distance on second place, but that's not to knock Performance Boat Center. If Performance Boat Center enters the frame next, it's just an unbelievable setup class where there's not much more you can do than pick the right propeller, put the right amount of fuel in it, and move some weight around. So you're looking at boats here that are very technically close. And the only thing that separates them is driver and throttleman skill and a couple of lead bags that they move around the boat to make it run on different center lines. And what you're seeing here is just a master class by CR Racing and Performance Boat Center. Performance Boat Center based out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. And if you talk to anyone from the lake out there, their staff and their crew is beyond reputable. They put the time in. They really don't cut any corners, and they're running flawlessly in second place today.
A few years back, I visited their facility over there, and it was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, they don't spare any expenses.
Yeah, they say it's like you could eat off the floor over there.
It's beautiful.
But you don't have to, because they have plenty of establishments there to get food and beverage.
Oh, I know.
There you go.
That's a fun place to go to, Lake of the Ozark, I tell you.
That's an amazing place, man, and in my opinion, it's horsepower central.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
You know, I was talking to Tyler Crockett, a local guy here. He's headed down there to try and set a world speed record.
Yep. I believe in his 26-foot Joker.
Yep.
He's a madman.
Crazy.
There's
but we love him.
S111 Canada Homes coming down the backstretch as we have S42 Jackhammer idling past us here at the live stream booth. Their day ended really prematurely, and it's a bummer for them as those guys always run hard and competitive in this class.
And it's a cool boat, man.
That's such a cool boat.
Yeah, it is.
And I think that name seems to change race by race. I've heard some Sledgehammer, Hammerheads,
Right.
but it is in fact Jackhammer.
It is.
If it's got a hammer in it, it's there.
And here's FJ Propeller coming down the backstretch. Gary Ballou really doing everything he can to find some speed in that boat today. It seems like he might have picked the wrong prop as he comes through the south turn with S111 Canada Homes leading the way, or Canada Construction, sorry about that. And the one thing you'll really notice about FJ Propeller is the hull design, as well as the way the deck's designed. It really looks like an airplane wing. Those Victories have a lot of R&D into aerodynamics, and you really see it in the X-Cat series.
Really?
Those boats are incredibly fast overseas.
I can only imagine the amount of engineering that goes into design a boat, like you're going through, Allie. You know, completely modifying a boat. I'm sure you got so much thought going in that.
Yeah, definitely racing a different boat for 5 seasons. You know what works and what doesn't work, and designing around what you've learned over the years definitely helps.
Excellent.
We have CR Racing coming through the turn, still in first place.
And you can see there, they're taking a very conservative line through that turn, not making any mistakes. Again, Rooster Tail accelerating to speed. You'll see it drop here shortly and just kind of pick up a perfect attitude. When I say this is a master class, ladies and gentlemen, this is a master class. They are really out here putting on one of the best runs of the day.
What do they call that? Checked out, I think it is.
That is checked out, man.
It's a beautiful boat.
It is pretty.
Coming behind them in second is still Performance Boat Center.
And there's just something about that S21 boat. It is one of the sleekest, prettiest race boats on the course.
You know,
agreed.
10 years ago, when I seen these out, I used to always think, God, I don't like them. They sound like a weed whacker. It's one of my favorite classes now because it's become so competitive, and there's so many boats in it. It seems like the last couple of years it's really exploded.
It's really taken off.
And the truth of the matter is, with this class, today they took the field. They took the course with what, 8 boats, 10 boats, 8 boats?
8.
And now out of those 8 boats, there's 8 front runners. That class is a revolving door. Sean Torrente's been leading the charge in the flat water races. He seemed to have found some speed in the bottom of his, and the way the tunnel compression's done in his is a little different from some of the older boats. But it's anybody's day, as you see out here today. Right now, CR Racing dominating the dance. You got S8 CR Racing still in first. You got Performance Boat Center in second, Canada Construction in third, and FJ Propellers in fourth. And as I rattle off those names, you have a most recent world champion in Ryan Beckley, who won in Inglewood 2 years ago before COVID, who was a world champion. You have CR Racing, who's no stranger to the podium. Gary Ballou, obviously, his name rings bells. And Myra Coyle and the guys at Performance Boat Center, they're no stranger to the podium. I mean, this is what I mean when I say it's anybody's day.
Yeah, you know, you look at this, 8 different boats, 8 different teams, 6 different manufacturers that we're dealing with here. Doug Wright Victory, Wright Performance, Blade, not one I'm super familiar with.
Today, I'm not 100% sure about that one, Brian. Today, you have pretty much a field of Doug Wrights. You have Jackhammer and FJ Propeller are the 2 victories in the class, and Ryan Beckley with the Skater.
Okay. Must be a typo on my sheet here. It said it's a Blade. I'm like, okay. But I know there used to be a Dragon that used to run.
Yes.
What was the gentleman's name? Vinny? No. Oh, I can't remember. Cool boat. Very cool looking boat.
There's been lots of designs in this class over the years, going back to like Deep V Cats. There's been a lot of interesting innovation. And this kind of has become ground zero for the innovation as Mercury tests a lot of their race engines in these classes, and companies like Doug Wright and Victory and Skater have been constantly throwing their hat in the ring with new molds and new builds. It's really an interesting class to see them all come together.
Absolutely.
As we have S111 Canada Construction coming down the backstretch. There's a boat that I believe was built in 2006. It's Gator Power boat.
It's an older one, yeah.
One of the older boats in the field. Still very competitive, running in third place today.
Yeah, it's kind of like you said, that the technology's all there, and the hulls may be a little older, but it gets down to that driver and throttleman and prop chain.
Yeah,
prop
absolutely.
decisions.
And that's really present in every class, even all the way down to class 5, 6, 7. It's, you know, it really is less about the boat and more about the team. You're going to see later in the day today Miss Geico take the course, which is probably the most technologically advanced catamaran ever built. There's been more hours put into that victory than any other boat I know of. That is Steve Curtis's and Gary Stray's baby prior to it being Geico.
Right.
And once it became Geico and they had the funding to do so, they continued to innovate on that boat. So there's a situation where you combine technology with the experience of a guy like Steve Curtis.
Right.
And then they have a rotating stable of drivers between Britt Lilly, Travis Pastrana, and Miles Jennings drove it in 2019, another accomplished racer from overseas, where it's an extremely hard to beat boat to beat when you apply the technology to the skill in that canopy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that coming up. But, you know, back to this race here, these guys, it amazes me what you can do with what Mercury does and the other engine manufacturers that are out there. But it's pretty much standard across the board that it's Mercury.
Yeah. And right now, actually coming past the live stream booth, pending approval from race control, is CMR Roofing. Sean Torrente must have fixed his gremlin, and he's trying to get back on the course. We will let you know as soon as he does gain entry.
Yeah, the hatch is still up, so.
Yeah, it seems that it won't get on plane. Their gremlins continue to harass them as S8CR Racing goes by the start-finish line still in first, with Performance Boat Center Fast Fuels in second. And it looks like Canada Construction still in third, coming down the backstretch as they complete their final lap of the day.
Yes. We see the checkered flag waving. CR Racing is pulled off, and Performance Boat Center just got waved in too. So that's unofficial first and second place for stock, for super stock. It's been a long day. Still on the course is Canada Construction and FJ Propeller for our third and fourth place boats.
And here you'll see S111's entry into the south turn. And you can see as that boat kind of dances side to side that it's getting aired out and finding all of its speed. Pull off just a tiny bit, set the boat over into the corner, and you'll see here as they push that boat through, they're wide open now, picking a line, running it off the corner. You'll see the tail come up, accelerate back to speed. As the tail comes down and it packs air, they'll be pushing hard to the finish. And good day for S111 Canada Construction. And just behind S111 Canada Construction, you should see FJ Propeller entering the fold there into turn 3 as they come across the finish line to claim their third place for today. Now again, Allie, these results are unofficial as well, not for the reasoning of having to read a GPS, but they do have to pass tech inspection after the race and be sure that they have the correct computers and they weigh the right weights, right?
Yep. So every result you see here is unofficial, and it may change, it may not. It all depends.
Yeah, and now these are subject to the same thing as like Pro Stock and Modified Veed does in the beginning of the day. They all have to go back to the crane and get weighed out.
Yep. And we have all of our boats have completed the race.
So while we're waiting for the guys up in the booth, we have to acknowledge some sponsors, and they're going to queue up some stuff from Sensation, Foster Oil, and Murphy Inn for us. I have to tell you, Rivers Bend Marina, phenomenal group over there. Such a huge supporter of the sport. Has won multiple awards for not just winning races, but for like sportsmanship, and the Unsung Hero Award he's won. Our hats go off to the folks over there. It's Ed Smith and Julie Kimmel.
And your timing couldn't be better, Brian, as they're going to make their way out on the course in the next race.
I'm telling you. And then, you know, another local business we got to talk about is Warwater Brewery. Another one of our sponsors sponsored us being here today on the live stream. Chris Paul, a pillar in the community, sits on, I think, every council and every board that there is in this town. And produces a great event. I know they produced a lot of cans last night for the returnables section.
I thought the same thing. I went there for dinner last night. It was very good.
Was it?
Yes.
I heard they served a 32-ounce can beer there. That's got to be like a torpedo.
You know what the coolest thing about it is? They pour the beer in it and seal the top on it right in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't get much fresher than that. So as soon as our crew comes up with our Sensation and Foster Murphy stuff, looks like they got it. We'll be back in just a few, and thanks for joining us.
Here at Sensation, we are proud to offer a 3-model line. The 32 CCX, 34 CCX, and 40 CCX. Our 32 CCX is packed with features found on the larger model, in addition to its best-in-class performance. The handling is unlike anything you've driven at this size. Our 34 CCX has proven to be a showstopper at any time. This CCX has an expanded cabin, third engine option, and a foot wider beam from the 32. Our largest CCX to date, the 40, comes standard with second row seating, dive door, bow thruster, and an optional 4th engine. Follow our Facebook and Instagram pages to see all the boats coming out of Algonac, Michigan. Trust me.
Well, they've got drink specials every day. Rooms upstairs if you want to stay. If you love music, hear it play at the good old Murphy Inn. At the good old Murphy Inn.
Looking for a great spot to enjoy lunch or dinner with fantastic daily food and happy hour specials? Look no further than the Murphy Inn in St. Clair. This is Paul, owner of the Murphy Inn. Our charming Irish pub features different food and drink specials every day of the week, plus live entertainment every Wednesday through Saturday. The inn even offers 7 unique hotel rooms complete with modern amenities, perfect for overnight stays or a weekend getaway.
There ain't no doubt we're going out to the good old Murphy Inn. To the good old Murphy Inn.
Welcome back to the 2021 St. Clair River Classic. I am joined with Allie and Nick again. We are having a wonderful day out here, folks. We wish you all were here, but we thank you for tuning in as you all are. We are set here to get ready for our later race. We're fortunate enough right now that we have Nate Hunt joining us from the Predator boat. Nate, welcome and thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, no problem. Great racing out there today.
So how was it?
It was cool. It was really fun. My first time racing here, so I went to school actually, and learning these currents and stuff was incredible. It was a whole different type of racing for me. You know, I'm used to running offshore races and big waves and everything else. And
Yeah.
man, you get in the corners here, and the boats have made a couple laps. It's like a washing machine. You climb through that corner, and it is so mixed up water, and the boat wants to loft, and while you're in the middle of a turn doing 80 miles an hour, it's a little tricky. So on this end, it's really, really nasty. On that end, you get into the corner and you make the corner hard and get in and come out the other side, and the next thing it feels like somebody hit the NOS button. Took off. Woof.
So going on the north end, you think you needed the NOS button. On the south end, you're wishing Jim Black was in there helping you play through the turn.
Exactly, man. You're hanging on for dear life down there, throwing you up all over the place, and, it's crazy.
Well,
now, Nate, I just want to jump in and ask you a couple questions. Right there at the beginning of the race, it looked like you and Old School had one hell of a battle going right from green flag.
Yeah, Matt Soperline. We're good buddies. He's a good friend, and we play all the time. And we always like to put on a good show and get out there. But believe me, when we go out there and race, we race.
Absolutely. Now, what happened going into the first turn? It looked like you guys had a really tight battle going on. Through the first lap, it looked like you had maybe a boat length or two on you. And then in one turn, it seemed like you put maybe 10, 15 boat lengths on him. Did you just nail something there, or did something go wrong?
No, I think something happened to him. He came in early a little bit. So I think something happened to him. We were running real good there for a while, and then all of a sudden he slowed down. So I'm thinking he hurt it or something happened.
Well, kudos to you, Nate. You really put that thing up on the pins today, and you really made that thing shine. You and Dean Stallman have been having an unbelievable year. How's it feel to be the unofficial first place Class 4 winner in St. Clair River Classic?
Feels great, and we love this place, man. We're new fans, and we'll be back. You don't have to worry about that. We'll be back maybe even with 2 boats. So we'll see how it goes. Dean and I have projects working at this point, and it's much fun, and how great this production has been, and easy. That's the cool thing. We always like coming to races where everything flows nice and easy, and the people are so cool. And right now, this place takes the cake for the year. It's it.
I'm going to have to get a bigger row to put all these boats on.
Well, and I think we're going to have to get some bigger hats for the Blue Water folks as their head swells throughout the day.
It, man. I tell you, thanks, Nate.
I definitely have had a great time already. My crew and everybody have had wonderful time. St. Clair Inn's been killer to us, supplying us with ice every day and all the good stuff we need and great views. And you setting us all up in the pits right in front of them. It was, hey, couldn't ask for anything better. Awesome. And Boomer, always pleasure. Commentation here. Psh, my kids that are home.
They're enjoying it. That's good.
That's proud Papa, man.
Yeah.
You did a great job, Nate. We're so proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, buddy.
Appreciate
see you at
it.
the awards.
Yeah, we will see
you
there.
Tonight. Take care, guys.
Yep.
Time to clean the boat up.
Love you, brother. Thank you.
You look at that, and Nate's a pretty humble guy. Over the last 3 days talking to him, you can see the emotion when he talks about his family because he's so far away. How is it contending with your family like that when you're gone so much? You know what I mean? You're miles away, and I know FaceTime and stuff like that, but it's not Textel. It's not hugging your kids or tucking them to bed.
You know where the emotion comes from, I think, Brian, is when we say that there's a lot of passion in this sport, there's a lot of passion in this sport. And it's a full team effort. Like, I know for a fact that Nate's kids are with him every day, helping him fix the boat, clean the boat. And, Nate's only a few months removed from his own bout with cancer.
Yeah.
And just like Ed and Knuckleheads. And to see Nate out here doing what he did today, I could only imagine the pride he feels and how his family must feel and how proud of him they are. To see him out here, he fought the real fight.
Sure.
And now he's out here fighting the fight in Class 4 and getting it done.
And sometimes I think getting out, like everything he's gone through over the past couple months, sometimes I think getting out and doing something you love helps that healing process more than any other drug or anything else. The only other thing more powerful than that is probably prayer. And I'm just so proud for him today and so happy for him because I'm going to tell you, he's been bouncing off the wall the last 3 days ready for this.
You don't know how right you are, Brian. I mean, look at Evil Ed and Knucklehead.
Sure.
If it wasn't for that race boat, man, that's all he talked about. Every time I talk to him, man, I'm going to be good by Cocoa Beach. And I go, I know you are. And I did know he would be because he's a wild man and there's no way he's going to miss a boat race.
So Ed pulls into town the other day, and I look at his pit crew, and I'm like, wow, his pit crew's changed. Who's this tall guy? Tim Lolito used to play for the Lions, played for the New Orleans Saints for a while, lives up this way. I said, well, Tim, when did you start working with Ed? He says, working with Ed. He said, I work for Ed. I said, what? He goes, he's been battling the battle. I'm working down at the marina and doing everything I can, all the heavy lifting I can do. He says, I said, well, how'd you get drafted into washing the boat today? He goes, because I can reach taller than he can. So it's just cool to see the support that everybody gets.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yep.
And Brian, as we're chit-chatting here, the boats for the fourth and final race of the day are making their way out on the course.
Yeah.
And right there is that victory, Miss Geico, that we were speaking about earlier. And unfortunately, due to COVID, a lot of the overseas teams weren't able to commit to the 2021 season. So we're missing Triple Two, we're missing Victory, and we do miss them in a big way. They are so much fun to watch run against Miss Geico here in the States. And you're getting a look at what I describe as the most technologically advanced catamaran in history.
Yeah, they have done. You look at the transition of this boat over the last, I'm going to say 10, 12 years. You know, it went from 50-foot turbines to sealed motors to what they're running today, or unlimited motors to sealed motors, what they're running today. I know Mercury actually developed a motor specifically for this class, from what I understand.
That's right. And this boat specifically has always competed in what is called Class 1 overseas, and what we now know as Class 1 here in the States. So it's always run these motors. And as we get another shot here, that's Knuckleheads. That's Ed Smith from Rivers Bend Marina.
Yep. Go hometown.
Go hometown, man. And that's in the boat with him is Anthony Smith, my brother, who took the checkered flag in the number 3 Pro Stock boat. And they're also running uncontested today.
Yeah. Well, that's there's a lot of history in that boat, too. I believe that used to be Peter Meyer's old boat, the Instigator.
Instigator, yes, sir. That boat has won a multitude of championships across a lot of platforms. I've dubbed it the baddest V in the sea, and we'll see if it holds up to his name today.
Oh, it's cool looking.
And there's MCon from all the way from Lake of the Ozarks, unfortunately running uncontested in Supercat. Don't know where the rest of the boys are.
That's Myrick, right?
Yes. And just out of the shot we just had there is the Bat Boat, Elliot Gray, and I believe T-Man.
If you haven't got a picture of that boat at any site that you've ever been, you need to. That is all paint on that boat. It's not a wrap. It's truly amazing, that one. Elliot's running in Class 2 today with the Team Woody, and Strictly Business is running Class 2.
Oh, okay, so that's a good battle there.
That's going to be a fun one to watch.
In Strictly Business, returning is Louis Gicontieri and Johnny Stanch. Johnny Stanch has been running offshore boats as long as I've been alive, and double that.
Oh, yeah.
and Louis is one of the fiercest competitors in the sport.
Great shot of SV Racing. I got to give these guys props. When they pull into town, it's a sight to behold, these guys here. They travel with supercars and all kinds of stuff.
And if the guys in the booth are listening, we seem to have lost Allie's mic.
Oh, no. I can hear you, but I can't hear you there.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we
She's
go.
back.
Okay. Cool.
And yeah, I mean we got to give a little bit of time and attention to that Sweetwater SV Racing. They flipped over in Cocoa Beach and unfortunately wound up on the beach. And they had extensive damage to that boat. And I know it's been an all-hands-on-deck effort to get that back on the race course. And unfortunately, some gremlins troubled them, but they were going to be ready for Sarasota. That was a really fast turnaround.
Yes.
And Allie, you can speak to that. You know what goes into rigging those boats. I mean, that was a lot of work.
Yeah, especially if you have to make fiberglass repairs and everything like that. It's great at all to see them even back this season.
Yeah, and especially going upside down. Like today, we saw Team Allen Lawn Care go over down in the south turn. Now, they're in fresh water today.
Yeah.
So they'll get that boat up on the crane and get it dried out, and more than likely it'll be fine for Michigan City.
If we want to talk about Sweetwater, when they actually almost went over twice, so they had even a little bit more.
Yep.
So that attests to
they were overachieving.
Yeah, there we go. A little boat gymnastics.
And but now they went over in saltwater. So aside from the fiberglass damage, the boat being full of sand, the whole 9 yards, also all the electrical components fizzled. And they were running the 860 Mercury motors, not the carbureted Supercat motor. So there's a lot more electronics on that motor than anything else. And it's really awesome to see them back this fast.
Yeah, they did a tremendous amount of work on that to get that thing ready. When I heard they were coming to town, I was just so happy because you see what they bring into town, and it's just one more boat in that class that the fans, not that they don't love any other class, but they seem to gravitate to that one for some reason.
Yeah.
And it's great to have them here. It really is. I know they just got a shot of our towboat bringing in the Allen Lawn Care boat. You see it's flipped over, like you were just saying, though. They'll get that thing all dried out. I think they'll be in good shape.
Yeah, it's just a real bummer for Billy Allen and Allen's Lawn Care. They've been putting together a really nice season. And from what I could gather as it happened off screen for us, that happened right at the start of the race. So I'm interested to see exactly what the details were that went into that.
You know, you talk about progression in race teams, like from the driver and the throttleman. The team itself, you look at that team, they started out with a boat and a pickup truck. And you go look at their pit today, it's crazy. Merchandise trailers. They got the coolest little tool pit car thing that hauls their gas and whatever around.
Their tool car is remarkable.
It's crazy.
I saw it yesterday, beautifully organized.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's they got some pretty cool gear there.
And to your point, Brian, I raced against Billy and his son Andre in their very first boat race.
Did you?
Yep. He ran, remember Gary Cook and Rick Katecki ran a boat, PFE, the 26 Velocity?
Yep.
Well, Billy Allen purchased that from Gary and raced it for a couple of years as Allen's Lawn Care, and I raced against them in Class 6. And then he bought his Phantom, which now became Living Right Team Woody.
Yep.
And I raced against him in Mike Wright's, or now Craig Belfado's Bulletproof.
Right.
I raced against him in that when the Phantom was his. And now to see him all the way up into Superstock, it's just a testament to what the bracket classes do for this sport. They really bring people up through the ranks.
It's also a testament, too, I think, of the desire and the drive of somebody like Bill. I did have a chance to talk to him, and he's just so pro offshore racing. It's just, when it's time to race, it's professional and everything looks right. When it's off race time, he's just as calm and friendly as can be.
Yep.
Yes, very.
So it looks like here they're going to hand off Allen Lawn Care into an easier towboat to get it through the skinny river that we have to tow them back into the crane through.
You were talking about Rick Katecki. I ran into him last night. They're taking a year off to do some work to their boat, but they're racing that boat from Turkey. You want to talk about a weird looking boat, but I guess that's a big class over there. But they'll be back next year. The Edward J. Painting boat. They're going to make some modifications to the boat. They would just want to take their time with it and do it right.
Yeah, and they have up until this point.
Yep.
And it's been interesting to see the way they've crossed that over into what we do here. Overseas, those boats all run against each other in a spec scenario where it's wide open. And Rick's adapted it over to our Class 4.
Yep.
And in races like this, he's a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, I see Angel One's up in the air, so we must be getting ready to get started here pretty quick. Looks like they're doing a fly over the course.
So just one more time, Allie, would you like to run through the classes in our fourth and final race of the day?
Yes. So in start 1, we have the largest boats that are going to be on the course, which is number 88 SV Offshore / Sweetwater, and 113 Miss Geico.
Actually on screen as they take the green flag, Geico's off to an obvious lead there, running uncontested, but impressive nonetheless.
And outside of Geico, you're going to see MCon from the Super Cat class. And then in start 2, we have the beautiful blue number 7 MTI and number 20 Knucklehead Racing. And in start number 3, we have 211 Bat Boat, 227 Team Woody, their third entry today, and number V6 Strictly Business.
And as we watch the Cats go down into turn 1 there, Sweetwater SV Racing is running the Mercury 860 motors, and MCon's running the Super Cat spec engines. It'll be interesting to see how they match up to each other, as some of the people in that class have been considering the 860.
Yeah, so, Ellie, you were mentioning in our factory stock class, the number 7 MTI. Taylor Sism's in that boat, another young lady up and coming. This was the one I kind of misrepresented earlier, but another up and coming young lady.
Yes, as like I said before, every year there's more and more young ladies getting into racing, and it's really awesome to see.
Yeah,
and there's a good shot on screen of MCon coming out of turn 1. And again, see that rooster tail it's carrying, they're accelerating, and you'll see that drop to, perfect attitude. And it's just an awesome boat to watch run down the backstretch here. And we have a green flag in the second start.
And that's Knucklehead Racing and MTI.
Oh, it sounds so awesome. Go in.
And now those two boats did battle not too long ago at a shootout on the river at Tiki Lee's.
Yes.
And it was cool to watch them duke it out for, Top Gun. And here we have the third start with 211 Batman, Living Right Team Woody, and Strictly Business. This is going to be a good battle to watch.
Yep. Yeah, the 227 Team Woody. I've seen that boat race before with previous owners. That is, it's an awesome boat.
That's a fast boat. And here we have the fastest boat of the day, Miss Geico.
That's
perfectly aired out.
Yep, with Steve Curtis and Britt Lilly. Britt Lilly, who took the unofficial second place in our Pro Stock B class in Team LSB. So he's getting 2 races under his belt today, just like your brother.
How hard is that? Going from one boat to the other. I mean, you get the heck beat out of you one race, and then you got to go jump in another one, do it all over again.
Well, at a race like this, it's not too bad, but in the ocean, it gets to you.
I can imagine.
We have number 88 Sweetwater on our screen right now. They are running against Miss Geico today.
And then we have Geico beautifully apexing turn 1. And accelerating off. That is just a magnificent boat to watch run as it comes down the Canada side of the course. Just outside of Strictly Business in Class 2, and I don't see the other competitors in Class 2 to give you a reference in position. It looks like maybe 3rd place.
Yes.
Yep, it looks like the Bat boat is out in front with Team Woody, Living Right in 2nd.
On screen is Instigator coming through, or Knuckleheads Racing coming through the south turn. Hometown heroes there, Ed Smith and Anthony Smith.
We have MCon coming out of the bottom turn.
And there is Knuckleheads Racing. There's an interesting difference in Knuckleheads than most other boats is that side exhaust. If you see that water coming, the spray coming out the side of the boat, the exhaust pipes actually face us out here on land, and it produces one of the coolest sounds in all of offshore.
Right there, you can hear it. Great timing.
I think that's Ed's favorite sound in life. I really do.
I don't blame him.
Followed closely by the Marine Technologies Incorporated Catamaran entry into 450 ROS. And I don't know who's in the boat with Taylor today. Is it Randy Chisholm or is it?
It's John Tomlin.
Is JT here?
Yeah.
So she's in the boat with JT today. She's had a kind of a revolving door of throttlemen this season and had an opportunity to learn from some of the best.
Yeah.
And that's a great opportunity for her, to pick up that knowledge because those guys have so much experience.
Yeah, and everybody has something different to share.
Here's hashtag Living Right Team Woody coming up in 2nd place behind Elliott and the Bat boat.
The Bat boat is running flawlessly today.
On Team Woody, Living Right, who's running in 2nd place right now.
And I got to tell you guys, MCon's putting on a hell of a show today. That boat, it seems to be hooked up. I mean, there's nothing to give a comparison as no other boats are in his class today, but it looks fast. If I had a Super Cat and I was sitting at home, I'd be scratching my head right now worried about Michigan City.
I'd be scratching my head wondering why I wasn't there.
Yeah, there you go.
Right?
And there's number 7, Marine Technology Incorporated, MTI. That's Taylor Chisholm and Johnny Tomlinson coming down the backstretch, looking absolutely beautiful. MCon making their way out of turn 2. carrying a big tail, trying to get the speed rolling down that backstretch. There's a beautiful shot of Knuckleheads Racing.
Laid right over.
And that is a 40-foot fountain powerboat powered by Sterling race engines.
Oh, Reggie would be so proud.
I'm sure he is, and he's watching wherever he is.
I'm sure he is.
The king of speed.
Team Woody living right on our screen, still sitting in second place.
And now that's a second place that seems maybe a bit questionable because in just a few short laps, the Bat Boat has been able to stretch about a half a straightaway lead on Living Right Team Woody, which seems to tell a story of maybe they forgot to plug that GPS in.
Yeah, this class is also, Class 2 is also GPS monitored. So the Bat Boat, Team Woody, and Strictly Business will all have to hand in their GPSs at the end of the race to determine the official results, just like the Class 6 and 7 and 5 boats we've seen earlier today.
As well as 4. And their bracketed entry is 100 miles an hour. And that's new this season. It was 105, but with a little shift in the Class 4 and 3, we had to make that 100 miles an hour.
Well, it's much more safer that way, too, I believe.
And there we have your leader in Class 2. That's the Bat Boat. As you can really see that paint job there in the sun. It is such a gorgeous boat.
It is.
And it really goes over big with the kids. You see Elliot handling the kids and autographs and everything all night. It's really great to see.
Probably one of the most photographed boats in offshore racing.
Yep.
It's all hand-painted. Sweetwater boat. That's an Outer Limits, I believe, right?
It is.
It's just got that mean look to it.
In about a minute here, in about a second here, we're going to have the sound of it coming by.
As they pass on the outside of Team Woody in Class 2.
Now, the interesting thing about that Sweetwater boat is the tone that those Mercury engines have. It's a very cool growl as opposed to like the high RPM spin of the Supercats.
Right.
And it's interesting to see the difference of how they react to the power as MCON's leading the way around the course today.
Yep.
Team Knucklehead on our screen right now, followed by the MTI number 7 in the 450R class. That boat is just beautiful.
Oh, like I was saying earlier, their pit looks awesome.
They are heading into the bottom turn as we see Strictly Business coming across our screen right now. They're running in 3rd place in Class 2. MCON still running a strong race, putting on a show for everybody here today. And Geico is passing on the outside of Instigator.
So what speed do you think Geico's hit today on the back side, the backstretch?
If they're giving it all it's got, that boat's capable of 150 plus on the backstretch today.
Plus, that's the optimum word there.
Yeah, the question is how much plus.
Right.
I know those boats run, in the 140s. On a day like today, they could pull into 150, 155.
Sure.
But I would imagine as they went by Instigator there, Britt Lilly gave a little back to Anthony as he went by for the damage he did in Pro Stock this morning.
MCON.
This looks beautiful.
Yes, coming across past the start-finish boat.
MCON, formerly known as AMH Construction, if you followed the bright orange boat the last couple of years. MCON bought it, waiting on their new one, and they're campaigning it flawlessly this year.
The Bat Boat, who's sitting still in 1st place in Class 2. And there's the beautiful Miss Geico with, again, Britt Lilly and Steve Curtis. As Sweetwater enters our screen, who is running also in the class with Miss Geico in 2nd place.
So I got to tell you a quick little story about the Sweetwater boat. I needed to get a hold of Simon. He's the driver. He's from Canada. I knew he had the accent. I'm all for it. So I call his phone. It's all in French. I had no idea what even the thing, right? His voicemail. I'm thinking, did he say leave a message or what? Great guy, great bunch of guys.
There's the beautiful hashtag Living Right Team Woody. Still running in second place with a commanding lead over Strictly Business in third.
See Miss Geico just floored past the start-finish boat.
And coming past us here again is Knuckleheads Racing. And God, just the
That's
coolest
a great
sound.
shot. MCon coming around turn 3 and 4, heading back up the front stretch. And Team Sweetwater working the back stretch of the course, heading up towards turn 3 and 4. The Bat Boat still currently sitting in first place for Class 2, followed by Team Woody and Strictly Business.
So coming up is Michigan City. Tell us a little bit about what you're expecting up there.
Upcoming next week?
Yes.
Next week in Michigan City, it's going to be the second time OPA comes there, and we were blown away with the first time around. The street party, the venue itself, the casino there that puts on all the events for us throughout the week. It is just an unbelievable place to race. And I know it's on a lot of team schedule. I know we're going to have a big boat count there next week, and it's going to be the 5th stop of the championship series. And it's starting to come down to the wire. There's a lot of teams really tight in points and a lot of money on the line there, and I think you're gonna see a lot of competitive, tight racing. And the interesting thing about Michigan City, as opposed to the lake here in St. Clair, is it can be ocean-style waves there.
Yeah.
And a couple years ago there, I believe 3 years ago in 2018, there was footage from that race where it was bigger than the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
But you could get lucky and have a day like you see today. So it's an interesting place to race. A phenomenal venue, amazing town, awesome fans. We can't wait to get there.
Yeah, like you were saying, the lake conditions are totally different than the river. I remember years ago I was there, and we couldn't race at all. They canceled the whole event. I mean, there was like 10-foot waves out there.
Yeah.
And no rain, just a lot of waves and wind. And it is what it is. The safety is obviously paramount first,
Yes.
But it is a cool sight. So best of luck to you guys headed up there.
But not to skip over the final race of the day here at the St. Clair River Classic presented by Magna. Right now on the screen we have hashtag Living Right Team Woody. Still running in second place over Strictly Business. And Knuckleheads Racing maintaining first place uncontested, but putting on a show for the hometown fans nonetheless.
Team MCon as well, doing the same, putting on a great show. Miss Geico, who is running in first right now in their class. It looks like they're actually catching up to the Sweetwater boat, who is currently in second.
There on screen is Taylor Shisham's entry with the MTI Marine Technologies Incorporated. And that boat's really come along nicely throughout the season. She's really getting her legs under her, and the boat seems to run better and better, faster and faster every time out. And it's just great to see the evolution in the sport.
You can see Miss Geico coming up behind that Sweetwater boat. Miss Geico is still in first with Sweetwater in second.
And as we pan to the Sweetwater boat coming up the front stretch here, I think you're going to see Miss Geico overtake it by the end of this straightaway. And it's interesting to see the difference in those boats. I mean, that's a Outer Limits powered by Mercury 860 engines, and this is a Victory powered by Mercury 1100s. And very similar size boats, just very different makeup in the hulls.
The Bappo, who's still in first place for Class 2, followed by Team Woody, who we just caught a glimpse of coming out of the turn there.
So the awards presentation tonight will be about 7:30. We're going to go right on the stage, right on the main road. So
Make
if
sure
there's
you guys
anybody
stick
local,
around for that.
yeah, yep. If anybody local is watching, come on down, check it out.
Yeah, and you can, one of the coolest things about offshore is how personable it is. You guys can come down to the awards and meet the drivers and cheer on your favorite teams, and they'd be happy to sign autographs and take pictures with you, and it's just great stuff. I have fans here in St. Clair that I met 10 years ago that were little kids then that now have boats and want to put them in the boat race and want me to drive it with them, and it's crazy the connections you make over the years.
You ever get calls at your shop from folks up here?
Absolutely, all the time.
Yep.
As we were talking about Miss Geico taking over the Sweetwater boat, they have, in fact, completed a whole more lap than Sweetwater. So they're now in front, in first place still.
I've yet to see a checkered flag, and I do see MCON idling down the center of the course.
They may have decided to just cut down their laps for today since they're running uncontested. You never know.
More than likely. They have a race coming up in 5 days.
Yep.
So good to turn it in, save the equipment. They put on a great show for the fans here in St. Clair.
Great practice too. You know, the more seat time in the boat, the better.
Yeah, and the best way to test is here on the race course.
Yeah, you can't compare.
That, and you have full safety, so you're covered that way. It's a little sketchy to test at home on the home rivers, so it was a good day for MCON.
You know, Nick, you were talking earlier about the lifespan of some motors being 1,000 recreationally. What's that turn into when you put one on one of these bad boys?
Oh, I'd say it cuts it down significantly. But, you're going to have that. Any type of high-performance engine, power plant, anything, when you do what we do with them, things happen. Parts break.
Sure.
Castings are bad upon installation. I mean, there's a million reasons for something to come apart. And I got to say that Mercury's power plants that they have in this sport, whether it be the 450, the 300 XS, basically all of Class 7, they really have a stronghold in the high-performance engines.
That's great to hear.
Entering the screen now is 211 Batman, leading the way in Class 2, completing the last few laps of his day.
On our screen, Team Woody in second place in Class 2, behind the Bat Boat.
Important to note that they're racing for Sabrina, a family member, team member of the Bronx Phantom team, and I believe she's fighting her way through cancer right now.
Yes, I believe so. And the Bronx Phantom team is taking this season off to focus on family and take some time for them. And so Team Woody is keeping them in their hearts and throughout this race season.
Yeah, and you could see that sticker displayed on the boat, and very good to see, and a lot of love.
That just is another example as to how close like a family it is. One team wasn't able to make it this year, and there's still people here supporting them through everything.
Absolutely.
Look how the water conditions have changed in the last 15 minutes. It's
these guys got lucky, huh?
Yes.
Here you see hashtag Living Right Team Woody coming up the front stretch, still in second place, followed by Strictly Business in third, as they're about to get overtaken here by Miss Geico. And you can, as you watch that boat come up the front stretch, look at the thrust behind those propellers. I mean, that boat just screams fast, doesn't it?
Talk about laying you back in your seat.
And putting it into perspective, like we were saying, Team Woody's bracket speed is 100 miles per hour. And so we could see Miss Geico passing alongside of them, and that really puts into perspective the speed of Miss Geico.
Yeah, it's a very impressive boat. And earlier we were talking about the difficulty of doing some double duties. I don't think I feel bad for Britt today.
No.
No, me neither.
Britt Lilly, the driver of the LSB Hurricane Awesomeness,
He's got a seat in one of the best boats you can be in.
That's it. Now he's in Miss Geico. We definitely don't feel bad about that double duty.
Yeah.
while we watch Knuckleheads Instigator coming down the backstretch, we'd like to thank Magna for sponsoring the 2021 St. Clair River Classic.
Yes, our title sponsor. We couldn't have done it without the folks at Magna. We're so proud to have them aboard. Cargill Salt for our safety sponsor. Buer Lumber. The Chamber of Commerce did a phenomenal job with the entertainment and the vendors. Tobook, DTE Foundation, Waste Management, Anderson Eckenstein in Westrick, Don Skip Murray, the Voyager right here, another fantastic place. We'd like to thank them for giving our production staff the side room to use. Coghlan Jewelers. We're going to be presenting the trophies later this afternoon. Those are all donated by Coghlan.
I'm excited to see how those trophies turned out.
Oh, they're so cool. Thor Printing Services, they did all of our printing for everything you need.
They actually did that wrap that's on screen right now.
What's that?
They actually wrapped the boat that's on screen
yes,
right now.
I believe so. I believe so. West Haven Builders for building our new race control, Plains LPG, and then kudos to 5 of the best sponsors in the world for bringing the 3 of us here today. Foster Oil, Murphy's Inn, Rivers Bend, Sensation, and Warwater. Without their support, we wouldn't be here. We're looking forward to coming out here again next year. As we wind things down here, we're going to watch the last couple of laps and see how things shake out.
Special thank you from me to those live stream sponsors for giving me the best seat in the house today.
Yes,
Get to
me
share
too.
it with some great company.
Some of the greatest opportunities getting to announce for you guys.
Well, I appreciate the 2 of you coming down. It's been a pleasure to work with you here today. I've learned a lot, and that's always the thing. I try to learn something new every day, and today was like a month's worth of knowledge.
We got you ahead of the game.
Right.
And here we have an interesting shot where you have Marine Technologies Incorporated running up the inside of the second place #Living Right Team Woody with, I believe Geico should be coming into frame at any time on the outside. That was a bit of a cluster down into the south turn.
We have still yet to see a checkered flag for any class in this race today. So we should be working our last few laps to wrap up our day of racing. See Team Sweetwater going on the outside of Team Woody in the MTI number 7.
3 amazing boats there. I mean, if you look at that shot, I mean, if you could imagine when Taylor gets some competition in that class, when Sweetwater gets their program together and some V's come out and challenge some of these dominant fountains like #Living Right Team Woody and Strictly Business. I do know of this purple fountain that hangs out in New Jersey.
Really?
That hasn't been around in a few races, and it might be getting the itch.
They need an extra truck.
I think so.
To pull it.
And in screen now is Knuckleheads Racing just running absolutely flawlessly. Evil Ed Smith and Anthony Smith just putting on a show today. And I know anybody watching this at home, they would love some competition. Bring it on. I have talked at length with Ed about an open challenge. Anybody with a big V bottom, come run it, man. See what you got against the baddest V in the sea.
Geico just blasted by so fast the camera couldn't keep up with it.
And there you have at 211, that's Bat Boat, and they're still leading the way in Class 2. Sweetwater makes their way around the course here. It seems to be slowing down a little bit, maybe turning into the center of the course. I don't know if they completed all their laps or if they're having an issue there.
They definitely come down off plane, that's for sure.
There's the number 7, Marine Technologies Incorporated, MTI, Taylor Chisholm and Johnny Tomlinson going into the south turn.
Out of shot here right now, but it does look like Team Sweetwater got back up on plane.
And on the backstretch, you have Knuckleheads and Geico going at it down the backstretch. I can tell you right now that Anthony is not trying to let Britt get in front of him again. But I think Instigator's a bit outmatched as Geico gets its legs under it. 2 boats capable of 130 plus miles an hour.
Sure.
There's a good shot there as Taylor Chisholm and Johnny Tomlinson coming up the front stretch of Marine Technology Incorporated. Just a gorgeous boat, and really an advanced safety cell in that boat. A very, very safe product by Randy Chisholm at MTI. And coupled with Mercury Racing 450Rs, just a phenomenal package.
We just saw Team Sweetwater and Geico in the same shot there. Here again, you see they're back up on plane. As going up, they seem to be turning in as we hear Team Woody passing the start-finish boat, still running in second place in Class 2.
I hadn't seen the monitors, but they are really good, aren't they?
And you could see as you look up the course there, or even in this shot here of Geico, you could see how choppy the river's gotten again. It can change at the drop of a hat, ladies and gentlemen. It's pretty wild how much the wind here really affects this race course. As Geico takes the checkered flag on their last lap, I believe I just saw.
Yes, I did see the checkered flag, and the checkered flag for Knucklehead as well.
So in our last race of the day, we have Class 2 finishing up their laps with Batman leading the way, hashtag Living Right Team Woody in second, Strictly Business in third.
And the Marine Technology boat is also finishing up their last lap.
In first place. So congratulations to Taylor and Johnny for another beautiful performance.
It does look like Class 2 has one more lap to go, as they didn't get the checkered flag as they passed the start-finish boat.
And here you see Luigi Contieri and Johnny Stanchion, Strictly Business, two true consummate professionals and veterans in this sport. And it's so good to see them back. We missed them the last couple of races. And they're going to be coming up here to get their checkered flag eventually and finish up in what seems to be third place.
As always, the results that we announce on here are unofficial. The official results will be posted on OPA's Facebook.
Coming down the backstretch, hashtag Living Right Team Woody.
Yeah, we're inviting everybody to go out, like us on Facebook, Blue Water Offshore Racing. Check out our website. We just launched bluewateroffshore.com.
Yeah, don't forget to check out Nick's Offshore Live podcast and our YouTube channel, The Outer Paps. We greatly appreciate it. And if you love the sport, there's definitely some more info and footage to watch outside of racing.
And if you want to follow the rest of the series here, we're going in 5 days. We'll be in Michigan City. You can follow the OPA Racing Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, however you get your social media, and keep in touch and follow the series and follow your favorite teams. And a lot of them have Facebooks and Instagrams, and throw them a like and a share and let everybody know who you support and who you're in for. Don't be a bandwagon hopper.
Oh, I know. I got to figure out all this technology. I don't understand the whole hashtag me or like this, but we'll get there.
And here we go up the front stretch. We got Knucklehead, number 20, the 40 Fountain, and that thing is just on fire today.
We also just saw off screen the MTI number 7 took their checkered flag.
Temperatures dropped about 20 degrees out here, I think, in the last 15 minutes.
Good horsepower weather.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And on screen there, you have a 40 Fountain overtaking a 35 Fountain. Actually, it seems that Instigator slowed a little bit, hanging behind hashtag Living Right Team Woody. They might be done with their laps.
I do believe Knucklehead has took their checkered flag. Yep, you can see them pulling onto the inside of the course. Team Woody has not yet. The checkered flag is waving for the Bat boat, so that is an unofficial first place for them. And we are just waiting for Strictly Business and Livin' Right Racing to take their checkered flag for unofficial second and third place.
And also on the backstretch here, you could still see the 39 MTI, Taylor Chisholm, Johnny Tomlinson putting on a hell of a show for the Canadian fans over there. I'm sure they appreciate it, as they weren't able to come over and attend the event as usual. But I'm sure they appreciate that. And also coming down the backstretch is Strictly Business.
I could see the fans over there from here.
It's hilarious. They actually renamed the race the Courtright races over there.
That's cool. We can share.
Sure.
There we go. Nice shot of the gorgeous MTI taking their victory lap, you could say, as they've already taken their checkered flag.
Here comes hashtag Living Right Team Woody down the backstretch, I believe, completing their last lap. Number 7, MTI, Marine Technologies Incorporated, Taylor Shisholm, Johnny Tomlinson. There's hashtag Living Right Team Woody, Chad Woody, and Billy Shipley. And in third place, there's Louis G. Contieri and Johnny Stanch. In Strictly Business, another 35 fountain. Both of those are 35 fountains.
You know, it's been great to see Louis come back out. I know he's been battling some issues himself, and for him to be out here today, it's a fantastic thing. He's got a lot of fans up this way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're not a fan of Strictly Business, there's something wrong with you.
Right.
Just a beautiful boat. Been around on this circuit for years. I've had the pleasure of racing against them for 3 years, and my father and my brother for probably 15 over that.
Right.
And just fierce, phenomenal, respectable sportsmen that run hard every time out. And kudos to Chad Woody and Billy Shipley for getting second place over them today. It shows how far they've come in this short amount of time in their new boat.
Definitely. As we see them getting their checkered flag right now, we're going to get a nice view. And there it is. They've officially...
Second place.
Yep.
But I think those boys are having a little too much fun as they're going to go try and chase Louie and Johnny down again.
Can never get enough of these racing.
Right, I hear you. Well, I think that's just about going to wrap it up for today.
Yeah, I think...
I got to say thanks on behalf of myself and Blue Water Offshore. Thank you guys for coming up and sharing your day with us.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. To all our fans out there that are watching, thank you for supporting us. Thank you for watching today. I know at one point we had 750, 800 people watching at one time. Thank you for supporting us. This is going to bring us to the end of the 2021 St. Clair River Classic presented by Magna.
And on behalf of the Offshore Powerboat Association, we'd like to thank Blue Water Offshore for organizing a phenomenal event here in St. Clair. You said it was the 27th year?
Yes.
Phenomenal, man. I can't wait to be here for 30 and 50. And
I got to figure out what we're going to do for 30. It's got to be something big.
It's got to be something big.
And
Big
thank you to the city of St. Clair, all the fans, the businesses, everybody here that made this happen or attended. Thank you so much. We enjoy coming here so much. The racers will be back. We'll be back. Great to see you. In 2022, we're bringing more boats.
I hear you.
We see Miss Geico taking their checkered flag up the seawall for the fans. That looks like driver Britt Lilly holding the checkered flag and waving to all the people on shore. They had a great run out there today.
All right, looks like they're wrapping us up today. Final thoughts there?
For me,
you're up.
Congratulations to all 61 teams that took the water today,
Yes.
especially the Clash of the Titans, man. It was so good to see those boats out on a race course one more time. From Nick Smith, Allie, Pat, and Brian, thank you so much, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you so much.
Take care.